Massive reversals underway here this morning, both on equities, metals, even energy stocks, right back to the upside after a gap down this morning initially. All it takes is a tweet. That's what came out from President Trump early on this morning, saying that he has ordered the Department of War to postpone any and all strikes for a 5-day period. That immediately sent everything screaming to the upside. We went from down better part of 1 full percent on equity futures to up more than 2%, full 3% swing from bottom to top. We are coming off a little bit here after the next tweet came out. So a whole bunch of sources saying essentially Iran has no idea what he's talking about, and they've had no discussions and nothing of these progression that has taken place, and a lot of question marks anyways on whether or not the initial tweet has any substance behind it. The market seems to think so because we are holding higher, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah, he tweeted, or he truthed a few days ago, about almost, I think, like 36 hours ago now, that he was basically giving them 48 hours from the time of the message to open the Strait of Hormuz or subject themselves to attacks on their energy infrastructure, which he said he didn't want to do because it's going to basically postpone the rebuilding of the country when and if this whole thing is done. So the market's reacting quite aggressively. I came in, I was speaking to Neil, everything was red on my watch list, and basically moments later,
the power
everything
of
was
a tweet.
Green. Yeah, that's kind of the way it works. Good morning.
Yeah, I mean, the world we live in right now, that's what happened to oil, as you were saying there on the left. We had the initial move downside. We're clawing our way back up right now to 92. I mean, we were at above 98 bucks again. Brent was well above $100 again. We get down to 86 and change at the lows. Just wild swings here after, even when futures opened last night on that initial headline that you were talking about, we get the initial move higher on that, and then here we are back to the downside once again. So whether or not this sticks, let's wait and see. I mean, there are other storylines this morning. There are individual names moving around here as well. I mean, everything kind of gets shelved when something
For sure.
market moving or broad-based market moving comes out, as it did this morning. So individual moves are going to be a little bit skewed because of that. Tesla with a headline back higher initially. We're coming down a little bit. Disregard this candle right now. Again, some deep prints, dark prints coming off from the overnight period. NVIDIA always on watch after what happened last week. This one fared the best, it looks like, from the initial move in the overall market back to positive territory and then some.
Yeah, Lisa Su's on her way to Korea as well to strike some deals. But interesting take from NVIDIA last week. We saw their basically open-handed approach to OpenClaw, NemoClaw. It's super easy to install on your computer. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to install this NemoClaw. You just go into what is it called? Terminal on Mac. You go into command prompt on Windows. You enter a couple of lines. It pulls it automatically. So it's super simple to install. I told you last week that China is having basically these OpenClaw conferences where anybody who wants to come, senior citizens included, bring in their laptops, and they're getting this installed super simply. And they've got assistants now that can kind of help them navigate the web, do everything they need. So trying to proliferate this type of AI assistant.
And the best part about it is anyone can do this. And you and I were talking about this last week from the standpoint that even if something goes wrong in the process of actual installation, all you have to do is just feed it back the problem, and it'll tell you how to work around it and get it to a point where it's working. So yeah, I'm sure we'll hear more on that. But headlines, guys, the key here so far this morning, the back and forth continues. We'll keep our eye out for anything because I'm sure there's more to come.
Yes, sir, and welcome everybody. I guess, well, volatility's not going anywhere, that's for sure. VIX had hit 30. The chances of a rate hike by the end of the year were over 50%. Well, they probably still are. And it was looking like it was all doom and gloom, and all of a sudden we get one message, which is now potentially being half refuted, and the volatility is through the roof. Like the SPY went to 667 from 42. So a huge move. Everything was gapped to the downside. It was looking like it was going to be a panic kind of Monday. And then we get that reversal. The only thing with this Iran saying there were no talks held, true or not, regardless, I mean, if the strikes have been called off for 5 days, that's still a good thing in theory. Like the reason why, I guess we'll have to get hashed out, and we'll sort of figure that out as we go, because we'll keep our ears to the ground. But still, at least the good news of some strikes being called back. So you can take that and have some positivity there. But yeah, the volatility is out. It's through the roof. You saw it last week, and I think that's certainly going to continue in here. But so far, so good. I mean, you can't say it's a bad thing to be calling off strikes.
No, I think it's good. It's just, is it an actual thing? We'll have to wait to see. The market's only up 1.3%. I mean, it's not like it's huge. This is the U.S. dollar on that news as well. You can see pretty much when that tweet was made, 7:05. And then straight to the downside. Now you're starting to battle back a little bit. So you've made let's just say this is a 1% move down. You've gained back 0.5% now in the dollar. So, all right, not a completely violent move here. USO goes from 122 down to 110. Now you're already back to 116 here. I don't know. It's like it's getting to be one of those things again where it's. I wish it was one way, but it may just be the other way after all that. Tesla was down to 357 before this all happened, so that was not good. Like Tesla's been on a way down for sure. I think this name maybe, if anything pops, might be a short in Tesla. I mean, bleeding, all Friday, all the way to the end. We got a little bit of a bump near the end of the day, but still opened up at 357 is where we were going to be at. So there's a little bit of a move down here if this kind of corrects itself back in. So yeah, looking for some Tesla. Obviously with oil coming in here, we just talked about what was going on with USO. This is, of course, crude oil here, not Brent, but down 5%. Look at this move, down to $82 again, back to 91 or 90 now in change. So, which was a very dramatic move right off the bat, has now retraced back into the $90, $91 again. So, lots happening there. What's up, Randy? Thank you for the bananas. We did get some good news for DraftKings and whatnot here today as well, so we could be able to watch some of these names up 7%. And make sure you grab our watch list. I mean, today's watch is pretty packed, as Neil said, with volatility starting to go through again. These are the stories you're going to want to talk about here. Oil and energy, here's the whole talk. If you didn't grab that story here, looking at USO, XOM, bunch of different names. Palantir with another U.S. deal, military program there. We'll have to watch out for SMCI. That was an interesting play last week there, of course, as they had a bunch of different filings go the other way and wrong imports and exports and members of their board stepping down in a way. There's the gambling stocks right there as well. Airlines back to the upside here as we start to go. Tesla, I mean, a lot of these numbers are going to be a little misleading right now as we get to see that, the market moves around here. But NVIDIA there as well with Emerald AI, another partnership being announced there for nuclear, and Amazon, Apple, and Alphabet, EU antitrust. So there's, make sure you do grab our watch list today. It's full of just tons of information. We welcome back Adara today, so that's going to be nice to have her come through. But yeah, it's going to be all about, for me, it's going to be all about USO. Also gold was down to 4,300 or so an ounce. So that 200
period.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was going to say. That's down more than that, looks like now. Wasn't the 200 period at like 420 or something? Or yeah, you're way under. Yeah, well, I have GLD right here, 374. Yeah, so we came close to hitting that level right there. So yeah, gold well cooking now, man, down to 385 or so, and then bouncing up into 400. So nice little rally in some of the spaces off of that 7 a.m. sort of complete dump off there. But yeah, gold not doing too bad, down 3%. So something else to look at, and then. Silver would be something. I guess we're going to have Michael coming out, right? So he'll hopefully try to help us out by looking at some of these plays. I don't know if you can actually, discount what's happening today. Silver's still down only 1%. That could be a little bit more. Look, it's a great story, but like right now you're coming in and you're just seeing the NASDAQ 1.4%. We've come in and see these days before on limited tweets. So be interesting to hear how this day folds out, I think.
I feel like the headlines are not done today. Let's be real. And we'll probably hear a little bit more. Certainly, we'll probably hear more from the president. We'll probably hear more from Iran. But price action is not going to lie, for sure. And just going back to metals, like some of the miners were getting slapped badly. Like if you looked at like GDX, like the move, it was completely insane. The move that happened at 7 o'clock. But like GDX, we were talking about the 200 period in gold and GLD or on SLV. This had actually breached over there. So, you know, miners were definitely getting clapped. That could be a place, if we can sustain this rebound, that's certainly a place that's worth looking for sure. And then, of course, you know, there's always going to be our fun small cappers. And, sure, I don't know why this was so small. Our visualizer, which I wanted. Why is it so weird looking? Oh, that's why. There we go. I don't know why it didn't have it like 100%. It hasn't filled out yet. So remember, everybody that's in the chat, then if you can, when you're typing in symbols, when you're asking questions, if you do us the favor of throwing the $ in there, USO is going to be #1 right now. And I see them starting at Tesla, starting to throw in there. So you just throw the symbols in, make sure you do that $ so we keep it abreast. Because I looked up and I'm like, usually, I know we just started, but usually there's a few names in there and you're talking about some small cappers. So yeah, we get that bad boy going and then we get an idea what everybody else is looking at. Oh, SoFi is a bit on the mind. Almost made the list. SoFi still holding, and this is a good sign for SoFi. I'm just gonna quickly pivot because someone mentioned that. SoFi, the bounce in the market this morning was pretty much exactly at that double bottom after the Muddy Waters report. It was right there and threatening to break, and then all of a sudden we get that truth from the president, and I guess rising tide lifts all ships, because that looked like it was going to be that flat bottom break from the Muddy Waters report, and got a nice little bounce here. If that could just take out 1740, we could be in play for sure. So yeah, get your symbols in, and all of a sudden, just because we're talking about SoFi, it gets to the top of the list. I suspect it'll be energy and metals.
Yeah.
That would be there for sure. And there's certainly going to be some of those energy small cappers there for you, Sharif. No chance that there won't be movers there.
I hope so. There's a couple of good ones right now. UGRO. This is making a nice stair step up here, Neil, through 425, coming back down into 4, but it's holding structure. You can see like that stair step up, bull flag continuation, bull flag continuation. Nice move here above 3.5, Brendo. UGRO.
Yeah, we'll keep a lookout for those. More comments coming through here, guys, from Iranian officials. It looks like just reiterating what we said off the bat here. There are no talks between the U.S. and Iran. Requests to reduce tensions should be put to the U.S., not on us. I mean, if that's the case, who is he talking about? Who are these talks with?
Yeah.
If they have no idea what he's even referring to at this point, and B, do they even exist at this point? Is there anything even happening? But I mean, let's see again, Iranian officials, just more comments, guys, coming through, just reiterating the simple fact that they don't seem to recall any discussions with the U.S. whatsoever. So futures back to, I mean, basically aftermarket highs here or some of the individual names.
Well, what
from Friday.
incentive would the Iranians have to give him a win here? Because
zero.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So because this message obviously helps kind of reorganize markets. Reorganizing markets is obviously good for him because he's under a lot of pressure domestically to kind of wrap this thing up. So, I mean, if you're negotiating with him, you don't want to give him a win. You don't want to put this strength back in his court. So I'd be denying everything as well.
Yeah. Foreign ministry in Iran coming out saying there are initiatives to decrease tensions, but our response is that the U.S. should be there's more to get through. That's a very, very long statement. Anyways, the key here is going to be that, A, who on earth is he even referring to, and B, when and if these discussions even took place. So we'll keep an eye out here for anything that changes in that regard. If you zoom out a little bit, there are a few key things to look forward to coming up this week. We do get a few economic releases that are going to be important. I mean, some of the, I don't know if you pulled up some of the defense names here this morning. I mean, some of these swings that we're seeing on individual stocks have been pretty impressive already. The one thing, and the guys alluded to here, volatility still exists, and it's going to be a very headline-driven market going forward here.
Oh my God, the VIX, well, the VXX, the ETF that I keep my eye on here. Yeah, sure, it's a little bit down from where it was trading this morning. Got about to 38.25. It's down 4 4/5, but it had gapped up substantially until that truth came in. I think we closed out 36 on Friday, Brendo, and we gapped up above 38. And then, as you can see, that line drop there on the 15-minute chart. That's when the market obviously digested President Trump's truth, and then, yeah, put this back a little bit within the range, but quite frankly, it's still well elevated. Basically, for the last 365 days if you're looking at the moving average there.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Friday, we were talking about, being in the 20s is not massively high as far as volatility is concerned. But if we start to see these, back and forth headlines still coming out, you're going to see 30s and 40s, I feel, continuing here for the next little while. I was just noticing the yields. I mean, there was a full, I'm just looking at the 10-year, there was a full 12, 15 basis point move high to low on the 10-year, and now we're more than 50% of the way back to essentially where it started this morning as well.
And now people are starting to talk about rate hikes, which is kind of crazy because we were talking about 2, I think, or 3
Possibly, yeah,
rate cuts this year, and now we're talking about rate hikes. I mean, I was looking a little bit more into this. You and I were talking about how this could have obviously a bit of an inflationary push. Because in one side, the job market's not doing that well, and then you're going to raise rates and make it harder for the lower income individuals to be able to borrow, and that obviously creates more of a K-shaped economy. But the economists I was reading on the weekend look at this as a completely different way. They look at this from the lens of a wage price spiral, and so they're if wages go, if prices go up, that's obviously going to have an effect everywhere else in the market. So we have to increase rates to dampen down demand, even though, lower income individuals won't be able to afford the things that they need to afford, quite frankly.
I think the one thing that's certain here is that no one really has a clear view on what is happening, because it's changing, every 5 minutes, it seems, with the next tweet, and B, what the long-term effects are going to be. There was 2 different analysts I was listening to this morning on Bloomberg. One was essentially echoing that sentiment, what you were just mentioning, and the other one had the complete opposite view of essentially the oil swing. They see it being priced out of the market by fall, essentially, and going into the end of the year, we'll be back to normal, and whatever inflationary pressure there was will be gone at that point, and they're treating this as a buying opportunity.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I was actually looking at the September, I think, futures contract for oil, and it was trading somewhere around 80. For I think WTI. Yeah. So I mean, I'm saying obviously the September contract has influence on what's happening now, but that gives you the idea that at least for the moment, the market predicts that oil will be higher for longer into the rest of this year. So we'll see.
I mean, it's been a while since we've been in a market where it's really safe to say there isn't a clear path forward. There isn't a clear, projection that you can put out there, both on the market itself and individual names, based on the fact that, guys, as we've seen this morning, things can swing one way and then come back the other way in a matter of, a half an hour, 45 minutes.
I mean, what's crazy is last week we were sort of discussing about how late into the week you were getting this shift, especially after the Fed decision, toward the possibility of rate hikes, and I think we were sitting at the next meeting 6 or 8%. This morning, the chance of an April hike was 16.5% when I sat down. It's been cut in half. The chances of a hike by the end of the year, if you go out to December here, whoops, why is this not going? Here we go, out to December, if you add it up, it was at 60 or just underneath 60%. It's now sitting at 40. So there have been some pretty wild shifts in expectation, and the whole notion that we were thinking inflation from the conflict and that we were thinking that you would get rate hiked was already a big enough shift. And you saw some of that with the weakness on Wednesday with the Fed. And when it comes to that market direction you're talking about here, the NASDAQ got to correction territory, down about 10%, I think, and so you actually have a bit of a technical area that you would even be bouncing. But let's also remember, you can see the Qs lose the 200 period moving average here. We had Tesla lose the 200 period moving average. We had Nvidia lose the 200 period moving average. Some of these names that pull back, there's Nvidia, and I mentioned Tesla in there. Some of these names broke major key price points that even if you were to, I don't know why Tesla's taking so long to load up here. Even if you were to get a bit of a bounce, you've got these walls of support that, in theory, could turn right back into resistance. Even now, for Tesla to be green, you look at that daily chart, it's wow, if we're not back above the 380, how good is that really? And then you kind of throw back to Nvidia. Well, I mean, last week, we ended the week with that 180 being a problem, 180 being a problem here for NVIDIA, and you couldn't really burst through that either. So even, like, we're underneath where we were on Friday's open, even despite this. So yeah, again, I want to find things, sort of looking at some different names, and it's like, well, what had, like, did something already have good news, or is it trading off of a key level that you can work off of? Intel had some good Mobileye news, so that already made it in play a little bit here. We talked about DraftKings and Flutter. Brendan mentioned DraftKings and Flutter. Not a ton of volume, but because there's this whole throwdown against sports betting in the prediction markets, then you're going to see some strength in DraftKings and Flutter, and then they're going to be above Friday's prices as well. So looking for a couple of places where you can have things on their own catalyst until we hash things out. Because I think between now and the open, if you told me, and let's just throw up the future again. Like, if you told me that the ES here was going to be at 68 at the open, or would be at 65 half, I think it's perfectly reasonable that we could reverse this entire move, or we could continue it. And that could just be on the basis of one or two headlines that come in the next hour. So things can always be changing. I think you're going to want to be nimble here. For the most part, it sounds like at least a good piece of news to me, because regardless of what comes in terms of response from Iran, if you think of it as, well, pulling the strikes back for 5 days is still positive. And you can't really spin that as long as it actually happens. You can't really spin that as too negative. So hopefully we can sustain a bit of this move. But in the back of my mind, I'm going to prefer strong names that already had a bit of a catalyst to it. And one quick note between USO, and I was noting this on some of the energy names. Like, you look at USO here, and I'll pull up the 3. Like, look at the nice bounce all the way almost back to prior lows. One difference in some of the nat gas is Boyle was unable to bounce and hold that far. Like, it's almost right back at the bottom. And this is with USO not as low. Apologies for some of these crazy dark pool wicks. But Boyle, weaker right now than USO and heading toward the low. So I'm going to favor this for an energy down trade.
I was looking at Robinhood. Like, Robinhood broke through that $70 mark there on that news and came right back up. So I think this is another level here that, for unfortunately my daily, there it is. I really like this. I mean, we talked about some names that potentially might want to be on, the back burner to look to trade. If this market does continue to go a little higher right now, I mean, Robinhood did break basically on that false sort of, well, I mean, it was going lower anyways. We were down, when I sort of woke up today, we were down 1%, right, in the NASDAQ and Dow and everything. And then all of a sudden, boom, goes a dynamite right there to the upside, as we know what that was all about. Look at Robinhood right here, pretty interesting level. So $70 for them, up to 71 and change. So I just think that if we can come back into the 70 area for Robinhood, that's definitely a look for me. I mean, I was waiting for this level for a long time, and now it's here. So yeah, it could be a decent little buy area here for Robinhood if the market decides to hold up, which I think it actually will. I mean, the thing is, some of this ceasefire nonsense, what could wind up happening is it could actually spike the other way, right? Like, when all of a sudden, if, and hopefully this doesn't happen, but what if it is kind of all a little taken out of context here? And I mean, Trump tweeted it out, so I think that we can read what he wrote, but it's just, Israel still has to play nice. I was still hearing that there was still, missiles and everything flying around. So I don't, something about Tehran was getting hit by Israel again. Like, I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. So I don't necessarily think there is a ceasefire. It's nice that Donald might want to get one. And if there is more confirmation of any of this stuff, especially if he does start talking to the media, which we know is going to happen today, you definitely want to make sure that there's some sort of confirmation or something either coming out of this, the Iranian state, or here out of the Department of War, because I think confirmation really sends this market one way or the other, needless to say. So you see what happens on such a dramatic move early, like that straight down $14 pretty much in a straight line. And then the battle back as we wonder what's happening, and now we sort of say, yeah, maybe it's right. So it's ears to the ground very, very much so here today. But yeah, I'm looking at Robinhood, actually. I really like Robinhood, and I like some of the bank names that, names that could be a little isolated here, from the very, very top line headline there. Like JP Morgan was down to 284, now up to 290. So not much volume going on here, but I do think that the financials might be a safe spot to play today. And then Bitcoin, like the fact that it's back over 70,000 is quite nice. They did have a move down lower. Everything was going to start really low today. Like you look at the charts like at 7 a.m. where a lot of these stocks were, we were down 38 bucks. I mean, this is it right here at 7, down to 38.80, 39, and we've spiked up about $1.50 on IBIT. So, there's lots of room to go either way. We just have to make sure that someone in the chat there, we just have to make sure that Trump, is meaningful of what he's tweeting out here and not just trying to get oil prices to stabilize, right? I mean, oil was up over $1 a gallon across the United States over the weekend. So it does make sense that he comes out here today and says something to try to calm some of those fears. So we'll wait to see. Oil making moves lower, man. I mean, it's been a good half hour here as we got to 116 on USO. On crude, we got to, I think, it was the M contract. This is the light sweet crude oil futures. So we were way lower. We made a move up to 91. Now you're back down to 88 again. So, you're starting to see a little bit of relief here coming from the oil space, but not huge. Still a monster run, right? I mean, I think we'd all like to see this hold somewhere near 80. So we got to get a little lower there, but good bouncy spot of 82.50 right here. We'll see if that can happen later on. Tesla's still getting hit 369. So it's a nice move up off the lows there for Tesla. But again, like this name was down to 360 before that tweet. So I still think that some of these levels are possibly in danger here once the market opens up.
We're going to get to Michael Noss coming up here in a second. I'm just noticing somebody was commenting on, if you look over Sharif's shoulder here, there's a grayed out Tesla, $ Tesla. That's directly connected to what you guys are talking about in the chat. So if you vote for $ Tesla, it will somewhat or most likely appear in that
They
shape
gotta
and
spell
form.
it right, Brendo.
It's the ticker, obviously, not the name. So
come on, guys.
Once we start talking about a little more things, that will disappear. Real quick, Joey Option's going to be in a little bit late this morning. Had a couple of things to do this morning, but he was being, the nice guy that he is. Always went ahead and sent me over his homework for this morning. On the options side of things, he's watching NVIDIA today. Strike price 165 expiring on Friday. On the other side of the spectrum, call side of the spectrum, USL. So same after what just happened with USL, it's probably a pretty good move again expiring on Friday. So again, Joey Option is going to be in a little bit later on this morning. We look forward to his arrival. As I mentioned, let's get to Michael Noss. Even Michael Noss was complaining this morning about how Trump was ruining his homework as he was looking at some charts, and then comes in this morning and sees the market just absolutely screaming back higher. Happy Monday, Mr. Noss. I apologize for your homework being ruined. As I think many people, had that, 180 to do this morning as we were doing our prep.
Yeah, absolutely. And this was, I prepared the presentation. I brought the kids to school. We were down like almost 1+% at some point. And I come back and we're up 4% almost for a second on the IWMs. Craziness.
Yeah, specifically on the small cap side of things. But you wanted to look at a couple of reversal type ideas, I guess is the best way to put it. I mean, starting on a higher time frame here with the overall market.
Yeah, and I just want to show how, there's obviously, even when things are gapping up like this, there's a lot of emotions going on right now, and it's getting really hard to kind of parse through, even for people that I talk to who trade the news. You guys know that I don't, but even for those people, they're like, it's almost impossible at this point. So I just wanted to talk about why I had some holdings into Friday, why I bought some things on Friday, which, of course, I wish I could have gotten this to you before, but who knows the future with what the tweets are going to come out. But how you can kind of shut off a bunch of this noise with very simple kind of data-driven approaches. And all of this I was able to do very simply with AI. And just to see whether or not it makes sense to kind of panic out at lows where some people are, or when could potentially be times to start to pick up securities. And, so for this particular chart right here, the first thing that you want to do is you want to look at an unusual pattern that's going on. And we're just looking at a weekly chart of the SPY. And to be honest, 4 weeks down in a row is fairly unusual, and I'll show you that from the back test as well. You can see one period of time before where we had 4 red weeks in a row, and that led to a little bit of a bounce. But we can do better than just going back and looking at the chart and saying, what happened the last time this happened, especially with kind of AI. So I went and I used TrendSpider for this because they have a really simple single stock back tester. Just said, okay, what happens if you buy every time there is 4 weeks down in a row in the SPY, and you hold for 1 week? So what is the probability that we are going to be up or are we going to be down next week, and by how much? And that little green chart on the very bottom just shows the amount of winners and the amount of losers. You can see, first of all, not a lot of trades, and that's interesting because it means you found something that is relatively rare. If there was thousands of trades that took place over this backtest window, which goes all the way back to, I believe, 1995 when the S&P 500 was created, you would go, okay, well, this is a fairly common event. It's kind of noisy, but you can look at this equity curve, and this is what happens again if you just put your account on when you're down 4 weeks in a row and you sell it a week later. And you can see the equity curve looks fairly good. Not perfect, but fairly good. And it's about 62% of the time that you're up. A little bit better than a 50-50. So that kind of gives you a bit of a deep breath and says, okay, well, at the very least, if I was panicking at some point, I know there's at least some probability that we're going to bounce, even tweets notwithstanding, which we can't predict. Just going back, again, that's almost 30 years of data. Most of the time, not always, it seems like that's about a good time to be putting money into the market instead of back out. I realize that I just duplicated the next chart, so we'll just go down to this one here, which is asking the same question, but now we're talking instead of 1 week out, now this was 3 months out. So what happens when you buy after being down 4 weeks, 3 months out? So you get a couple interesting phenomenons here. First of all, you're right only 65% of the time, so you're only right a little bit more often. But this equity curve looks a lot worse. So this is where, again, you can spend a lot of time not looking at the news and still a lot of time thinking about the market, because why is this the case? Well, this covers a lot of the year 2000 and 2008, and that's why you have this choppy mess all the way till the far right edge of the equity curve, and then you start to make money. Because if the market's already in a bear market and you're down 4 weeks in a row, it doesn't seem to be the time that you really want to buy that much. You still have a 65% chance it's higher, but a lot of times it's lower by a significant amount. But in bull markets, if you kind of zoom into every time there's a bull market, the far left-hand side of the chart is before the dot-com bubble, and then the far right-hand of the chart is after the great financial collapse. So when the market is doing well and it's in a bull market, it does seem to be a pretty good time to maybe wade some into the market. So it's a really good way to kind of zoom out and kind of forget the noise and the tweets as much as you can and look at some data to try to give clear-headed decision-making. The last chart here is just the S&P 500, and highlighted on the chart are the last couple times that we've seen this, where you have 4 weeks down in a row, and then you have your buy after that, and then the little squiggly black line at the very end is just the system saying, based off of all of the back tests, this is the path that you could expect on average the market to do a little bit going forward over the next month or so. And you can see it's not straight up into new all-time highs. It's squiggly kind of line up and getting into, I think coincidentally enough, back to all-time highs after months from now. But then that blue shaded area is the variance. So that's how low we could go based off the data in the back test, or how high we could go based off the data in the back test. But the main takeaway, especially now that this information obviously would have been better to give you guys on Friday than on Monday, is that when things get very, very loud, there's nothing wrong with just completely stepping back. Cash is a position, day trading, going to cash at the end of every day, I think is great for that kind of stuff as well. Or, you could do what I do, which is shut off the news as much as physically possible, dive into the data, and let that kind of guide decision making in a little bit more calm and relaxed manner.
Yeah, being available or having the resources available to take advantage of opportunities when they are presented to you is so key. Just to put you on the spot, you probably haven't done this yet, but it would be also interesting to see, if you dug down into even sector level data, based on this same concept, is there something maybe standing out, way more than something else. If, tech is down 4 weeks in a row, what happens after that? If industrials, if healthcare, a lot of people talking about utilities even, if any of those groups are down 4 weeks in a row, what happens, going forward from that standpoint?
Yeah.
Is there something from, I don't know if you've done that, back test yet or not, but is there something from that level that is standing out to you at this point?
I haven't, but that's good. Now I know what I'm going to talk about on Friday. But I think it's interesting
welcome.
because, my brain instantly goes to what I would expect to happen. And because we're looking at the SPY, I would expect tech to carry the same kind of philosophy because tech is 30% of the S&P 500. So it makes sense that these things would move a little bit in tandem. But I am interested, especially when you were talking about more defensive sectors, like you mentioned, industrials and utilities, which are historically, I think now they might be all part of the AI trade, but historically more defensive sectors, what they look like. So just right off the top of my head, what I would assume to happen is that tech would move with the kind of 4 week pattern, and then also maybe defensive sectors would move against it. But that's the beauty of, what I do is with stats and the world that we have open to us now with AI, where anybody can start to do this kind of stuff, is I'll test it and I'll get back to you.
Yeah, the reason I ask, obviously, a lot of people, given that we're now 6-ish%, let's call it, off the highs, for the S&P, a lot of people starting to say, okay, are there opportunities going to be presenting themselves as your entire point here has been this morning? Not necessarily on an individual day, but maybe even coming up in the next week or so. So great stuff. We'll look forward to that. Michael Noss, have a great week.
Have a great week.
Thank you as always, Michael. When others panic, sometimes it is good to buy the dip, but that's one of those things that I think it's always good to keep in mind. But there's also there was a good conversation in the chat going on as Michael and everyone's been talking about the headlines and the news and how crazy things are. It's like, I saw someone say, well, stocks should only trade on the fundamentals of the companies and forget all this headline stuff. There's a few things to unpack there. Like, one, you can't necessarily separate a large global energy shock from fundamentals in the first place. So there's that aspect of it where you can't really hide, because even CEOs have been talking about how difficult it would be to predict if this conflict were to extend, and then all of a sudden you had the disruption in the Strait of Hormuz go more than another couple of weeks, and then suddenly could we be talking about 175 oil? Like, there's all these downstream, like, worst case scenarios that really do affect things on a fundamental level. And then on the other side of that conversation is we all have to remember that everybody has different time horizons. There's going to be day traders and swing traders and investors, and because of that, that's why price action matters. That's why analysis matters, and having your own strategies. If you're looking to buy things for 10 years out, then maybe you don't care about all these headlines. But if you're thinking about the next week, you're thinking about today, then these things are going to absolutely matter. And so we do need to keep our ear to the ground. And is it fun that you could be sitting there in a trade and then a headline hits and that's it? There's nothing, you could be trending and everything and trending up, trending down, the headline hits and you get stopped out. That's par for the course. And I think we're going to see a little bit of that reality. We have Goolsby talking right now, talking about how difficult it's going to be for the Fed right now to make decisions. Well, I mean, what are you going to do? That's why you guys have the tough job there, Goolsby. But it's just to keep in mind, everybody, that everyone's going to have those different time horizons, and absolutely, fundamentals can be fantastic and I think important. But even in this particular case, you have so many industries, so many individual companies that are affected by oil prices, and you cannot get away from it. Just like we can't get away from the refill from Randy.
That's good.
Ever.
Thank you.
Thanks, brother.
Thank you, Randy. We'll always take a nice loaded up
Timing is
coffee here. Yeah. All right. Cheers.
Gotta get that cup of Joe as well. Just don't want that to get too expensive.
Yeah. A cup of where is Joe, by the way? He's coming here pretty soon. Yeah. Look, I mean, every day the market is just a casino that opens up and you put your money in and you hope to get more out than you put in. I mean, no matter what the day is, there could be a day with no headlines. It could be a day with full of headlines like today's going to be. But at the end of the day, you're the one that has to hit the keys. And, you know, we've been getting some really great responses on Twitter here. And someone asked for a shout out, so you're going to get one right here. Greg with 5Gs. His P&L the last 30 days, he wanted me to show everybody. He's up $66,000 in the last 30 days. I'm not sure exactly what you've been trading, but you've been a watch since the COVID days. So we hit, thank you so much, and that is awesome. And I don't even have my stream deck open, but I will in a second here. Here we go, ready? In 1 second, I'll hit the awesome button. But there it is right there, so yeah, there he goes. So anyways, thanks for that look there. And yeah, so that's what I mean. You never know. And yeah, one day you will hope to buy us drinks. Yeah, any day. Right there, I said, great job. That's a huge return, obviously. TQQ's ONDS says Dane Generous today. XPEV is on people's mind. Obviously, USO. Hope this is not manipulation. It is manipulation. Everything in this market is manipulation. So welcome to the market, of course. A Micron, Nebius as well. AMD and Apple, says Aaron. So there's a few things. Tesla short at 373. There's an interesting call. What's up, Michael Byrne, as well. So there's lots of stuff to trade every single day. But yeah, look, that's all the market is, right? Trump comes out with this statement to try to manipulate, you know, the oil prices and to try to, you know, get better feels for the market. Whether or not all of that is true, we'll wind up seeing. You know, Gouldsby coming out here as well, trying to manipulate the futures for the Fed funds rate. And all he's talking about is that right now as well. So, you know, you got to talk about inflation, and you got to just go with some of the stats and what's been there. Inflation's been creeping up a little bit, so that's not great. We have housing coming this week as well. We have KB Homes reporting. Not too many on the reporting side of things this week, but we'll see from the housing market, see how that's going. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac has been moving around as well. So, yeah, with right now, Bitcoin's not doing much at 70,000. This could be also a trade here if we look at IBIT. You know, did have a nice move lower and then a booming move at 7 o'clock and now trying to figure itself out. So the whole market right now is in wait and see until Trump right now talking with Fox Business. So we have no idea where this is going to go and what he's going to say. I just think ears to the ground. It looks like we're getting better and better here on the price of USO, meaning lower. So oil is starting to go a little lower here, which should, you know, lead to a fact that maybe this sort of 5-day piece or lack of bombing or lack of damage being done to some of the energy infrastructure. Hopefully that will hold. And then, you know, but it's going to be definitely response driven today. I mean, we just got to sort of, you know, hear what happens and then fire back. So I'm excited for this market to open up. I mean, early look on the imbalances, it's very, very early. So we might not have anything on here, but ABEV, yeah, there's really nothing on here of any substance. If we come over to the screen, yeah, there it is. I mean, BAC, I don't know, Snapchat. I'm still watching. I mean, all the volume's going to be here with oil for right now and gold. So watching out what's going on right there right now, but not too much in the hopper right now. Looks like we're starting to go a little lower here on oil, which is nice. Underneath VWAP, underneath the 50-period moving average, your 200 period is now 118. So it's looking pretty good right now, that oil heading lower here. So maybe things seem to be getting a little better in the Middle East right now, with oil getting down 8%. With I said, man, oil and gas prices skyrocketing this weekend. So hopefully it can come back, come back down in now. So yeah, I'm debating just going short on USO here, hoping that maybe this story is somewhat legit here. So anyways, here we go, man. Down 8% USO.
Yeah, Trump saying, apparently on Fox, saying that Iran wants to make a deal badly on Fox News, and that's helping the market. I mean, the SPY's bouncing off VWAP. Sean already mentioned USO to the downside there. So reiterating some of the comments we saw in that truth. Just gonna double check because Boyle broke the low. That's down almost 10% now. USO 8. This is down 9.5. It's yeah, we're definitely getting a little bit of a market bounce in here.
Here we go.
Nvidia is starting to go as well. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see after this, after this talk that President Trump has on Fox Business. Do we hear anything further from Iran on the backside of this, and then we get a little bit of a shift? But for now, things are looking good again. Again, bounced off VWAP in the market. Energy back down. Looks like we're back on course, heading towards some of those highs. But remember, we're still just talking Fridays, going back into some Friday levels for sure. Oh, we just got a poll up as well. Ooh, I like this. But I think it's an easy one. We'll see. What is the biggest story of the day? See, now, It's not Tesla EV.
Does Tesla even have a story?
It's not dollar. Well, you could make a decent argument of dollar and Forex. And geopolitical and oil energy are the same thing. So I'm just going to vote for, because I think if you vote oil energy, that's kind of geopolitical. You're kind of hitting both. But I can make an argument that either one of those is basically the same thing. So I suspect most people are going to vote those. And Tesla, yeah, good try, but I don't think you're going to make the top of that poll. That's for sure.
No, Fed speaking, and yeah, easy poll right there, but make sure you guys go fill it out. S&P futures right now up 2%, NASDAQ up 2%. So you're starting to finally go higher here as Trump speaking on Fox Business News, talking about the deal with Iran or how there's talks were heated up last night. So that's nice to hear, and we'll just see. Hopefully we can hope for a forward look here into the oil futures, and maybe it looks like we're going to get a little lower here on USO to start the day. So that's nice. Let's just see if it winds up holding it. Like obviously looking at VWAP, and should have shorted it on that little bit of a break there at 113.50. But market going lower here for oil. This is what we look like right now. CLM, so here it is, man, $86 right now. So Trump understands that higher oil prices are going to affect the economy, is what we're hearing. So, you know, obviously, as we got to start the Monday with a good talk, right? And I think that's exactly what Donald has done here, just waiting for Iran to sort of come out and maybe say that, yes, we have had some talks. I think that would really get oil moving lower here. So, yeah, looking at USO should be exciting. Just trying to fill this out, man. I just got USO, NVIDIA, and the market on here. I think it's a little premature to start writing down some ideas. It's definitely, you know, worth waiting on, especially sitting on your hands. I heard Michael say that, you know, cash is a position as well. So obviously that's true. I wish I would have gone into cash, and we had that. We told you there's many smarter guys out here than I. A couple weeks ago we had that talk, and it was decent percentage you guys were in cash, even in your long-term portfolio. So congratulations. You've been able to save about 3 or 4% on the market. Maybe getting your money back in here on some of these beat-up names might be a decent idea, like a Tesla or Google or Amazon, something. So there it is, man. USO just bounces again a little bit there from 110 and change back up to 112. So yeah, going to be a fun one. 8:45. Let's go back over to the desk, and we'll talk about some more names. SMCI was a mover, of course, on Thursday, Friday as well. We could look at that one today.
That bled its own blood.
Yep.
That's for sure.
Crazy. Yeah, more on Trump's interview from Fox Business here. Trump not sure what Iran's media is talking about when it comes to the comments saying essentially they have no idea what he is talking about. So shockingly, no one seems to have an idea of what anyone's talking about when it comes to any of this matter. The market liking this, though. Back higher we go here for the SPY anyways. Yeah, Goolsby still speaking as well. But yeah, we were just talking about Ethereum there. Crypto, wild swings as well. Bitcoin downside initially and then back up higher to essentially where we were on Sunday night on these headlines as well. Again, remember, late Sunday, the initial report or the initial truth that came out from Trump was giving them 48 hours notice before he started to strike some of the infrastructure. So this essentially puts the pause on that for a 5-day period. So down initially on Bitcoin, back higher here this morning. But yeah, you were just noting BMNR with more purchases.
Yeah, apparently now Tom Lee's BMNR, Brendo, holds 3.9% of all Ethereum. They also added, according to the reports here, 65,000 ETH last week. That brings their total ETH coins to 4.66 million. Obviously, BMNR has done quite poorly as of late, as there's been a rotation out of risk assets. But I was just speaking to you about there. If you don't have Truth Social, and you don't really want to download it and have a look at exactly when President Trump truthed about that 48-hour deadline on the weekend, you only need to go to the chart on Bitcoin, Brendo.
It'll tell you.
And you'll see immediately when that truth came out, because it reacted quite negatively right down to the right and continued to sell basically into last night.
Yeah. Tech lagging a little bit here. I just pulled up IBIT as well. We're back to positive once again, but crawling higher for both Ethereum and Bitcoin on these headlines, guys. Going to be one of those days, it seems like, or it's pretty clear anyways, where everything relies on what the next truth is.
True, you know what? True, but like then there's going to be some things that are actually working off of key levels. Like for now, you can look right over at Bitcoin and say that last week the 70,000 level was let's just say interesting to say the least. Let me zoom it out a little bit here, because we basically went back and forth. But if you were to draw a line at 70,000, it was pretty clean several times with bounces, like you'd try to go under and then be able to hold, or we did consolidations off that level, and then you go back to the end of the week where once we broke, it was just a fade under the 70,000 level. Well, we're above it, and we just bounced off it. So at least in this particular case, you can look back and simply say, if we hold that 70K level, then I'm going to like the longs over in BTC. And we've already made that one bounce. So if we get another one at the open, and we're not that far, we've only gone to like 70,700 or so. Like this hasn't really gone that far, but it's still on the upside of that level. And on IBIT for myself, that's going to work out to 39. It's like 39.70 or so on IBIT, like right in around here. And on Friday, basically looking to short into that level, worked the entirety of the day. It was just a scalp trade almost all day long. It was very similar on Thursday, except for like one late break there as well. So, I just see it as, in this particular case, right now the news is being reacted to as positive. Like the NASDAQ and the E, we're getting pretty complacent about a 2% up market, which is a weird thing to be. Usually we're pretty happy about a 2% market up. So you find things that are above some key support levels, of which IBIT, clearly, to me, Bitcoin above 70 is going to be one, and IBIT above that 39.75 will be one as well. I'd love for it to give you a clean dip and rip at the open, but there's lots of ways to play trend. You could simply hold VWAP, which will matter more later in the session. Basically, I want to see the reverse of what we had on Friday, where you could essentially just short every single one of the pops. I'd look for the reverse of that, where that level turns into support instead.
All right, I'm just going to send out the sticky note here. Yeah, look, I mean, my eyes are probably just going to be all on the futures and on oil today. So, I mean, I think it's a pretty simple thing to trade. I was looking at right here 110 possibly as a break on USO here, just coming right in as we're getting more and more talk that, yeah, there was some decent talks that occurred according to President Trump anyways on Fox Business News right now that happened Saturday night. So we'll see if there's any sort of a truth to that. I'm actually going to try to short it against this 112.20. If we can come back up here, sure, I'm waiting at 111.80 right now, which is just this little bump up level right there. And then I'm only going to try to give this 50 cents. I mean, it is whipping and rocking around here. And we can easily, I would hope anyways, punch out unless we get another instantly dramatic story. We should be able to punch out of this one. So I'm going to give this a 12.20. If it breaks 112.20, we're going to get out. But I'm going to looking short oil today. I don't really think there's too much else to do right now. If you're going to look over, I mean, there's lots of stocks to do, but it's all going to be energy based. We have that poll up. Make sure you guys do that and go get over into my Twitter there and let me know what you guys are voting for and what you guys want to talk. But these two are basically the same, geopolitical, oil, energy. So we're going to look over there to see what is going on. The dollar, we sort of talked a little bit about that. That's always going to be a story. I think almost all of those stories, except for Tesla, are kind of all attached at the hip. But look at Carnival up 7% here today as well, right? As more oil, ease on oil prices should send Carnival back up to the upside. We talked about gas, propane, all of that starting to go back up, so that's going to be a good one. We did have some situations there. There was an unfortunate situation at LaGuardia, I guess, where there was a plane accident there. But, I mean, Delta still upside as well. Like a lot of these airlines, right, names like Jets and things like that still keep on moving around as well. So Jets ETF up 5%. So it looks like we're getting a little bit better right now as far as all of the travel stocks are concerned. Okay, so here's oil right now, still down 9%. This is what's going to help out any of these names as we continue to talk about the energy stories. So yeah, this is what we're doing right now. Nice little run up right here in Bitcoin as well. For IBIT, just made a huge move up to 71,000. So we'll see if that can hold. Its current top about 71.5 up there at $40.50. So yeah, so far so good here. Anybody that had a swing trade on from Friday, hopefully it was of the long nature there and or short commodities, because it looks like that's going to be the good trade, especially with oil and gold both going downside there today. Gold almost all the way back, actually. Was down 4% at its lows. Seems like we're almost back now, only down 1% right now on GLD. So nice little run up there. As let's just go back and check USO. Did it break that lows? No, it did not. So we're still waiting for that. We almost got short there. 111.80 is what we're waiting for. All right, you know, it should be a good ride here. Again, ears to the ground with the news. We have a Dara back today. That should be good. And yeah, lots of stuff happening. The Fed speaking here, Trump speaking, and we're still waiting to hear an official word from Iran.
Whether that will come or not remains to be seen as well. I mean, some of these comments that are coming out are just, you know, back and forth on that same sense. The simple fact that nobody seems to agree upon what has been agreed upon. But it's worth noting the move in oil back downside followed that list of countries that have reportedly, I think it was Axios that came out and said there was a list of countries that have been acting as mediaries, you know, passing notes essentially or messages back and forth between Iran and the U.S.
And one of the countries we had already seen involved in some of the tensions, Turkey, that is.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair to Iran, they said they didn't try to hit them directly, but we know that there's a U.S. base in Silik, Turkey, which could have been targeted. Egypt, Pakistan, and Turkey are the three countries being discussed as acting as sort of intermediaries between the United States and Iran to try to help alleviate the tensions. Obviously, the other Gulf states are involved in the conflict and probably wouldn't make great intermediaries. But any de-escalation in the tensions, Brendo, I think are going to be excellent for equities, as you know, inflation won't be as much of a worry. Also, of course, it will kind of help alleviate some of the money that's moving away from these risk-on assets. Can you believe people are getting into treasuries even though rates are slated possibly to go back up? And we know that, you know, rate yields are inversely correlated with bond prices. So people are buying these bonds anyway, even though as rate concerns continue to rise. But there's a bunch of other stuff other than oil that's moving here. Shocking, right? We'd be remiss if we didn't mention APGE. It's up 13.5%. It had a positive phase 3 trial for their phase 2, for a drug here that deals with atopic dermatitis. You also have DraftKings, Brendo, up nicely here, about 6 2/3, almost 7, as apparently there is going to be a bunch of U.S. lawmakers and a bipartisan bill aimed at banning these prediction markets from offering sports event contracts. We know that had hurt their business quite substantially, as Kalshi and Polymarket basically took over their moat, and they no longer had exclusivity there, despite the fact that they were paying taxes through the nose.
Yeah.
Jurisdictions like Ohio take a lot off the top. So there's some other stuff moving here.
Speaking of Kalshi, I think it was on Saturday afternoon or Sunday. Probability of a recession now is up above 70%. So.
Yeah, I remember that.
Not good.
Our word.
Yeah, coming
especially
back
in this country too. It's being floated around quite aggressively.
Whether or not we'll actually see the data to back that up, who knows? Quick look at the economic calendar here. It's going to be a quiet day today. Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out there at 8:30, negative 0.11. Tomorrow we get some employment data, some non-farm productivity for Q4. That's about it. The S&P Global Composite PMI 945, and then the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index at 10 o'clock. Really, the only significant day is going to be Friday. Michigan Consumer Sentiment at 10 o'clock can move the market. As we've seen many, many times, that does have an inflation portion to it. So we'll watch out for Friday morning at 10 o'clock. I mean, crypto going to be on watch, as we said, throughout the day here. I was just noting Tesla popping back up. Yeah, back to 372 here for Tesla. A couple of headlines last week on the back of NVIDIA's conference, on the back of, I mean, this chip conversation continues to swing back towards Tesla in the sense that, you know, and I referred to that investor day they had at the end of last year, where Elon actually came out and said they'll buy whatever they can from TSM, from Samsung, from whoever, it sounded like. But then they're also going to need more and probably will build a fab and make their own.
And that's what they're talking about. But to be fair to Tesla, like, when you think about how much Meta is going to spend this year, or what they say they're going to spend, Amazon as well, Microsoft, Google as well, Tesla and Apple have been kind of a little bit silent when it comes to CapEx, not as much anyway as the rest of the Mag 7. And here we've got a number. So we've got about $20 billion initial phases to cost in the tens of billions of dollars. We're talking about building up their fab. $20 billion billion they're saying they're going to spend in 2026. They spend about 9 in 2025. Look, they want this fab. They want it. It's going to be an AI-focused chips, building AI-focused chips, I should say, at a massive scale. It marks a shift, of course, to vertical integration. That's what Tesla does. They are vertically integrated companies, from batteries to software to the final product. Musk said production levels could rival millions of NVIDIA's Blackwell chips annually. Always, an intention for hyperbole there. Semiconductor production, according to the reports, slated for late 27 with volumes ramping up in 28. And he's like, look, we're not going to just make for ourselves here. We're going to make about 80% of the output. We're going to use the other 20% we're going to sell.
Getting back into decent levels here for Tesla, 350, I guess, would be really the top of this consolidation. If you zoom out onto a daily chart, we're not quite there yet. But, I mean, it's going to get to a point here where Tesla starts looking pretty interesting, guys.
It's getting there. For sure. Obviously, Friday, the last couple of days were not very kind to Tesla. I like this. Elon's been talking about this push. If we can't get enough, then we're going to try to get them ourselves. And he's sort of proven where there's a will, there's a way, between robotics and everything, and all of their ambition. They're going to need a steady supply. And I think this makes a heck of a lot of sense for them. Unfortunately, as was mentioned several times, you are breaking down in a pretty decent way here. So it is what it is. Like, I think we're headed into the low 300s until proven otherwise. And certainly today's a good start. But if we're not above $380 on Tesla, then to me, like, that big support level that we loved has gotten lost. It got lost on Friday, and it was a pretty nasty day after that happened. If we can't make that nice little rounded bottom to there, then the trend is still going to be intact. It's an important close today. If we can't really get back above, or at least retest that 380, then I'm not going to be super bullish at these levels. At least for the trade today, however. I mean, Tesla, like everything else, it was a weird barcode here. I was sort of watching it barcode at 369. And I know where VWAP doesn't really matter at this time of day, but that 369 I think is going to be a little bit interesting, because we just sat. When the market was pulling back in, the stock just sat there forever and went nowhere. So it looks like there might be a 369 level worth watching. But other than that, it's a 380 for me.
I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday, but we had the trade of the day. It happened at 8 o'clock. Right there, oil just gave me $2 plus, man. We just got 10.10, Phil. We got a bid at 110.10 right there. So it's almost $2 right there to the downside. So we'll have to wait to see. We told you that we were going to go short. Well, I mean, literally this price is what we mentioned, 111.80. So, we did it. We got a little bit out there. And now we'll just wait to see how much more we can get out if this continues to go down. We'll punch out a little bit more there at 111, but a decent cover. I mean, this could turn out to be an like this. We could wind up punching out of this one, but we are short right now on USO. Already took a little bit of profit on that, so obviously should have rang the whole register down there at 111, at 110, but looks like we're getting back up. And if we get stopped out, remember where that stop out is. We are out of just over half right now of this position as it's coming back up against us. So pretty wild ride here for oil. I wasn't really even expecting to get any of those bids. I just sort of put them down there, and we put this one. We saw the bottom was 109.50 or so we did take that 110 fill. Just sitting there, we have another one at 110.40, and we'll stay a little lower here at 111.20s to see if this does come back in. But this is a pretty scary position to take a lot of shares in, that is for sure, USO. So we'll take a little bit out here and make sure that we do have obviously enough in the quiver here as this market will open up. Remember, it's already open, so that's the thing. Like, don't have to wait for 9:30 or anything. A lot of volume going through here on USO. Oh, we almost got it. There we go. 111.23 is just filling out right there. So hopefully there's going to be another, for me, another big trade on, but this is a pretty big one right now. So here we go, man. Oil right now, 50 cents in the money, and out of more than half of this trade as we sit here right now. It's 9:03. All right, maybe we can start doing, I'm going to get the sticky note out here. Obviously, been trading here so far today. So Neil's note is out. Our watch list is out, so go check those all out.
A minor headline
for some trade ideas.
Minor headline. I don't want to call it a minor headline. You guys can judge for yourself. Japanese government considering intervention in oil futures. Worth keeping in mind, any further longer delay in the Strait affects Asia more than it does pretty much everywhere else. They stand to lose the most with a prolonged standoff. So
Here it comes.
it definitely makes some sense there that you're going to have Japan have to react. But I don't think it's a huge headline because I don't know how much of a difference Japan can make, if we're being real. But we got to talk some future and our free watch list.
Real quick before we do that, I just wanted to show that move on exactly what Neil was just mentioning there. There's the left side is oil futures. We had that spike to the downside once again for oil on the back of that Japanese note. So as you and I were just discussing, I mean, there's going to be more and more influence coming from other parts of the world on this very matter, I think, who are very much dependent on this.
Exactly. Like I was just saying to you, I'm like, I mean, even the countries that wanted to take a side, that wanted to stay on the side and not choose a side in this whole thing are going to be forced in economically. Yeah. And you're seeing that with England, you're seeing that with France allowing, use of their air bases. Now you're seeing Japan wanting to intervene in some of the oil futures. So I think they really won't have a choice here as, gets a lot more expensive for them and their citizenry. Let's look at the futures here, guys. A little bit late. Sorry, 648.5 is where we close out on Friday on the SPY. No, it's not the futures, but this is the SPY ETF. We're up 1.85, so a nice move there on President Trump's tweet. Look, we're still putting in a downtrend. We're no longer consolidating near the highs, but the deal is we're going to look at that 662.5. We got above it on the spike. We're trading below it now. The reason I say that is because we were using 662.5 as an area of support basically all of last week until we lost it. So that's resistance level 1. If we sell off, we're looking at that 655 area, Brendo, as support.
All right. If you haven't done so, as we mentioned, free watch list below. Link is in the description. Second link will get you to the sign up page for that. Grab that. Has everything you need to know on it. Every single pre-market. And then you come join us at 8 o'clock. We'll get you set for the open. This was, if you missed it or are just joining, you've missed a lot already this morning. This was the original, there we go. This was the original truth from Trump talking about this 5-day pause, if you will, on any attacks coming from the U.S. on infrastructure, energy infrastructure over in Iran. And that was on the back of quote unquote constructive talks between the two sides. Iran immediately came out, said they have no idea what he's talking about. We get this list of countries then thereafter essentially holding both hands, passing notes back and forth between, and that caused this move. So this is oil on the left here. The initial flush was on that post from Trump. We get a nice rally back, and then here we are back downside on this.
Yeah, well, you summarized it pretty well there. I mean, the U.S. paused planned strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure for 5 days. The key driver here, at least for the moment, is the risk premium unwind as traders priced out the worst-case geopolitical scenarios. President Trump had previously demanded Iran reopen the strait within 48 hours, but that timeline remains uncertain. We're going to have to see as the day develops, Brendo, exactly what happens.
And I think a lot of people are going to be asking the question essentially, like, how do you trade this? How do you possibly trade this when it's just, one way massively and then the other way the next half an hour and then back to the upside on the next tweet? Volatility is good, guys, but how on earth do we look at this?
I mean, I'm already in position, and I think you just, do what we've been doing, man, and that is to look for, for me, it's fade bumps, and, we get one right there, we put it on, we get out. Trying to hold on to a piece, obviously, as we talk about having a little less than 50% rate now, but at the same time, like, making sure that you do capture profit, when you do have these bigger swings. And I mean, that was the move up. We said we were going to short it against this sort of level there. We've seen it bounce off a couple times. So the fact that it did again, doesn't surprise me. And we actually do it right there again as well. And I see this is the thing, not reloading it, right? So making sure that you're able to capture some profits when they lie. And then when you have these huge moves down, I'm sitting here at a area where I thought there could be some resistance, there was. And I'm sitting here at an area where I thought there could be some support, there was. So, you are going to have these wicked moves there. So you want to make sure that you have your bids and your offers and you punch out when punching out is necessary. And, that's covering your position is what I mean by punching out. So, and on both sort of extreme sides of it, right? So, I don't think it's going to be a tricky trade today. It's just going to be a very volatile one. And you are going to get stuck in positions just like you are on equities and things like that as they start to dance around. And I'm not sure. It's been pretty stable here, man. This is from 8:43. So the last half hour, we've pretty much done limited moves considering what we had done sort of earlier there in the day. So let's just continue to watch out for USO today. Like I said, I have another bid right now, about 20 cents lower than this, and we're just getting out on the moves here. And then if something strikes, I do have a low bid right now of 110.50 as well. So I think it's just a matter of getting in and out. I mean, this is what we wrote down. Levels got hit, man, and I also did write down on here, this is a news day, right? So stay very, very focused, be alert, and be patient. You know, I think that's a way around all of this. So here it is, man. This is headline news-driven tape, geopolitical catalyst, macro chatter can shift at any momentum here. We have Chicago Fed. We already had that out. Construction spending as well. So it's a news-driven, data-light day. And there it is right there. So we go awesome, and oh my God, one more time. As there we go, man. We got our 111.12 there again. So like I said, it might be early for the trade of the day. Hopefully you're able to put on something bigger, but we've already hit our daily goal there for the day on USO. If we punch out right now, it's there, but yeah, willing to lose a little bit if we break higher, but we'll hold on to the short right now for USO. And like I said, man, that's it. That's a daily goal met with the very first trade again, similar to what we did on Rivian. So yeah, it's only 9:09, and we're pretty happy so far with the performance. But obviously, we're still going to be here, hands on. The market today, I think, is going to be a good one, but wait for those opportunities.
Yeah, good to see. And the only thing that's making me a little bit, look, I like Boyle a little bit better today, but better is probably the wrong word to use when we're talking about weakness. It's for whatever reason breaking lower and continuing to go lower, even though we've held the low in oil futures. But the way I want to approach this is when we talk about patience, if you don't get obvious levels, and it might be difficult, I wanted us pulling back into prior lows or something like that, or maybe we'll have to look at VWAP because that's a place I like. I'm pointing out where the best shorts came in on Friday, which was let it just trend up for a while, and then it would just sort of break trend. Let it show a clear trend up for a while and break trend. I know in the afternoon it ended up being a long in kind of a reversal kind of play, but that was also based on a headline. So that long, really in the afternoon on Friday, if you remember, also corresponded with a small positive headline, and that was a reason for it. But any trend up, I'll just wait for it to break the trend and be patient. But if we don't see VWAP, if we don't see some prior levels, then that's what I want to work for. And down 9%. It's not that it's down 9% to USO's 8. It's really more that USO has held that low and is trying to hold that low, where really this has been making some fresh lows over here in Boyle for a while. So I kind of thought this would have pushed us back into VWAP or a consolidation similarly. But yeah, I'll be looking for that pullback VWAP. Look for those trend breaks. If it just sits there trending up for a half an hour or 30 or 40 minutes, whatever it might be, I'll try to get that trend break short.
To Palantir, coming back in a little bit right now, but was holding higher, more success on the government side of things for Palantir. With their Maven smart system, officially the quote-unquote program of record now for the Pentagon.
And that gives them that long-term commitment, that funding stability, as well as the, the broader deployment across other parts of the military. The transition is expected to take effect by the end of the current fiscal year, which ends in September. It's a command and control AI platform. It integrates data from satellites, from drones, from sensors, and it enables real-time battlefield intelligence, as well as threat detection and targeting support. It's designed to enhance decision-making with humans still responsible for the final decisions. But when you look at how this thing's been operating, it's kind of crazy. So it'll look at what's your objective. Okay, we want to hit Iran. All right, so then it'll delineate to you a list of targets that it thinks are strategically viable. It'll tell you what order to hit these things to get maximum damage, what weapons to use, what time of the day to hit them. It's next level stuff. It's fully autonomous, but Palantir wants to make the very, very important point that humans are in the loop and they authorize the actual hits. There's no autonomous system without human authorization.
And let's be clear, this is not new. It's just new for the Pentagon. So, or the program of record for the Pentagon going forward, which obviously Palantir is going to like. Quick headline on Grab. We have this here, I believe. Food Panda. Little panda face on the blue. The guys on the bikes, the panda face on the blue cooler thing. Grab just acquired that company.
Interesting.
So for $600 million, Grab picking up Food Panda delivery I mean, this is
all
crazy.
over the
Grab's
roads here.
$3.50 now.
Their drivers always respect the traffic signals
Yeah.
and everything. They
Constant.
don't drive on the sidewalks ever, Brendo.
Look, the weird thing about Palantir is it's not really going anywhere. If you think about it from the defense standpoint, it's like, okay, well, if good news with regards to in the Middle East is going to bring down defense names and bring down oil names and bring up tech names, and then that's good for Palantir. But then, but the defense names go down, and it's kind of a defense name too. So it's this weird in the middle that Palantir is going, where it hasn't broken down from support for the last couple of weeks. Actually, you say it for the whole month, basically, like this 148 to 150 level. It's just been held, but we haven't broken out the top at 156 outside of one day. So I don't. The only way I would see to trade this as a day trader is, well, if it gets to 156, short the pops. If it gets down into 150, look for a bounce long. And if it's sitting exactly in the middle of that range, I'm not doing anything. I wouldn't do anything with this. And maybe it's not the fact that it's caught on both ends of this, where it's, again, being a defense name is going to give it a bump some days, and then the other days being a growth name in tech and following the markets is going to push it in the other direction. But the proof is in the pudding with regards to either way. It doesn't matter my explanation. Like, who cares whether that's right or wrong? It's still what's happening in the overall stock. So I think you just have to be patient with this. It's exactly in the middle of that range for the last couple of weeks now. So I don't really see what you're doing here outside of waiting for the edges. Now, the other side of that coin would be you break out 156, 157 up top here, and hey, now we got something going for Palantir, or maybe you break some of those lows. Until that happens, wait for it to get to the edges, which is perfectly fine. It just means there's no trade right now.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously like that 150 as well here, but if you're looking at a little bit of a longer time frame right now, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of like I didn't even really have this on my radar today. I do understand what Sharif and Brennan are talking about. I think this is, a piece of the portfolio where you can have it in, where it is a tech play. It is also a play against, what's happening in Middle East here. And then we're not even done. Once Middle East is over with, I mean, I think President Trump has eyes on other prizes as well, apparently. So, there is going to be something else happening here with Palantir. 150 to 150.50 down there, a nice little buy zone. So, with such a strong beta to the market, I mean, I said this on Friday or Thursday, and that was Palantir was down, I think, 1% or something, and the market was flat or whatever it was. And I said, like, if this market, goes, Palantir's going to be up like 3 or 4%, and we know about how dramatic this stock moves. So I think you just got to wait to see what the market does and sort of hit it the other way with PLTR, or we'll go with the market. So I'm talking about the other way was oil. But if the market runs here, we definitely want to be long Palantir. So that 154.50 area right there, I think it's something to look at. More like this 153.50. Right off the open, we have 10 minutes until we see these NASDAQ imbalances. If Palantir's on there, I wouldn't be surprised if we do have a little bit of a run up, then let it fade back and then play off VWAP of 152 long. This is a name that we're going to want to be long, but it is underproducing the NASDAQ right now. Let me just see what some of the stalwarts are doing. Like Apple, so the NASDAQ's up 2%. Okay, so Apple's also up 2%, so that's good. Google, I just want to see if there's anything that's really lagging, and we don't have too much big tech coming up. So Google only up 1.2% as well. Amazon could be an interesting story today. That's at 209 already, so that's good. I think Amazon could get going, up 1.94%. So Amazon strong, Apple strong. And then what about Softy here, just to see what the broader tech names are doing, down 1%. Okay, so right now NASDAQ up 2%, not being led by Microsoft today, more being led by Apple, which is up 2% as well. So we'll have to wait to see if Nvidia, Palantir, and all these names can catch a bid. But here's a story: SMCI. Let's go find out what this stock wants to do today. Marvell is going up. I know that much.
That's why ACI
tried to bounce with the overall market unsuccessfully, to say the least. We're rolling over again here for SMCI. More details this morning on what happened going back to end of the week on Friday, if you missed it. They're doing bad stuff with NVIDIA chips, trying to make some money in China.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all about that, Brendo. Co-founder and board member Ye Xian Liao was arrested by the Department of Justice for allegedly smuggling AI servers to China. Authorities claim the group rerouted U.S.-made servers through Taiwan and Southeast Asia, ultimately disguising shipments to bypass export restrictions. The operation allegedly involved removing serial numbers and relabeling hardware, kind of highlighting the sophistication of the scheme. Liao resigned from the board immediately, with the company stating it was not due to internal disagreement. All right. Supermicro clarified it is not named as a defendant in the DOJ complaint, and they've been cooperating with investigators to the best of their ability. Some of the key risks, obviously, going forward: potential for further regulatory scrutiny or broader investigation into the supply chain practices of SMCI. And quite frankly, Brendo, reputational damage here could impact customer trust and future contracts. This is the company that works directly with NVIDIA.
Yeah, $20 is that level if you zoom way out on a long-term time frame. Trying desperately to hold on to that right now, guys.
Yeah, I'd say so. Short the pops, I think, is going to be the course of action. If you looked at I don't know if we're going to be strong enough for this to matter, but like the opening range low on SMCI was like 21.80 or so on Friday, and then have a look at when it broke. I mean, VWAP obviously was a bit of a thing, and the market dropped in the afternoon as well. But if it gets to 21.80, that would be an area, that to 22. But I'm just looking at 21. 21, we already saw it in the pre-market very early after 7 o'clock. You put in a bounce into 21 even, so that's where you happen to find resistance when we got that truth from the president. And that's kind of good enough for me. If this is one of the few stocks out there where, regardless of how euphoric or whatever the market reaction ends up being today to this, the geopolitical headlines, it's downward trending. It's got a weight on it, unfortunately. And yeah, it's just, there's not many things that independently set up for a continuation short, until at which point it starts holding some lows. Like think of it like an earnings or like a short seller report kind of deal. Until it shows you that it can hold a bottom, then it's a short till it's not. And the first level will be 21, and then this 21.80 level for me on SMCI, which we had free locates on.
Yeah, that's good. I like that 21 level as well for SMCI. I just want to show everybody, I went out talking about Marvell a little bit there, up 2.5%. So Marvell nicely cooking here. It did get as low as 86, of course. Then that news hit, and you get up to 90.50. It looks like it's tried to take out the highs there. This is, again, a name that I own and really, really like this stock and think it's basing out here to break higher. I mean, this is going to be one of those, AI revolution stocks that you're going to miss probably, but I don't know. It's been definitely one to watch out for lows, right? I mean, if Marvell ever gets back into these 70s, I mean, hopefully you guys bought it when it was down there. We were talking about Marvell a lot over the last little while. I like the stock, and I think this one can really shoot up higher here today. That is for sure. This is what some of those opening imbalances look like so far here. AMC, Stellantis, not much else going on. There's GLD with a small little sell. Yeah. They're trying to get back upside as well, still down 1.6%. Pfizer up as well.
Only because you said it.
Yeah,
you weren't here in the afternoon on a Friday. AMC broke $1.
Oh, I see that right now.
At the end of the day on Friday, it went to 98 cents.
We'll see.
I'm just throwing it out there because we've been talking about that one for a while. If it does do the $1 hold today, that could set it up for, I don't know, maybe a muted bounce. But yeah, it became a penny stock.
Okay, yeah, that's interesting. It's been so diluted though, AMC. Like I don't even think $1 will matter to that. I don't think the dollar bounced there. But yeah, interesting to look at. We'll see if there's a big level there, a big wall over near $1 on AMC. So that's too bad. Sorry about that, guys. That was a bad run for everybody that's looking at AMC.
GameStop's better.
Yeah, GameStop's been okay. All right, a couple more stories there. Tesla and then metals.
Ooh, even metals.
Speaking of airports, did you hear I saw on the weekend Elon, or maybe it was Friday even, Elon was offering to pay TSA agents during this still ongoing temporary shutdown. I was just reading that, you're muted by the way. I was just reading that they just missed their second paycheck. Yeah. The second pay period for TSA agents, but it's crazy. Anyways, not going to affect Tesla's stock at all today, but trying to get back to the upside, as we mentioned, if you join us in the first 30 minutes of the show, some chip-related headlines today.
Yeah, Elon, he unveiled plans for the Terafab, whatever you want to call it. Of course, a semiconductor manufacturing initiative tied to Tesla as well as XAI and SpaceX. So all three companies, the goal here is to build an AI-focused chip at massive scale. It marks a shift towards vertical integration beyond just, cars. So into compute, into chips, into AI hardware, very much, part and parcel of Tesla's moat. They like to be vertically integrated. The initial phase is expected to cost tens of billions of dollars, with Tesla planning around $20 billion in equipment spending for all of 2026. That is up, though, from the $9 billion they spent in 25. The chips will require terawatt-level electricity, which highlights, of course, the extreme scale of AI compute that Tesla's targeting. And Musk suggested production levels could rival millions of NVIDIA's Blackwell-class chips annually. Targeted production for 27 with volume ramp up, Brendo, in 28.
Looking like it might want to break out, take out this pre-market high anyways, guys, right now on Tesla.
Yeah, it really might do it. And look, if it does, I was saying before, I'm not going to be celebrating until it gets to about 380, because I think that's the key price. It's what matters. It's not even at the 200 period at that particular point. And the thing is, look, when you have a level like this 380 and the 200 period moving average, you're there that long. It's similar to NVIDIA, where you just have support for so long. When it finally breaks, to me, it's one of two things. If the snapback isn't pretty quick when you lose a level like that, then I would expect the unwind to be a little bit longer and maybe deeper than those might think. So if we don't get a snapback, let's just say this week or early next week, back to the 200 period moving average, something akin to this little dip where we lost 400, where it doesn't take very long. It's a week and change, and then you get back to the highs. If we don't see something like that, I still think we're headed down closer to the 300, 320. You pull out a weekly chart, which I think I still have up here. Yeah, you pull out a weekly chart, and I think that's where you get to next, the 200 period on said weekly. For today, I think you got room to 380, which it looks more like a level. It's more of a level based on how hard we fell off. And you could make an argument there were more sellers at 380 to 84, but for today, it doesn't really top my radar. I didn't think that story was going to be big enough for us. I got IBIT and Boyle and SMCI are going to make the list here today a little bit more than Tesla.
Yeah, we don't have, I was just hoping to see if there was any sort of imbalances. We do have CrowdStrike as a sell. That's like the only BBAI as a sell. There's Tesla as a buy. So Tesla does get a little bit of a buy action there. So there it is. No, that's TLSA, sorry. See, I almost fell for it. TLSA, I just clicked on it and was like, wait a second, $1.30? Yeah, so we don't have Intel, I guess, with a little bit of a sell there as well. But not much going on. So I'll go back to Tesla. I thought that was Tesla.
That's
there.
all by Tazenia Life Sciences.
Yeah, Tazenia Life Sciences there. I was actually thinking about this break, if the market gets going there. Tesla obviously did have a low of 360 today with a huge bump up there. We retested that 373.50 basically right into there. Some issues at 74, so maybe that's the real break. But with only 3 minutes left, I mean, Tesla up 1%, market up 2%. You could do worse than going long right there. It's just right off the open, it's obviously a very, very, it's a coin flip if you're taking anything off the open. We've seen Tesla rip, come right back in, and then support itself. So I kind of like the way this VWAP is looking. We did come back in and sort of, level off of the 200 and off VWAP into there. So maybe we're finally seeing something. I would think this is a reasonable trade to take. The 373.50 break. If that breaks right there, it's almost 373.30, then you can almost play back to this break level, which is going to happen off the open too, 372.30. So I'm thinking, interesting days ahead here for Tesla. And it could start with a big break early on that level. Now, again, no imbalances, so we're going to go back over for the metal talk, but not seeing anything on here that will, except for TLSA, that could get us going. So, hands on for now, hands off the stock for now, but watching that 373.50 for a break long, and then almost giving it $1, right? We don't have to go too crazy on it. We can give it $1 and see where it goes with TSLA today.
Yeah, coming back in here a little bit for the overall market right now, metals even to the upside here after just an absolute crazy week and a half for both silver and gold back to the downside. I mean, you were saying going back to Friday was the worst week going back months.
Absolutely.
$62 here for SLV was the support level at the end of the day on Friday, trying to hold right now.
10% decline for gold last week. That's the worst since 2011, so you're absolutely right there. Gold, at the time of the writing of this article, it's changed a little bit since the President Trump truth, but gold has now fallen about 25% from its late January record high. Silver, even worse, hit harder, down about 50%. Again, at the time of the writing of this article, since February. The speed, though, and the decline of the suggests here forced liquidation and position unwind, not just a gradual rotation. Despite the geopolitical tensions, gold is falling, which is highlighting a shift where interest rate expectations are really dominating here. And the rising risk of inflation from energy prices is pushing expectations for higher rates, which hurts, you know, these non-yielding assets like gold. Investors, Brendo, are rotating towards yield-bearing assets like bonds, even as yields themselves rise. So gold typically does well during these geopolitical unstable times, but there's a bit of a rotation here.
Yeah, a little bit of a move back down, a little bit of a move back higher on the dollar currently. We saw those going opposite directions early on this morning, guys. Thoughts here?
Yeah, and the thing is, I know it was what Shreve's saying. It's just as perplexing when you look at some of these prior relationships, when you look at where yields are going to see what gold is doing. You just got to watch out for the USD. That's just how it's going to be. And silver retraced, SLV retraced exactly 50% from the highs. So realistically, I think that 55, if you saw it again, would be highly unlikely. You might look for some kind of a trend break there, but I think you're just following oil. It'll be easier to follow the energy markets, I think, today. As we're ringing the bell right now. Yeah. It's Monday morning, and the market is open. For some reason, I thought we had a little bit longer. Just very quickly, I'm going to go over to I'm going to start almost immediately because Boyle is actually almost back at the volume-weighted average price. So it is trending up. I wanted to look for some kind of a trend break. It is trending back up off the lows. We get to VWAP or get to resistance here at 17.3. Going to look for a trend reversal. SMCI immediately. Well, SMCI doesn't seem to want to get to 21. Last I checked, you can't actually get to 21 if the first thing you do is sell through 20.
No. We tried to buy that break on Tesla there. We only crossed up to 50s. So we tried to get the 30 break. We only crossed up to 50s. It would now be $3 in the money, but there it goes, man. Tesla, we miss that break. That sucks. The order went out, 370, 350. But don't have it as it goes higher right there. So, yeah, NVIDIA too, man. I mean, even though the NASDAQ's trying to go a little lower right now, we do see some of these stocks starting to take off just a little bit to the upside one more time here. But NVIDIA dipped down right into VWAP there, so that could be a look as well. As we said, we would try to be a little patient with all this. I'm still going to take Tesla if it comes back to that breaking spot, and then we'll see what that wants to do. But, yeah, NVIDIA does go right into VWAP there of 176, so that, could have been looked at there for a trade down near the downside there for NVIDIA and VWAP. We can have a quick look to see what oil is doing as the market opens up. I mean, we don't expect just because U.S. 9:30 hits, that oil is going to all of a sudden start to move. I mean, this has already been moving all morning long. Damn it, man, that really sucks there about Tesla. Just not aggressive enough. I wonder how much we actually miss that first bump buy. I wonder what that first reasonable bid I could have got was there. But anyways, we missed it. We tried 373.50, sorry. It's in the system right there, but we don't have it. So that's a nice move there for that one. Neil's in SMCI, and we're just going to have to wait, man. I did write down the Qs as well as a possible level, 43.50 coming back in, and that's not going to hit. That's going to be down here, 43.50. That was where the 200 period is. So maybe we have to look at 44.50 right now. But yeah, I'll just wait for Tesla to maybe come through. We don't necessarily have to hit any crazy trades yet. We'll sit on our hands. We did miss that Tesla, though.
Energy is coming back into, I shouldn't say energy. I'm looking at Boyle and USO. Both of them are coming right back into the volume-weighted average price, which is a level that we're going to like. SMCI, if it doesn't get to 21, you saw the breakdown. I'm just going to play, as usual, like the first area of resistance when you lose VWAP. And if it trends, it trends. On Friday, it trended almost all day long. There was 5 minutes near the open where it was above the volume-weighted average price. For the rest of the day, it was underneath. I'm not saying it'll do the same, but that's the first look over there. Just going back over to something that I think could be strong today. There was a story for Intel that had to do with was Mobileye effectively getting a contract with a major U.S. car company is all it said. It was not specific whatsoever, but Intel was getting a bump on that regard, regardless of what the market was doing. So as long as this can hold VWAP, it doesn't seem to want to break above 45. That's an over-under level for me. You're above 45, I'd look trend over. Otherwise, let's see it hold on to the volume-weighted average price. You know, you can have a catalyst all you want. Today is one of those days where you're going to have to let the market make a distinction early on. And you don't want to fold into something that you just think it has a positive story, so go long. It's not going to be that simple, I don't think, today.
No, I mean, I really like the long story, but I don't think it's going to be simple. 44. Yeah, I was just looking right here at basically at VWAP, trying to figure what that is. 44.80 or so right there. I mean, I do not mind a long in this market as we finally get that first little glimmer of hope that, hey, man, maybe we're starting to get some settling nature here for the war in the Middle East. And no, I didn't see. Palantir up, yeah, 4%, okay. Yeah, Neil just saying.
Palantir is going.
I mean, I saw, the problem is I already missed Tesla, so I'm already a little bit pissed about that. But yeah, Palantir, same kind of way, man, breaking that pre-market high. Same thing Tesla did, and straight up. I mean, yeah. I love Palantir. It's one of the big stocks in my portfolio, so we'll be happy with that one for a minute. Boeing was an interesting story last week. It does break way down, man. I mean, this stock has gone really bad the last month and a half, man. Since the beginning of February there, 250 down to 194 or something like that. 192 on the lows on Friday. So Boeing just trying to get it back up to the upside right there. Look, man, the NASDAQ is doing a whole bunch of nothing right now. So interesting to sit on our hands just a
interesting.
minute.
Well, it's going down a little bit. That's why Palantir's move is jarring, right? Like Palantir,
yeah.
It actually broke that big resistance level that we're talking about, that 156 to 57. I guess it's more 57. Yeah, it was. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze in a second. It was 157 that it's breaking out. So a little bit more. If you're into Palantir, just zoom it out a bit further. 161 was the local high going back to the 6. So a couple of Fridays ago, you're gonna have Palantir hitting that resistance spot. I'm looking for a bounce off the low here on SMCI. I just want to remind everybody the stock was down like 30-something%. Actually, it was probably even more than that by the end. So that means it's SSR. So it gets to an obvious bounce level, short sell restricted, meaning the uptick rule is in effect. So this would be the continuation day, unless it's down 10% again, and then it would all reset itself. So I'm going to get out at the lows, look for reversion, still going to fade it, play onto the volume-weighted average price whenever we can grab it. But it did do, like on Friday, initial move down, and if you didn't take that out, it was right back at VWAP 10 minutes later. So you took that first move, like on Friday it was about $1. In this case, it's about like 70 cents. And if we get the bounce, look to short the pops on SMCI all day.
Okay, we're going to start a new position right here with the TQs. So we'll hit position sirens up right now, and we're long at 45.01, sorry, right there. And just trying to see, honestly, just about this 200 period moving average. I mean, we're trying to build it here. I just kind of want to trust the president that there is going to be some positive talks in the next little while here regarding Iran. I don't know if that's going to be possible or not, but it seems like so far so good here on the move higher on the day. Will it fade back out? Fine. If it does, we're out of here, right at this low. So 44.50 with an average in. We'll wait for 80s. We'll kind of wait for that 200 period moving average to come in. And then if that does happen, we have support with our 200 on the 5-minute as well down there at 44.50. So I think there might be something to go. We'll wait to see if VWAP wants to hold right now on the TQs. And it's an early position for me. So we're in it right there. We were in USO, you guys know, earlier. That got stopped out right there. Took a little bit of a trade short. Got stopped out right there once it broke through 112.20. And that was that. We actually wind up getting a little overfilled, so we had to punch out immediately. I wish we would have held on to that long. That got up to VWAP as well. So far, so good. I mean, right now, it's just a 12-cent. We could let's take out a piece now as we just rip up to the high side. So there it goes, man. The money being made on the futures this side. Again, as we go back to the futures, we take USO, which is crude oil early. We take Qs, which is the market late. We're now long right now on the TQQs. So let's go have a look and see if this one wants to continue to mature up. That, of course, is the TQs. So there it goes, man. You're in SMCI, TQs, and oil, I think, is the only 3 trades so far.
And we just actually hit VWAP on both USO and, two things first. One, Bitcoin breaking out through the prior day high. It held 70,000. That's pretty obvious. And we're going to be at 70.5 or so. But we just had a topping tail candle through the volume weighted average price. on Boyle. This is going to be a leveraged,
Palantir.
leveraged, obviously, symbol. So it's more of a trading vehicle than anything else. But I'm just going to grab the short. We said we'd fade it if it got into the volume weighted average price. The prior bar is going to be the out. So we'll give it to just above 17 on this bad boy. And that's sort of the thing. Like, you let this make that move up. It hasn't broken the trend line. It was going to be a trend line break or get to the volume weighted average price was going to be the go zone for me. In this case, it'll be the VWAP trade, but I don't mind doing this two ways. You break that trend down and then add here in Boyle. I almost said SMCI. SMCI is still trying to bounce. I use the word trying. It's not doing a very good job of it, but it did initially bounce off that opening candle low. So I'm not getting back into it at the low of the day. I would look for a short the pop situation and throw up the super chat. Lunch 911 just said they did catch the Tesla. So there you go.
Nice.
And it's one of the strong. That's the crazy thing is it's one of the stronger ones out there. It's not like the Qs are breaking through the highs. So you had Tesla and Palantir are the ones that I saw that broke through the highs of the day. So I'm not sure there probably a few other things that broke out on some strength, but certainly some relative strength here in Tesla and PLTR. And you know what? They were both names which were on the watch list this morning. So it goes to show.
Yeah, Tesla goes to show too. Just tune in, man. Tesla was the #1 stock that I put the very first trade out on. And I don't know, I wonder what price you got because I had just missed that 393.50, 373.50 right there. That's too bad because look at that, man. So you got horse sense over there. Shout out to you in the chat, man. That is for sure. But, you just got to go over here and just kind of say, like, if you see plays like that, those are plays you kind of got to look to make. I mean, we did one right here too. The money's coming in now on the TQs on this trade. I was hoping for a little bit lower on that position, but we don't have it. But yeah, it's Tesla, an absolute beast there. And again, wish we would have had that. Palantir just ho-humming it around 159 right now, up 5.5% as that name continues to click a little bit there. I'm not really seeing too much hitting on any of the scanners. Roblox is hitting right now potentially. Which way though? I haven't even looked at it. Yeah, okay, downside. Yeah, broke down through VWAP going lower there, 56 and change. Oh man, that's really too bad because we did nail that. Tesla just never got filled. But yeah, thanks again for that super chat. I wonder if it said what price. Let me go check that out because I'm a little bit mad that I missed that there.
There was a
caught Tesla. Yeah, lunch 9-1. Let me know what price you got and how you traded that there in the chat because I'd be interested because I did miss that Tesla. I mean, my order went out immediately and as soon as it broke, but I only crossed up 30 cents into 50s. So maybe 25 cents into 50s. So yeah, it's Palantir and Tesla story right there. Palantir, companies adapting, the U.S. government's going to be adapting more of their technology and software. So Palantir, nice upside into 159. It looks like the Qs went for a little bit of a jaunt up there into the 50 period, which is nice. Now we'll wait to see as it comes back in right now into 45 bucks again here for the TQQs. I'm going to get long. 44.80 is my next bid. So we'll see what happens if we do get a fill there.
Yeah, and look, it really does only look like a couple of things that are strong. I just zoomed through some of the rest of the Mag 7. And I didn't really see a ton of strength out there. So let's see what happens. But we did get. So I was able to get that topping tail candle on Boyle, but when it broke the trend, I didn't get the fill. That's the difference between taking the short into that candle and sort of trying to hit the bid as it comes back down. So did not get filled on the trend break. We'll play it for the low of the day here, but I still think as long as it's a trend break here under VWAP, then we want to continue the short. So I will short the next pop, just going to leave the order in just around that 16.8 level where we tried to add to the position. Ooh, I just saw Meta from Profit. Get going, Meta. It's at $600, Meta. Ooh, that doesn't look that great. Market is well above and looking pretty strong. This is underneath VWAP. I don't like that, Meta. Actually don't like that at all, META. But I do like some Bitcoin. So hopefully we get some kind of a dip to at least retest this consolidation level. I don't want to chase the move up here on IBIT. But the way I see it, if this trend continues and the market's going to be strong, Bitcoin should be up, and that means Boyle should be down as well. So energy names headed back to the downside. That looks good to go so far.
All right. Yeah, coffee, man. Where's Randy at right here? Yeah, big move up there. Trump saying Iran needs better communication team right there. Saying that they did have talks and they should be talking about it. So, he's doubling down on the fact that they potentially did have those positive talks. We just got a piece out at 49 there, 45-49 right there. So, yeah, man, he's talking in our ear here and just mentioning that just let me know there, Andre, when it's good to go over here. All right, Dara, welcome back. She's ready with another story.
Very happy to be back here with you guys. President Trump just making some comments here about conversations he reportedly had with Iran, saying the discussions on Sunday, or they happened on Sunday here into the evening. They said Iran would like to make a deal, and the U.S. would also like to make a deal that Iran needs, quote, better public relations people. Basically, questioning their denial of these talks and saying he does hope to meet with Iran soon. So, yeah, President Trump is saying they have major points of agreement. The discussion took place, as I said, yesterday. And they're apparently going to be talking, quote, today, probably by phone, and he hopes to settle this. If I get more details, I'll let you know. No economic data at 9:45, but at 10 a.m. we do have some construction spending data that'll be coming through at 10. Back to you.
Yes, sir. And look, I don't care who you are or where you are. Like, talks are good. Ending conflict would be good. So let's just hope it's all true and the market goes up and energy prices come down so we can all be pretty happy about that. But the other side to that coin is if you're watching some of these, and we didn't really talk about the oil small cap runners. I don't know what you call this group, but what's weird to me is they're not falling apart. Like I'm looking at Battle, and it's down 14%, but I would have expected more than this. If I see USO and Boyle like break the lows and this isn't going anywhere, I think it's worth paying for locates because those small cappers, like they were at the beginning of all of this. This was a $1, like $1.50 maybe, some nonsense like that, and it's gone like a bajillion% to the upside. There's a lot of room for it to fall. So I think this is worth it. If we do you continue to get good news and we keep breaking down in energy, these would seemingly have a heck of a lot to fall. Indo would be another example. TPET or TPT is another example of those. But just noticeably that Battle doesn't seem to want to break any of those lows. So I'm going to have this in the back pocket because if we do see oil futures break the lows and this doesn't break down under 10, might be able to have a nice catch-up trade.
I'm still bitter about that Tesla trade. Let's go have a look to see what everybody else is trading here today. Of course, everybody's trading Tesla. I'm going to slap a fail on that because we just missed it. That's too bad. Okay, UGRO we can have a look at as well. Remember, we do have Adara there in the news, so anything that hits, she'll be back there. So I'm just going to go over this quickly. Microsoft flat on the day, 0.7. A little disappointing, obviously. I think we'd like to see that a little bit higher. SoFi up 2%, which is nice, man. We definitely like the SoFi news, or not news, but the nice SoFi bump there. There's Tesla. Trump saying they don't, ICE agents don't need to wear masks in airports or something. 177 there. NVIDIA, 2.3% on NVIDIA. UGRO right there. We have a quick little look at that one and see what's going on. That one seems to be the one name that a lot of you guys are looking at. Oh, by the way, okay, we got once again. So let's get out some there at 34 if we can. We just reloaded the TQs at 14s right there. So a nice little dip down opportunity to buy the futures. We'll get another piece out right there as this one starts to really head our way for now. Anyways, UGRO. I have no idea, obviously, where this is going. Urban grow your urban gardens. Let's see, UGRO. What's going on right now with this one? Yeah, probably a cannabis or something. $2 base there for UGO. Definitely basing out over the last couple of days, that's for sure. You go all the way back into mid-February where UGO was made this similar move. We had topped out at 450 last time. If you're in this name, man, it's only up 90%, so that's pretty decent, but right into there, 440 and change. We've been up here before. Thank you, Randy, for that on UGO. But yeah, so far so good here on the TQs. Let's go over to Darren. I'm going to go grab this coffee. Thanks, Randy.
I have more comments from President Trump. He's saying right now that $200 billion in military funding would be, quote, nice to have. So nothing massive. You might want to keep an eye, though, on some of these names in the military space, or at least like contract-related plays here. PLTR could be on watch. Another defense-related play, RTX, not really moving at all on this. The aforementioned Boeing. So there are a couple different plays to look at here. As President Trump says, $200 billion in military funding would be, quote, nice to have. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, it'd be nice to have. Get up, Boeing. You're supposed to be above 200.
Let's go, Boeing.
Right? It's not enough to get the 200 level. You've got to hold the 200 level. That actually topped out today, of course, at $200 and heading back into the downside. But any dip, this might be the chance to get the dip in Bitcoin. We're at 71K now on BTC. So bouncing off 70,000 after the the euphoria that we had was always going to be a little bit less likely. But if we can get that dip, it's still early, maybe into some of those prior highs. I like our chances to maybe take out some of the tops. You get to 73, 74, and that's where I'd start to run out of steam. But I can be patient. I'm not really looking at VWAP right now because of all that dark pool nonsense. It's starting to catch up. That'll look better after 10 o'clock. For now, we're going to look at this $40 level here, particularly on IBIT. Let us know what else you guys are watching. I see people putting the BBAI in there. There was a move here. I shouldn't say was, or is a bit of a move off that 420 level in Micron. That's looking pretty good. So 420 is where we closed effectively on Friday, and that could be breaking back out. Micron, let's be real. It's been the chip name to move just a little bit more than your friend NVIDIA on most days. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. I was just only because Trump right now is basically saying he thinks that there is some sort of a deal. So I don't.
He said that he can't guarantee a deal. That's the most recent comment we have from him. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, exactly. So, but here we go, man. Up to 45.55 here. Monster move right now not monster move, but a nice move in the NASDAQ. That's been holding. The monster move already happened. That was 7 o'clock when we were downside and then popped like crazy. But we'll take advantage of that, man. And we'll go face slapper right there. I still wish we were obviously short oil, but we got stopped out of. So I've only had 2 trades today. Short USO, which worked. We're net positive on it, but we did get stopped out, and it does respect VWAP. So we really like that trade. Shout out to Brian and everybody over there at Alpha Trends. Hope you guys are all doing well. But your boy hit this one, man. This is your face slapper. That's off VWAP twice right now. So here we go, man. This is going to be hopefully a big trade. My next offer right here, 45.70, as we start to clear out now. So 45.70, we got to let this one kind of get back up to the upside. So I'm going to put an offer there, 45.70, and see if we can get out. We still have more than half left of this trade. Oh no, the stock that I wanted to show everybody was, and again, I know Palantir is going one way, but this is a name that I don't think like drone warfare is over yet. AVAV, I guess I thought it was getting hit today, but it's actually up today. It must have got hit on Friday, right there, just straight down. And because I remember I missed this one. Yeah, I remember I missed this one at its earnings low, but it looks like we got much lower than that, or at least where it was, 194. So I was actually going to think about picking some of this up because there was, what this name's been doing. There's earnings, and I sort of thought that we had missed that down there near 200. We dipped down there on that day right here and then battled back, and then it came right back in. Actually, I think this is the earnings day. Came right back in, then battled back for basically 5 straight days, 230, and now right back into those lows. So not looking great, but definitely something.
Triple bottom, potential trend break.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll watch this name, but I think AVAV, something to look at here to diversify a little bit if you want to get into some of those, unfortunate like wartime kind of stocks there. I mean, I think we already have the best one in Palantir, but AVAV, definitely something to look at there. So we did cash out there, a little bit at 55. I did just put another offer. I'm going to put another one right here at 40. There we go. 45s. We actually get that. And now we'll go back over to Adara and see if, there we go. We get 50s again. So, okay. Thought maybe the market was turning around. What's up, Adara?
Here mostly about Iran, but another thing to keep an eye on here is going to be comments from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. That's right, Chris Wright also discussing oil and energy here, saying that energy talks need to be depoliticized. Nothing massive from him yet, but just be aware he and President Trump are speaking simultaneously here about oil. Now, again, economic data also going to be on watch here at 10 a.m. That construction spending print, we are expecting a slight decrease compared to the print that we had last month. Now, President Trump also talking here about Iran, saying that, quote, we don't talk strategy. Looks like he is still speaking to Air Force right outside of a plane. If I get more details here, I'll let you know.
Thank you, Adara, for keeping us abreast of all the news. And all it's really doing is continuing the trends we're seeing, which is market up, Bitcoin up, most things up, and energy down. So if you're watching USO, the only thing that's different here for me is Boyle was breaking the lows when you were holding the lows on USO. Now all of a sudden USO's at the bottom without Boyle getting there. So I'm going to respect that, and it's about 110 where you bounce 3 times in the morning on that initial 7 o'clock bottom. And if we hold the line here and bounce, I'd want to jump out. So I want to see what happens at that low on USO here. As you know, it had been leading at least initially, and if that continues when it bounces, I want to be able to trail out of this bad boy. Bitcoin's still going like absolute ham. And oh, that's right. If we're bouncing in Bitcoin, then Circle looks pretty good. So shout out to everyone that was bringing that name up. Although, you know what? It's not that strong. Kind of curious as to why you don't see a little bit more strength in Circle. It's already pulling back when Bitcoin gets to those highs. I would have expected it to be breaking higher. Disappointing. Maybe just look straight at BTC. Like BTC's chart shouldn't be better than Circle's. I wouldn't have expected. That's weird.
Yeah, no, BTC 71,000. That's good, man. Our recent dip buy there, and you guys all know about it, we've been talking about it, 66,000 on BTC. So we're pretty happy with the move today, obviously, up to 71 and change. Not cashing out of anything, just averaging down into our BTC position there. All right, man. I mean, the NASDAQ just made new highs, so we'll fire off the hot dog can and take a glizzy to the face right there. Nice move higher on the NASDAQ as we continue to go. Let's have a quick look at some of the sectors here before we go over to our sector watch. Today's going to be a good one, man. Markets are doing what they do, and that is higher when you get good news, and apparently that's what we do have today. So, I mean, what's going on here? No red, except for where everybody could easily have picked today. XOM, downsides, Chevron, they're all down, as most of the energy names are going downside, which is good to my ears right there. Good news for my ears. Financials upside, we could take a quick look at that. Amazon, we said that was going to be a mover, man. I'm really disappointed in not getting that Tesla long. That's been a great move. Congratulations to those who have there today. Look at the financials, man, all well over here. We said Robinhood finally gets down. I don't even know where it is on here, but Robinhood finally gets down, breaks that 80 and comes right back. That's going to be a good level. Like to see them holding that as well. JP Morgan 2% is nice. Morgan Stanley 3, Goldman 3. Wow, good for you, Goldman. I'm glad to see that back. Some of the credit cards as well starting to hit just a little bit there. Amazon, I mean, that's going to be a good bounce. Walmart's been heading to the downside. Wow, Walmart's at 120, man. We've sort of talked about Amazon there. Home Depot, also not bad. Neil said lows up 5%. Yes, that's true. Target hitting some targets as well, up 2%. So that's a good one. There's Carvana on a split announcement. That's going to take place next month, I believe, for Carvana. So right there, that's $300. Costco down today. It's Amazon today. Not many retail names bumping around. Williams-Sonoma nicely up 4%. So it's Lowe's and Home Depot and Amazon getting the kick there.
10 for 1 on?
Was
that the week I was?
No, I don't think it's not 10 for 1. I think it's 5 to 1. Yeah, I think it's going to like 50 or 60 bucks there on Carvana.
Smart for them because it gives a better squeeze options. Cheaper for everyone to play options.
Yeah, for sure. Shout out to everybody there following us on TikTok as well. We want to say a big howdy do to you guys over there on TikTok. What's up, Adara?
More comments here coming from U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright and U.S. President Donald Trump here in Iran. President Trump saying that he believed the threat from Iran was imminent, and also saying that he wants as much as much oil in the system as possible. Now, Chris Wright, again, U.S. Energy Secretary, is saying that markets do what markets do with regards to the oil market response to Iran, and saying that prices have not yet risen enough to drive demand destruction. So Energy Secretary Chris Wright downplaying some of these concerns with oil. HG also in watch this week, I mean, probably minor, but they're hosting some Pro Extra Week conference all week, as you might have guessed by the name. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And I said if USO bounced off 110, well, USO broke this downtrend, bounced off the 110 level, so I jumped out of Boyle. Let's throw up the super chat. I'm going to wait for VWAP to get back in again. Let's throw up the super chat. Well, I'm not entirely sure where we're supposed to go with this. Thank you, Mac, for the super chat, but if you could just be a little bit more clear what you're interested in. because I'm not entirely familiar with Randy's favorite stock. What is going on with Rivian? Well, the market's bouncing, so
Yeah, same old.
it could just easily be that, but 7% is pretty solid for Rivian. They got dumped on Friday. It was Thursday morning, Thursday morning, where they had the Uber news. Wow, this looks like something's going on for Rivian. The market's doing some up things, but not more than this. Do we have a story here, Adara? Okay, so Adara's going to keep her ear to the ground. It could just be, hey, we got to 15 again, and guess what Rivian does at 15? It seems to just bounce off the $15 level. Look at the 200-period moving average, and look at this 15 level. But until you look at the 50 period here. No chance. It's had no chance closing above. Maybe you can buck that trend, and then technically this would look
Not seeing anything
a little
here.
better. So maybe just a technical bounce off that 200 period on the daily. Maybe.
Yeah. No, nothing. I mean, it's just a beat up stock with a much better market. I mean, we talked about what Palantir and all these kind of stocks, and look at Tesla today. I mean, it's just some of these beat up names that we know can get going. Rivian's not the same kind of sort of cult following as Tesla, but they're starting to get there. So once that market starts to move, man, you're going to see Rivian come right back down if this market turns on its head a little bit. But Tesla, the king today, I think, like, what a good break there. We talked about that. Still working. A Tesla, USO, we can take a quick look at that. Still at 111 for USO. Not really doing too much there. We'll see. We just got to bounce off the 50 period again on the futures. So really liking this one to get a little higher here. Like I said, I'm going to be waiting basically for the high of the day here, 45.90. Hopefully that will come in. Nothing's really hitting the scanners. I mean, everything's kind of just as is there. Palantir, we have numbers in 30 seconds. Palantir looks like it's going to take out the top as well right here. All right, Adair, you got some numbers. Let's go.
Just be aware here, President Trump just mentioned Elon Musk, but only in relation to his offers to pay TSA workers with regards to, of course, the DHS funding situation in the U.S., so nothing Tesla related, but there was some Elon Musk love from President Trump. In 5 seconds, we're getting U.S. construction spending month over month. Forecast 0.1%, previous 0.3%. This could be for the month of January. And we should be getting that print here, negative 0.3%. So it's going to be below the forecast of 0.1%. And of course, also below the prior print of positive 0.3%. Again, negative 0.3%. for January for construction spending month over month. No other economic data today or Fed speak for that matter, but at 1 p.m. Eastern, President Trump to appear at a round table event. It's going to be for the Memphis Safe Task Force, so not inherently market related, but we know he can comment about anything at any time, so always do be aware. Right now, NASDAQ certainly below these pre-market highs, but consolidating near intraday highs as of right now, as the market continues to weigh reactions from this post from U.S. President Trump just after 7 a.m. today. Now, this is USO kind of near session lows here, but President Trump more or less saying that U.S. has been speaking to Iran over the past 2 days. These conversations have been productive, and as a result, he's basically told the Department of Defense do not strike any Iranian power plants over the next 5 days. Now, this follows basically a 48-hour warning he issued on Saturday evening that would have expired today around 7:45, saying that, hey, Iran, if you don't reopen the Strait of Hormuz, we are going to be hitting your power plants. So again, calling off that threat on power plants, though Iran has actually denied that these conversations took place. Some other plays in watch here include SMCI. Now we know Supermicro. Last week, some charges here, federal charges from the court of New York against certain executives, including the company's co-founder. On Friday afternoon, the company announced that said co-founder Wally Sheo has been stepping down here from their board. PLTR also on watch this morning with a much more positive catalyst. We know that reportedly, according to a memo reported on by Reuters, their Maven AI system is going to be having deep integration with the U.S. Pentagon. Lots of news on watch. That's why I'm here for you guys every single day. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, join us on all of our platforms. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
All right, thank you, Derek. We do have a new position on with USO right now. We just went short some USO right there against $11. Just took a piece out there at 65. So far, so good. And, you know, this is the thing. Markets have been extremely active lately, to say the least. For traders, that kind of environment creates You guessed it, opportunity. Big moves, more setups, more momentum. To take advantage of these opportunities, you need two things: discipline and access to capital. Instead of being limited by the size of your own account, traders can access firm capital and focus on executing their strategy and managing risk. No more fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. This is what we call limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the volatility in today's markets without risking your own capital, please visit tradethepool.com and scan that QR code right now to grab your 10% off. And oh boy, there it is, man. The face slapper is back in the building right now as there goes oil. Ciao, right there. We've got $1 on this one, Neil. There it goes, man. It's a good one. The Dollar Club is now in and cooking to the downside, man. Long market, short oil right there today, exactly what we had written down on our sheet. So far, so good. We just put this trade on just before we did that read. So there it goes, man. Shorting on oil right there, now down $1 into 110 and hopefully getting lower than this. Let's take a little bit more out on the market here just in case they don't move together. I'm not sure why it's not going higher there, but oil lower, Trump sending oil lower, markets higher so far here today. And yeah, man, we've got it over here with that oil short. Let's just see what's going on now. I know you're looking at nat gas, but there it is. How are you playing today's rally? I am just, I'm doing all of these. So I'm going to say, I'm both. I mean, shorting dips and buying rips. I mean, I guess it depends on what you're trading right there. But I do think you got to wait for, big moves to happen. And we've caught two of them right there and missed the biggest one of the day, possibly in Tesla. So 2 for 2 today with USO and the futures, and both relatively big.
Yeah, I think we'll go to Darren in a second. Look, I'm sort of the same way, but there is one other. We just bounced again off that 110. The only other play that we're going to do here, if we don't get some kind of a dip in IBIT, was that battle breakdown. Because if USO breaks 110, it makes no sense for me for this stock not to retrace back in. Good news here, just has these small cap oil and energy names in the crosshairs. And I had this trend line drawn as well, all the way from 8 a.m. at those highs when we bounced, and we're going to look for a fade. Put the stop right underneath this 11 level where the trend line is, and then move it with the trend. Let's go to Adara, I believe, at the desk. We still have more from the president coming, so it could be that.
We're not going to have any more from President Trump for a while now, Neil. He actually just stepped onto the plane, but I do want to give you guys some of the comments that he made right before he stepped onto the plane, because some of these are pretty interesting, saying that with Iran, the goal is, quote, a very serious form of regime change. He said there are 15 points of agreement between the countries to make some kind of deal. He said that oil's price will, quote, drop like a rock as soon as there is some kind of deal, and that, quote, maybe we'll find a leader like we did in Venezuela with regards to how they're going to handle the regime situation here in Iran. Finally, and I think maybe the most important point, President Trump saying that, quote, the Strait of Hormuz will open very soon if this works. Back to you.
Which is exactly what the markets want to hear. That's all anybody wants to hear. You talk to me when the Strait of Hormuz is open back up, and look, no one actually probably cares more about that than China and Japan and the rest of Asia. But let's be real, it hasn't happened yet, so I don't know if we're completely off the hook. It's Battalion Oil or whatever the heck this stock. Yeah, Battalion Oil Corporation did break that low. So the same old story. We don't get the trend trade, but we'll get the breakdown of that support, prior bar exit, and look for a press into some of those lows at about 10, 20. IBIT's coming back for the first time. So this is the first real pullback. It just made another fresh high. If it does break this trend line, I'm not thinking reverse short. I'm looking, let that trend line break, take it into the low would be the way that I'd prefer to play it. Play out long off the 40 level, or we can just hold the trend line here, get a nice little bounce, and then we'll start playing the trend line for a bit of a scalp trade over on IBIT. But I want to be patient. If it breaks that, there's no need to jump in right away and then maybe like DCAing. If it breaks the trend, you got to wait for 40. A little bit closer to that 70,000 level will make a little bit more sense. And I just saw in the chat Grunfeld saying, notice how NVIDIA isn't going. I'll be honest with you, I actually didn't notice that because I haven't been paying attention to NVIDIA today. No catalyst, it's been a bit range bound. I don't want to call it a boring stock because it's up 2.5%, but you're right. It's just holding on to VWAP. But if NVIDIA does get going, it's much better, A, for the market, and B, remember the 180 level. 180 was pretty big. last week. A couple, not just Thursday, not just Friday, but Thursday as well. It couldn't really break through that 180. Just a little bit weaker sometimes on these up days, I find NVIDIA's been. Just go figure. Maybe people got complacent when it comes to that stock.
Maybe I'm too bullish about the Middle East here. So we are still short on USO. We've just been covering it for that dollar. I mean, it's breaking off 110. We've had a bunch of covers here and then a bunch again at 30s and 40s. So now we can just see if we can hold the rest. We still have 40% of this. Maybe we make a move down right now. So that should control our downside now with only, with getting out of the majority of this trade. So that would be a good one. I'm still waiting for 112 to break. That would be your 50 period moving average there on this 1 minute chart for USO, just to see if that wants to help out as well as support for this short. All right, and then just on the futures, man, I mean, okay, we'll take a little bit of a move higher here, offer some 51s. There it is, we get that. As we did panic a little bit, as I thought we were maybe starting to head back to the downside, as I'd heard that President Trump was maybe done speaking now, that there could not be potentially any more, outlandish statements coming from him. It doesn't mean that there's going to be others speaking, yes.
For what it's worth, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright just concluded his comments as well.
Yeah, okay. So that's part of what I mean. Like, you never know who's going to be wearing what hat here. So far, so good. As we just start to exit out of everything, we've got our daily goal there, so it's been a good day. It's only 10:08. We did have a much bigger trade earlier on the day, but then we bounced right back up there on USO. That was our first trade, short 11.75. Then we just shorted right here again at 111. I'm still going to try to remain short underneath this 50 period. I mean, we could almost wait for VWAP as well here on USO if we really get rallying back to the north side. But this is the whole point about getting out of some of the trade when you start to see some support. I mean, we've already been down here on this news today, so let's cover when it does happen. And hey, if we get like some confirmation from Iran or whatever, then we have enough left to hold on if it does go back to the other way. I mean, some bigger oil names. We talked about XOM was down today. I mean, what a move XOM and Chevron have had over the last little while. I mean, 155 right up to 160 there for ExxonMobil. So, looking to be pretty strong and hold out some of those highs there for XOM. Let me check out my guy Marvell, see what they're doing today. Yeah, so up another 3%. We like that stock here today, Marvell cooking. What about Google? I'm looking for some opportunities here. We can look at that ONDS. That was a stock that a lot of you guys were looking at. Ondas Holdings up to $10.
Made an acquisition or something today, I think.
Okay, yeah, so 1.3 million, 1.3%, sorry, 21 million shares today on ONDS. Good start to the day, up to 10.50 and just battling back. Again, it looks like it's been holding out pretty good around this 950 area there for ONDS.
Ondas buying Worldview, what was the name of it? Worldview Enterprises, whatever that is.
Yeah, whatever that is.
So I'm not familiar with it, but they are in play. And sometimes, look, acquisitions go either way for small cappers. If a large cap company buys a big company, relatively, or mid-size company, usually you'll see the acquirer go down. It can be different with small cappers. Sometimes you'll get squeezed, but it doesn't look like Ondas is having that good of a day on that headline. So just worth keeping in mind with ONDS. And nothing against it. It just doesn't seem like it's going to the upside on that story. Bitcoin's really struggling to do much of anything off of that trend line. Like, it's bouncing, but like barely bouncing. It does feel like it might want to break down a little bit here on IBIT, unfortunately. Still just in battle. Oh, I should go back to SMCI is still looking, so the initial short basically hit the low, and now it's trending up. So SMCI is looking a little bit different, which means for me, wait till 21, or at least until we can get back underneath some of those support levels. So let it trend higher. You can always take a trend break or allow it to get into that $21 level, which is the level that I liked over here in SMCI. Super strong. Super strong trend to the downside on Friday. But remember, if things fall this badly, the relief rallies can be pretty intense. So you don't want to get caught if this thing is breaking out and just starting to rip faces off. You can allow it to get to key levels like 21 and this 21.8 level, which I am watching for sure. That Rivian story, or I shouldn't say story, Rivian move, the story was on Thursday. It's still going. Now 8% up on Rivian without there being anything new, and it's seemingly being a technical trade, and that's it. I got to start thinking about a reversion at some point. Like, allow it to keep going on this 15-minute. And then if you can get a topping tail like it did, I guess that would have been on Thursday, which it did at the open and it did off those highs, maybe look for a reversal there. 8%. Rivian's been an absolute
Rivian's a monster.
Kind of out of nowhere.
All right, guys. Yeah, look, it's I'm just kind of sitting exactly what we said we would do today. Sit on our hands a little bit, try to get the best trades in, and yeah, so far here, just 3 trades, right? Short oil twice and long the futures twice. So basically 4 kind of fills there. The early bid off VWAP, the late bid off VWAP, right there. The early short. Off of 112 that I liked early. Then we got out of it. Then another short there as we started to break down just a bit there on USO. We just took another fill at 30. Hopefully that will start to work out for us. And we took another fill up near the high of, I mean, we almost have the low and the high right there. So that is your face slapper there for me so far there today. So that's going to be something to look at. Yeah, you guys talked about NVIDIA. Like, nothing's really hitting today on my scanner. We got Roblox, Micron, Qualcomm, XOM, GLD. Maybe we can have a quick little look over there. Let's have a quick look at GLD as the futures are at the highs of the day. So we couldn't be, or the highs of, so far here. We did have a little bit of a higher take rate there on the NASDAQ rate at 7 a.m., of course. Okay, so right into here, GLD still floating. So 0.7%, not doing a whole heck of a lot. Hasn't really given me much room here on the 1-minute chart, at least to, take regressions or dip buys or fade any pops. GLD's kind of just been in the middle there. And even if you look at another chart that I only look at the 1 and the 5 pretty much, and then the daily just to talk to you guys about it. But this, this is looking okay, like 412. If we can break above that on GLD, we still have a little bit of room to go there. Actually, that might be a short rather than a long. Still underneath. I don't have view up on here, but I can look at it at the 1 minute. It should be the same. 412 there. Underneath the 200 period, I like that. That's at 420. So where are we here? Well, we're above VWAP, so that's 402. Yeah, 412 coming in pretty hot here, it looks like, for GLD. So let's pay attention if that comes in. 412 was your high right there again back at 9 a.m. So that could be a good break long for sure. All right, USO, man, battling back. We still have 30% of this trade, so it looks like we'll have a little bit too much on for the move back, but we're still trying to give it to this 50 period, right? I mean, or VWAP, which is 113 and change. Because we don't have too much left, I think we could probably wait for that, but it's just so news-based. Like, I feel like we followed our rules here. We traded the futures, we traded oil, we waited for news, we waited for key levels, and we have to reward ourselves for that, right? So the next offer that I have up here is 46 coming in, so hopefully that'll print us out. Basically the high of the day there on the TQs, so we'll wait for that. And then USO, I'm gonna do a little bit of work on this and figure out where we're gonna get out on USO. This is what oil looks like, and then I'll throw it back over to Neil. Just the M contract right now, 86 and change, so you're still down 9% right now on U.S. oil. So oil. So oil futures. So watch out, down 9% right now as the market's taking out day's high. Glad to be long, that's for sure. All right, long. So we just had a little bit of a dip. Look, oil's making a move down right now. I'm going to take advantage of that. Just put a bit in the 40s. Maybe we get it. Nice little tick down here for oil again. But market ripping, and we're happy, man. Both these positions going nicely in our favor for right now.
Yeah, it's been like so far so good. But in terms of looking for things that are like outside of that realm, like whether it's an energy name that are going to be moving, SoFi, I see people in the chat talking about this one. Yes, we double bottomed off the Muddy Waters report. Yes, it's looking pretty strong, but we cannot seem to break that 17.4. It's actually 17.42. 42, my favorite number. You break this one out, I like this for SoFi. It just hasn't happened yet. So in terms of being patient, you just got to maybe stick with it. And, Battle, which was the only off, I want to say off brand, but it was just off the, off of my trading plan idea that I had out there. And it was simply because it didn't make sense to me that you hadn't at any point threatened those lows if we're going to have a break lower in futures, in oil futures. So as long as we're holding this consolidation down here, it hasn't broken the low just yet. I think there's another leg for this, but I don't want to get too far away from what was working before, and that was Boyle. Boyle, since VWAP, it hasn't really come back yet. Like, we just got out of it when 110 held on USO. But if we get another crack at the volume weighted average price, we'll just jump back into it. There's just no point like diddling around here. Like, let it get back into these highs and then play it one more time instead of forcing the trade off of this lower high so far from VWAP. So again, it's just going to be about patience as we go back to Adara and see what else we have at the desk.
You know, earlier today, President Trump in that Truth Social post around 7 a.m. Eastern indicated that he and Iran, or the U.S. and Iran, rather, were already in talks here to de-escalate the situation in the Middle East. We know Iran denied that. Now we're hearing from Israel. Or an Israeli source, rather, saying to Con News that it's, quote, too early to know if Trump is going to end the war. And Israel found his statement surprising. So again, we know Iran actually denied that there were any kind of talks here between the U.S. and Iran. Israel now saying that they find such talks and such a statement to be, quote, surprisring. Back to you.
Okay. I don't.
I think everyone found it surprising. Did anyone see it coming? I don't think so.
Yeah, what's up, Salvador? Right there, I'll put you up there, man. I mean, there's been a lot of thank yous happening in the chat. Thank you, Adara. Thank you, everybody, for today. I mean, there it is. What's up, Salvador? I know you've been following this. I don't know if you're the one that graduated 3 accounts last week on some of the trading, but if you're trading futures today, man, you probably could have graduated on these oil and this Qs trade. I mean, both them really, really working out. And thanks, Salvador, for all that. I mean, you don't have to tell me how hard trading is. I think that's obvious. And we've sort of talked about the stats, right? They're definitely not in your favor. So if you're able to have a successful strategy, you're beating most around here, guys. I mean, it's tough. Not around here, around prop trading floors, as it's very, very tough to get winning strategies coming through. Okay, man, there goes the TQs up to 45 and change. We just cashed out a little bit there. So that's so far so good. And I think if anything, just be patient there today. All right, the other one that you guys wanted to look at, let's go over this stock locator one more time here as we have the visualizer coming through, and this is built by Fabian, so thank you so much for that. Any name that you guys vote on, IREN. So some of these beat up names over the last little while, IREN, you see Rivian as well starting to pop up, even a name like Palantir, although Palantir of course has news. There we go, we just got something filled there. I don't know what that was. Oh, that was USO. We get a 1040 fill on USO today. And there it is, man. Again, it's like now, again, if we just end it right there, we'll props it up. We do have our daily goal met already right there. So that's not bad. 1020. We'll go to the gym. We'll come back at 2 p.m. and see what's going on. There's SMCI 21 and change. So let's go have a quick little look at SMCI real quick and then see what's going on with that. And then we'll go over to Adara for the small cap recap there. All right, so right there now, Q's at the high of the day, oil getting lower, so couldn't be happier with all of that. Here, what did I just say? SMCI? Let's have a quick look at SMCI. Yeah, it is taking off. Nice little dip by there into 1950. Matches kind of that low that we were at. We were cruising lower for everything, right, until that tweet came out. So looks like 1960, definitely a good little level there for SMCI and breaking long right now. And if we look at a 5-minute chart for super micro computers, just looking to see if there is a spot. I think the short may be 22 and change, but right now you're cooking on SMCI. Didn't really give us a reason to go long down there, but we did see the low of the day just hit twice on super micro computers. So yeah, man, just getting less and less, exposed here to the markets as it's 1020 already. So wow, right into that high again. Let me just offer, we are at 99s. Let me offer 90s, just there we go, just to get a little bit out there at 90. And yeah, downside on oil, upside on futures, and it's small cap recap with Adara.
Three names to discuss today in this small cap realm. I believe all of these we've probably discussed before, so none of these are brand new small cappers, but let's start here with FFAI. Faraday Future Intelligent Electric. This stock is a penny stock right now, 34 cents roughly. We've got about a 25% short float. FFAI announcing that their SEC investigation against the company or into the company has ended and there's no enforcement action being recommended. So nice conclusion there for FFAI, which is of course well below its pre-market highs right now. GRAB, this is a notably larger market cap name, about $15 billion market cap, but only trading around $3.70, 9% short float. This company on watch after announcing that it's going to be acquiring the Taiwan operations of Food Panda from Delivery Hero for $600 million. Last but not least, UGRO. This one, very small market cap here, $2.7 million float of just 670,000 shares for Urban Grow. Now, this stock going to be on watch here after Innovative Production Group merged with Flash Sports and Media. Now, as a result, a profile of T20 Cricket League rights will be given here to UGRO. That's the deal with this stock. Again, the other small caps on watch here are GRAB and FFAI. Back to you.
That's interesting. UGRO is just like, that company just sounds like it should be a cannabis stock, but T20 is a for anyone that doesn't know, T20 cricket in India is absolutely huge. Like that, like it's just in terms of viewership, there probably is no single league that has more fan viewership just by sheer numbers, and the growth potential is gigantic there. I don't know anything about that UGRO company. Just know anyone that's a cricket fan knows how big that market is. So the only new trade was Battle, because USO made that move to the downside. I did not see this break the shelf, and so once it did, we jumped in. I want to play this down into the even dollar. It was trending down all the way, so it's a long consolidation that's finally starting to break down. I think it gets to $10 and it catches a bid, and it's worth remembering. See that number? That's down 18%. So it's going to be SSR, and when you have that short sell restriction and the uptick rules in effect, I want to respect an even dollar level like the 10. So if we're able to grab that, like the risk to reward there, it's been absolutely fine. And I pivoted over there because Boyle wasn't really, like, it didn't like Boyle outside of getting into VWAP. So that little flat bottom break on Battle just made a little bit more sense to me. SMCI into that 21. There's a big difference between, at the open, you kind of get this breakdown at the open on structure where you have this trend, like it's been trending down, it breaks down, you can have a really tight stop, to it gets to a round number and doesn't flash you an entry point. Like, there's no reason to be short in this yet. I don't think, look, I might get into this again. Maybe we break a trend line. Maybe you actually eventually fail 21. But nothing happened at 21 to signal an entry, which is my style. So if we go higher, I'll wait for it to get a little bit more. It's not enough to get to a line on a chart. There actually has to be a trading setup that I like. So yeah, you're getting a nice bounce here in SMCI along with the market. I don't think the all clear is in for these guys, because the stock has been so badly beaten up. But for today, it might just be a one and done on SMCI. Rivian, for those out there, I saw a few people that were posting the story from Thursday with regard to Rivian. Uber with a big investment in Rivian and partnership. Again, that story is from Thursday. Maybe this is a bit of a late dead cat bounce, and some of it might have to do with what's going on, the relief rally in the market in general. But for whatever reason, Rivian is up 9%. And because there is nothing new, I'm also looking for a bit of a trend break here on Rivian. But, it's been one of those so far so good type of days. TLPYO just said UGRO has done a reverse stock split. Why does that not surprise me that this would be a habitual line stepper? Yeah, when you look at these small cappers, you know the story. Reverse split, run, reverse split, run, find some bag holders. 420 seems like it's a level here for whatever reason. And again, you're just sort of seeing it reject the same levels on the daily chart. And it's under VWAP too. So when you have these small cappers under the volume weighted average price, usually feel like the strength isn't there until if it gets back above, maybe this one not dead because the volume's fantastic on it, but it's looking a little bit weaker than you would like. And again, habitual line stepper.
Broke through 110 again on USO, and I didn't have any bids there. It's a good thing we did have, as one goes up, the other one goes down. We did take an offer there on the Qs at around 46.10. So that's going to be a good one, but we missed that USO taken. I'm just looking at this, like, honestly, it seems like, and we're out of more than half now on, way more than half on USO. We only have about 20% left of both of these positions right here as we try to negotiate through them. But yeah, just 110 basement looks like a good call for USO. And just to let you guys know, I'm waiting at 112 up here to see if we can get another short on that name. And just basically looking to punch out right around 112.50. So if we break above here, then I think we're going to get out. I have a little bit of a different VWAP on this USO chart is at 112.30s. So I'm just going to wait for 112.50 to possibly take out there now as well. Chevron CEO speaking just about price of oil right now, which is
that's
starting to get this going a little bit. We can't, I mean, obviously we can't go negative.
I didn't hear that though.
No, I don't know. I thought something about Chevron. Maybe not.
Yeah, I see it on X here. Oil market is trading on scant information.
Okay.
But like
scant information. Okay. I think that's true. I mean, I don't think there's anything not true about that. But yeah, so we are starting to go back up. I just wanted to give that idea to everybody that you know, you can't hold on to something forever. Now we have less than 20% left on both of these positions. Actually, a little bit less. We had 15%. That's what's screwing me up. We have 50% on TQs and 20% on USO. So there's an out there on the Qs. Now we're starting to fall back in a little bit there. I still do want to reload this at 45. Like if we get anything down there, if I'm not here by the time that happens, I'll probably still keep that bid in. But, you know, 44, like if we break pretty much the low of the day there, we want to get out. So, you know, I think a reload, I don't want to reload this anywhere except for really either the 200 or VWAP. So I think we'll wait for around a 45 print to come in here on the Qs before we do anything. And otherwise, just kind of let it go up. I think we've done a great job today to do that. Let our trades sort of mature into winners or losers and just give them a shot, right? Waiting for this is going to be key as well. So 112, if we can get that offer, then we'll take it and then we'll give it to 112.50 and see if it breaks through VWAP. So that's kind of what I'm doing right there. The other stock that if there's any sort of weakness today, you know, I missed this stock literally $10 ago on the punch. You know, it happens real quick, real fast off the open, right? And so it was that one first sort of candle that just blasted right through there. I wanted, and he talked about this. This is the missed trade of the day for me. I haven't missed anything else right there. 373.50 is just looked like it was trying to ramp up there, bounced off the 50 period, held, and just if this market wanted to go, I had sort of a, I don't know why, but just sort of a sneaky feeling there. Sometimes the spidey senses go up there that, you know, Tesla did have a good day underneath it. Now, I don't know, this seems a lot, 4%. So watch out here. If the market does come back in, Tesla would be a prime candidate to short just because there are individual stories, but I don't know if 4% is right. Palantir also got up to 160. I think that was a pretty high take for PLTR here today as well. All right, that's what I'm doing, and those are some of the plays that we have on board right now. So, you know, 4% is a good day. And then, one more, Robinhood. So I saw this in the pre-market at 70, and shout out to my guy Joe, who's back in the building right here. So we're really happy to have him come through. Get ready for Joe and Sharif on the midday. But $70 came in. It was actually lower off the open, right? When we came in today at 7 a.m., the whole market was trending significantly lower. And then you get that truth or tweet. It's awesome how he's called it truthing. Like now it's like you have no choice but to think of every time he writes something, it's like, what's the truth out there? There it goes. So he posted it up there, obviously about Iran and the United States having talks and no more hitting oil fields or energy infrastructure for the next 5 days. And he has not gone back on that. He said that that's exactly what they talked about. And there's sort of, was it 32 points or something? I forget the number that he said. Maybe it was 15, but there's things
there are 15 points,
15,
according to him.
So there it is, 15 points or so that are going to get hammered out and that have been worked on. So that seems like enough points for me as we go long the market there. I mean, if it was only 12 points, then maybe I wouldn't be so long, but 15 key point, 13 and maybe 12 and a half would be the over-under on that one. Yeah, so far so good anyways there today. And yeah, market's coming back upside on oil. So I think the Chevron comments there and whether or not the Straits of Hormuz actually opens up is a completely different story. So we're hoping for that. You know, Tehran had made like a passage safe way for vetted ships.
If you let's be real,
just got to let them all through.
Though. It's the CEO of Chevron.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, they have fiduciary duties to speak the truth.
Yeah, true, but he's not crying if oil prices are higher. I'm just saying.
Oh no.
You know, it is what it is. I own shares of Chevron. That's
Chevron's
that's
up
the
today,
energy point that I
actually,
like.
pretty
And
nice,
Chevron's-
with oil down.
The thing about Chevron that I think in some days, even with oil down, you have to remember they're already in Venezuela. If a lot of this story, regardless of how this plays out, a lot of this story is about, okay, how can you have less reliance in the Middle East? Chevron's a gigantic key to that. They pay a good dividend. They've been structurally breaking out. The momentum is fantastic. I know I'm kind of talking up my own book because this is the oil name that I happen to have. But to the extent that he did just cause a move to the upside, I was basically playing this breakdown off of what I saw in USO. Like USO broke down. I'm like, okay, well, Battle broke down as well. When that spike happened, it was a chance to punch out while still in the money, which I did. So as this follows along, what I've noticed here is it's lagging this move. So what I'm gonna play for is as we go back into VWAP here in USO, look for Battle to just sort of follow along. If it holds on to the trend line, jump back in. If I can't get boiled, then I'll do it over here in Battle for sure. And still be patient with something like an SMCI, which could be a trade. The only thing that I haven't traded today that was in the plan, I mean, it's IBIT. We're just not moving that much, ultimately. It's never retested back in. Now I like VWAP. It's really caught up after the first hour of the day here. Too much volume in the morning to actually care about VWAP until it settles in. And there hasn't been a deep dip yet. But we have pulled back into some of these opening range highs. Like 40, 30 on IBIT, I think would make a little bit more sense for a second salvo. Or if we just trend down long enough, I can do a trend break long. But I just feel like you're chopping around here a little bit too much. And the oil names have gone, like I've only traded 3 names here, but it's like 2 of them are oil anyways. Like Battle and Boyle are both kind of the same thing. And then SMCI has not looked like a short at that 21, but I can wait. There's some support. We could break the trend line pretty much at 21 now, and then I'd have another trade over here in SMCI. So you just have to be, I just saw KD Dumpster is calling it a not nice word market. I just think what it's requiring is you have to be really patient with your entries. It feels like that was the way on Friday. That was the way most of last week, to be honest with you, and it's more of it today. So maybe less trades or less entry points, whatever it might be, a little bit more patience. And when you find a setup that works or that looks good, then you jump in. So that's why I'm not just jumping in anywhere on SMCI. I could have blindly shorted 21, but does that look like a good idea? No, the stock's now up 3%. So why would I want to fight it? Show me the short off this trend break, and then I'll jump in.
Yeah, I mean, we need to be able to find reasons to be in and out of trades. I mean, I think that's the number one thing there. So, yeah, breaking of trend. Like, that's why I'm kind of just sitting here right now, trying to figure out what exactly that next trade's going to be. I have decided to take a little bit of oil again right here, right around 111.80. I think it just makes a lot of sense to just be looking, at the NASDAQ futures and at oil. For today until something actually makes a decent move. And moves have already happened, so there's been lots to trade early. It's 10:35 though right now, so looking for structure, looking for things that have set up again right now. SMCI is sort of setting up as well. It looks like it's trying to coil right here and actually get ready for a long. I mean, you bounced off the 50, you bounced off the 25 period moving average as well. You broke through VWAP down there. You've got some decent support. SMCI, I know it's going to be a tough one to sort of plug your nose and hit that short or that long, just because it's been such a, basically a foul-looking stock, man. I mean, we broke through that $30. We had that accounting issue, the imports and the exports. We've had CEOs and board members resign, and SMCI now, will the trust ever be able to get garnered back into this company? I mean, that's another aspect that you need to think about for SMCI. But as far as a day trade, yeah, it's been pretty good, man. Holding out at this 21. Seems like a decent long right now. It's just when we can trade the market, we might as well. I'm not really seeing anything. IBIT had a great break long early. right into here, that level, or even the pre-market highs right in there at $40.25, and that's sort of struggling upside there as well right now. So IBIT only up 1.6%. And then again, if we just look at the broader markets, we don't have, it's only 10.36 right now. I'll look at the futures, and I sort of know where my bread's been buttered. I'm willing to butter it again if it does come back in. Some of these utility names today, you know, great for some of the dividend and great today. CEG, Constellation upside today. Vistra, great quarter for Vistra. They were added to the S&P 500, so no surprise on Vistra starting to move. Okay, oil's starting to go upside here, so we may actually wind up getting stopped out of oil if it does break. And just watching it, it's very possible. Gets into that 112 finally right there as futures coming back down a little bit. As maybe, like we said, if Iran's not going to comment too much on it, then maybe there isn't much there. And we just get President Trump being very excited about oil and trying to calm sort of his base, right? I mean, it's been a bad weekend if you looked at the price of gas and oil at your pump or anything like that. So I could see a little bit of worrisome action here today, and a nice talk by Trump and saying that all happened Saturday night. So I don't know why he wouldn't truth it out, you know, yesterday, but he does this morning right before the market opens. So I could definitely see some conspiracy-based things happening there. But we're short oil again against VWAP. We're out of 112.50 if it does break 112.50. We can go a little higher, man, into 112.70, but that's going to be the play for me on USO. We're going short right now. What's up, Adara?
We have another world leader who's entered the fray here. Now, we know President Trump said these talks with Iran happened. Iran denied them. Israel said they were kind of surprised that Trump made this statement. Now we have comments from UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. He's saying that he was aware that talks between the U.S. and Iran were happening. So now we have both the UK and U.S. saying these talks did happen with Iran, Iran saying they did not happen, and Israel expressing some skepticism. Back to you.
Yeah, that's the skepticism.
It's more of the same makes more of the same. Like at the end of the day, the proof will be in the pudding. Is as long as these look, if there's no strikes on any, if there's no further strikes on Iranian energy infrastructure, then the good news is in, and regardless. So we'll leave it at that. The only new position for me is that Rivian. Look, Rivian trended up all morning. It's still strong and it's up 8%, but trended up, broke the trend line. There's your consolidation breakdown. So short to the high, look for the VWAP retracement. Oops. This is nothing against Rivian, by the way. Like, there's nothing against Rivian here. But it's still a reversion play as far as I'm concerned off of those highs. I like what's going on with the $15 level and that 200 period moving average and the Uber deal on Thursday. But this did rally just with the market, goes right into resistance from Thursday and Friday. And we take our trend trade. And with that, it's already 10:40. So let's go back to the desk. It's time for Sector Watch.
Before that, I have more updates on the this country said, that country said, back and forth here with regards to the U.S. and Iran. Now we have Israeli press reporting that U.S. is holding talks with Iranian Parliament Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. So that's some more details. Now the Israeli press, I guess, reporting that, yes, U.S. is holding talks with this speaker in Iran. So if I get more details, I will certainly keep you posted. Take a look here at this sector board, which is largely green. Producer manufacturing here doing incredibly well with Caterpillar, LRCX, and AMAT all sharply to the upside. Retail trade quite strong as well with Home Depot and Amazon both really strong. Consumer durables doing well. Industrial services, a lot of strength here as well. Non-energy minerals. We know we talked about some metals weakness or concerns earlier today, but then you still have got copper plays like FCX and gold plays like NEM Newmont actually doing quite well. Finance, strong. Tech services, strong. Electronics, tech, strong. It's really hard to find a sector that's out and out weak, though, I mean, you've got some relative weaker or lagging, I guess, nature here for health services. Some areas of this relatively flat. Consumer non-durables also flat, relatively speaking. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, props up to anybody, as Neil was just mentioning, energy. I mean, that's what we're trading here today. And I said, like, what's the point of looking anywhere else? And there it is, man. We hit it. We got reloaded, and there it is. 112.20s. I mean, that's what we wanted against VWAP right there. So in at 112.20. out at 111.90, out again at a couple outs at 75, then another out at 50. Like, man, this just gave us right there 70 cents with risking 30. So, you know, we're going to start to take some of these plays. We also did take another out there on the TQs. As we can see, if oil is going to move one way, I just don't want to be caught into both of these trades. Like, I don't need to be, even though now I'm getting less and less. We now have 10% left on the TQs. So we're almost out of that one. And the reload here in oil. So I just getting a little feeling that the market might push down a little bit here, which would create oil upside. So, you know, just trying to exit this out. I only have 20 more minutes left, and then we'll be back at 2 p.m. and we'll see what's going on with the dollar, though, quickly right now, as it's nice to see that France, you know, said that, yeah, they knew that there was going to be some talk. UK knew there was going to be some talk there. And so that just sort of justifies that for Trump. So I think that's nice to see. And maybe there is some truth to what's been happening there. And I mean, why wouldn't there be? He's come out and said, I mean, I guess we have many examples of why it wouldn't be. But just for today, the dollar seems to be reacting as if it means something. You know, we started the day up here over $100 as the NASDAQ was down 1%. Then obviously right there at 705. Truths it out that, you know, Iran and the United States have been having, you know, some successful and positive talks there about, you know, the Straits and about energy infrastructure and possibly ending, you know, some of the barrage that's been happening for the last 2-3 weeks. So, you know, the dollar now getting weaker into that, which generally speaking, you know, a weak dollar is a nice movement upside for NASDAQ.
Don't discount the VIX too.
Yeah, what's the VIX?
We're down at 24.
Yeah, okay. So
we were over 30. Like think about it. Like we hadn't seen the 3 in front of the VIX in a while, and we're chilling at 24. Like there's been nothing. I get it. People are saying, oh, it's kind of like a boring market. Well, that's fine. We'll take this if we just sit there trending up a little bit. We'll take that.
So here goes oil.
For sure. But yeah, it was just another spike in USO. Yep. All right, and I just got into, forget about Rivian for a second, because I just jumped back into battle on basically the next consolidation down, and then immediately there was a bit of a... I don't think
that broke there.
See that spike here? I'm not sure what is going on, but if I'm using that as a bit of the futures, I might try to take an opportunity to trim this. But Rivian, at least for that one, is starting to come back.
Did that even break?
On that trend break. So we're able to get, I think we just trended into VWAP, super strong stock. There's positive news here in my respect. Like, I don't have the price that I would have liked in the 20s, so I got the 10s, but that doesn't change the fact it's a VWAP retracement here on Rivian. Because to me, you trend this long to the upside and you're this strong off the lows, it's a key level on the daily chart. It's an overall bounce play here on the daily. So a reversion is back into VWAP, and then if anything, maybe even look for a long continuation on Rivian. So we got our trend break, and we'll look for that bounce off the volume-weighted average price, and then move on to the next from there. But good day for them, and wow, there's another one. Bounce here actually got right to $160. So 5.5%. Zoom it out. Didn't quite hit the 161 high, but it's starting to do a bit of a pullback. I think it'll be really interesting when you get some of these dips throughout lunchtime. Presumably, like I'm not saying 100% chance, it's 15 minutes to 11 o'clock, but throughout lunch, some of these strong stocks might give you that dip into VWAP type entry play. So watch out for what's going on in the energy markets. We tend to be just simply oil goes up and you know the market seems to want to come back down and vice versa. So when you catch a bit of resistance in oil futures, I think that'll be the spot to look for some longs. Palantir, Tesla stand out, Rivian stands out as a strong name, and we can look for those VWAP bounces when we catch that curl. So far, so good. And I'm not sure what just caused that spike up in oil, though.
Yeah, I don't know.
The only story I'm seeing is the one I already reported a couple of minutes ago. Jerusalem Post reporting that U.S. is having talks with Iran's parliament leader. That's all I'm seeing here with regards to oil. Chris Wright, Energy Secretary, also reportedly saying another SPR release could happen, but he thinks it's unlikely.
All right, well, if SPR release happens, that should bring prices down, but I don't know about that actually happening. So, and it didn't work last week. Yeah, that
the thing is, the glut with the straight closed, you can't do too much. Like when you lose, like you're talking like 10, 12 million barrels a day. There's nothing strategic reserves are going to be able to do with that kind of volume. But Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I got, it didn't break VWAP and we got stopped out, so they must have spiked up there and then came right back in. So I'm just gonna short it again, and we just got a 20 fill there. So I'm okay. Now it's starting to dance a little bit here. I mean, I don't know what. Again, like this is literally USO is flashing down like 40 cents there, and then right back upside, and I didn't have any bids down there. So we actually missed that most recent move down. It just went through 112. Energy Secretary Wright is talking. Okay, let's go. Yeah, there it goes. This time we get that low bid. All right, man. P&L right back to where it needs to be there again. So, all right, good short right there. Yeah, man. The face slapper is in, man. The oil, I mean, okay. Neil, this is a 70-cent winner there, and we are only risking 15 cents to the high side there on oil. Our stop is 112.60s right there. We're just got 111.70s to the downside there. Did we get that? Yeah, we got 79. Nice little fill downside there on oil. I don't know, man. I'm just going to start to cash more and more out here as we've already gone, big time 1-to-1 on all of that. So, all right, we'll go back to Adara as here go. Nice move down in the market.
More comments coming here from Chris Wright, again, U.S. Energy Secretary, saying that their team is examining additional measures to control oil prices together with quote unquote other options, saying they're going to be asking the industry to raise production if needed, and saying that the U.S. can improve refinery efficiency to lower fuel prices. So long story short, a couple different measures that the U.S. could be making to lower fuel prices, according to U.S. Energy Secretary.
Yeah, they can try, but there's only so much. It's kind of limited how much they're going to be able to affect it. It's all about the straight, and it's only about the straight. I'm glad we actually held on to some of that. Because look, Battle, I only took some out because that move up in USO, but it's still going to hold trend down. Actually, the thing I like about this is you've been sort of trending up on USO. If that turns back into a downtrend, then this should be able to fall off a shelf. So I'm going to continue the whole short into the resistance and short into the trend line. And then if you lose the bid altogether, I think it's going to look pretty nice. I saw a lot of people mentioning, a couple of people said that Tesla looks like a short. Not seeing it necessarily. I think maybe the argument would be that you're getting, there's your breakout and then it's starting to form a bit of a trend line. I like the fact that Rivian already broke its trend without Tesla, so that shows me that even though percentage-wise it's stronger, it's not looking as strong now. So this one looks like it'll get into that volume-weighted average price for us, which will be that'll be target. But at the end of the day, it's still an upward trending stock as far as I'm concerned. And then IBIT, a little disappointing, but we're starting to pull back here on Bitcoin. That's with the market not doing much. Just got to wait for it. Pull back into 40. Nothing here has told me that we don't have a chance to still come back and pull back into prior day high. So I think the structure of that trade is still working. Like you can see it falling. It's no longer moving with the market as much, so it can definitely pull back in. It's just about being patient. And if the first IBIT trade comes during lunch, then so be it. So far, so good. Like it's been a solid morning, and maybe not with a number of trades, but haven't had a loser yet. And I think not rushing is going to be the way to go. Let's go to Adara. Time to see how that USD is doing.
USD's been making lower highs since Friday, March 13th, which I guess ended up being an unlucky day for the US dollar. We do get that nice push above 100. High of day on that day was 100 halves. Now, since again, lower highs. And at this point, we're actually going to be breaking support that we made last Thursday around that 98.9s level, currently trading actually just around 98.8. So it looks like we already broke below that level, though high of day was quite sharp on this. High of day for the session, 100. So it's quite the swing here for DXY today. In terms of economic data, we've got that construction spending print that's going to be lower than expected for the month of January, negative 0.3% versus positive 0.1 expected and positive 0.3 prior. Now, we have to discuss the CME FedWatch tool. Because the CME FedWatch tool is getting really interesting here, guys. Prior, we were expecting, obviously low chances of rate cuts, but there were at least some rate cuts priced in by the CME FedWatch tool for some of these months. April, right now, that'll be the meeting just over a month ago from now. It'll be April 29th. That'll be 94% of participants expecting a rate cut, rate hold, but just over 6% expecting actually we could get a 25 basis point rate increase. So now we're seeing hikes. Again, 10% chance of a rate hike coming through for June, though 90% here, overwhelming majority expecting that in June rates will be held steady. The first time that we get a even like tiny percent chance of a rate cut is going to be in July. And as of right now, roughly 4% of participants expecting a cut in July. So we've gone from potentially some cuts here in early spring to maybe even some raises again until July, where we start to get that very small percentage chance of a rate cut. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, I'm just getting out of everything now with only 8 minutes to go. We cleared out some of this oil. I mean, oil went down $1 again for us. So, you know, with a 5-to-1 risk to reward there, I mean, that's pretty much what we were looking for. I was thinking about getting it all out at 111 anyways. So we are bidding a little bit more down there. If we're able to get it out, I'm bidding 111111111. So maybe that'll come in and we'll be able to get filled there pretty much at the 50 period. We did get a couple good bids near the 25 and then out of the futures as well. Like I'm just exiting out of this as I won't return to the desk until about 1:15 or so. So on that note, let's go figure out what's for lunch. And it's funny because last week I made a comment about this type of food and that it's only ever one thing. Today's flag, of course, from the motherland, and it's going to be an Italian flag. So you got to get ready for that. So normally it's beef bolognese when it's here today. And we said, you know, there's never any lasagna or chicken parmesan or veal or ravioli or yeah, they did. And today the new caterer is doing chicken parmesan. So there it is, man. It's a chicken dinner winner. No, I don't know if it's a new caterer. It's same caterer, but new Italian. Shreve just said new caterer. I slipped up there. Yeah, new dish today. Chicken parmesan with spicy tomato sauce. They're even adding a little spice to this thing. That's how I like my chicken parm, with little spicy peppers on there. So roasted veggie, yeah, that's right.
I think we'll be.
I had some amazing jerk chicken this week. Shout out to Allwins. If you guys know, you know. They also have a chicken sandwich where they put the patty inside the sandwich. It's crazy. All right, heirloom tomato salad. That is what's for dinner. And yeah, now I can never have jerk chicken again, pretty much. That was so good there this weekend. So shout out to that. And shout out to basically being at the highest spot right now. Thank you to the futures. And we're going to be finishing out our trading here today. Only trading two names, man. The Qs right here with the TQ, I use the TQQs. This is a triple levered ETF for the NASDAQ. So I've only traded the NASDAQ today and oil with USO. So I just go short oil today and long the futures, which is exactly what we had written down right here. If you're looking for some trade ideas, sometimes the prices don't hit because of when I'm actually writing them, but USO short, TQ's long, that's what we had. We also had NVIDIA long, but I didn't really look. Only 3 names on there, but we trade 1 and 2 and both the same ways. We just had to wait for our prices to come in. And today we use VWAP in different areas like that, and just a bunch of reloads there. And it's a really good trade on USO. Like that's been, okay, get back into the lows again. We just got a 40 fill, that was your dollar. And we shouldn't have even got stopped out right here. By the way, like I don't even know what happened there. It must have just whipped up and back in, and it does punch me out, and then we get right back in, and now you can see what's happening. Oh man, we just went down to 115 again. I got our 111.15. I'm at 11111. Let me go to 11121 now and see if we can get that fill down there.
11122.
Yeah, anywhere, man. Yeah, is it? No, I disagree. Okay, here comes 21s right here coming in. But I know you like 42. I could bid 42s and probably get that as well.
21 is half of 42, so.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good one.
It's a good number either way.
Yeah.
I might jump back into this, but I moved my. Sorry. I just choking on like a piece of fruit, which is weird because the fruit salad is delicious. It's a lot of pineapple and strawberry today. But we didn't have another breakdown off this low. So effectively, you're going 1050 to 1030 on battle. It's just back and forth in this little 2% range. But it just kind of took out the break even. So until we maybe retest and put some wicks above the trend line, I don't want to jump back into it. And then the other trade, the only thing that wasn't, like Battle's an energy name, and obviously Boyle was too, and then SMCI was on our list. Rivian was more of just out in the wild trend break. It's close to the volume weighted average price, but it's also enough of a trend down and close enough to VWAP that if it kind of breaks this trend line back up, I'll hop out at the break even spot here on Rivian. So again, so far so good. And I saw in the chat a couple of small cappers that we didn't get to. There was a halt on this PTLE. Now, obviously, this has halted multiple times. I'm just eyeballing it. Like, I'll call it like 8 maybe, based on just looking at my halt locator or my halt scanner. It's probably even more than that. It's only done 1.4 million shares of volume, but this is not one of those symbols that you're going to be able to sort of trade normally. You get 1 or 2 candles and then you get a halt. So just be careful trading it. The current tap is down in a down halt in $10. The last down halt, it actually then went to the upside. So just be careful with this PTLE. Not the kind of liquidity you'd expect out of the other names. So we just got our VWAP trade on Rivian. I mean, it is what it is. Like, so far, so good. If it doesn't give a long off this, and when I mean give a long, break the downtrend. If it holds VWAP and breaks the downtrend, I can reverse into a long on Rivian. I still think this is a good, productive move off the $15 level. You just got to a resistance spot. You can find continuation to the upside off VWAP, which I think is perfectly fine. Maybe that'll be the next trade. Potentially Palantir. Palantir already bouncing off VWAP, so I might just go over to Rivian. Like, you can see, I went over to Palantir and it already bounced like $1 change off of the volume weighted average price. You can't chase a move like that. So I'll look to see if maybe Rivian will bounce off VWAP and we can go from short to the long side of the trade. And for someone in the chat that said, Neil, you can't just always give the chicken 9, only once have I ever given the chicken here a 9, and that's when it was the fried chicken. So, like, that's...
Yeah.
But I'm pretty excited for whenever we get anything new today. So
yeah, it'll be good.
Win, lose, or draw, the chicken parm for me, it's already a win because we're getting a different dish. Like, you gotta change things up, spice of life, and obviously a caterer's gonna have a bit of a routine. But
yeah, I mean, it'll be the same chicken as always with the same sauce as always, but it'll be put together.
Yeah.
So hopefully it'll be a tasty treat.
Look, I'm hoping it'll be a tasty one.
Me too. I think it'll be a tasty one for sure.
But I know it's one last thing.
Yeah, go ahead. I have nothing to say anyways.
I know I haven't traded Intel at all today, and this is the other thing which is setting up at the volume weighted average price, and it's actually doing it right now. This is not the greatest trend line in the world, but I gotta respect it. Dip, rip, dip, rip, dip. It's 3 points, which I like for a 3-point trend line, and it's a volume weighted average price. So a hold of this trend line with this, if it closes above this bar, I'm gonna try to jump in here long. So Palantir didn't really give the entry. I think we can get one here on Intel or possibly Rivian.
Okay, yeah, just real quickly about everything here. So USO does get low. Let's see, man, there it is. We are gonna be bidding down here. You know where we're bidding 11.21s there as we said that. So we got 10 more cents or so until we get into that level as we're coming back just a little bit here on USO. And I'm just glad that we're gonna be able to, go out here with you guys sort of at the highs for the trading there. And someone was like, you got to get locked in. I'm locked in, my guy. Trust me on that one. Like, we only have these trades today. We really waited for them to come in, and I think we did pretty good, responsible trading here today without getting too carried away. I almost shorted this thing all the way into oblivion. Thankfully, it has hit. There it is. I mean, this is how locked in we are, and this is $1.30 rate here, and just waiting now for it to drop in. So, yeah, so far so good there. As we go, I want to talk about Swarmer there, maybe something for the midday guys. I don't know if it halted today. It doesn't look like it. On the halt scanner today, we have a few different names there. PTLE, VRM, PTLE again, AHMA, WSHP there earlier as well. So the guys will be talking about some names if they do halt. Of course, hit them up in the chat, and Dara and Sharif and Joe will get some news for you. But there goes Swarmer. Again, last week's IPO, mooned for a bit, especially after hours. Now it's back down in 22%. Okay, man, there it goes. Yeah, now it's $1.70. The face slapper is back right now. There it goes, man. Let's take another bid on USO as it continues to go down. You're welcome, everybody, today, but we want to thank you for watching. That's by far the most important thing. So thank you for watching, everybody on TikTok, Rumble, Kick, Twitch, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, X, Starlink live feed. And if you're here watching us right now on YouTube, that's our most popular spot there. And there it goes. Now we're $2 in the money. So here we go, man. Yeah, big day ahead for you guys on the midday. Missed you guys on Friday afternoon. I'm sure Obi did absolutely fantastic as per usual. Thanks, Neil. Good job there today. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Glad to have Adair back.
Come on, baby.
It's Joe and Sharif. See you later.
I wasn't ready for that one.
Wasn't ready.
Oh, greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy Joey Options. I'm Sharif, and it is Monday. It feels like Monday. At least
Just another manic
Monday. What's going on, everybody? Well, shout out to the real dangerous other Zigs. We're getting everybody singing now. Bailey Buttons, nerd affiliated. Mr. Leahy, Lee, the freaking conductor. Happy birthday, brother. Lee, you are, I guess, you're in Aries, man. Shout out to you. We got Rev Boost. We got Scott H. We got Dewey, Robert Lewis, Dap, Angelo's in the house. Katina Man, Omar, Slow Motion for me. We got C. Terry, Bill, Billy Hardy, I should say, Robert Lewis, Los Palos Hermanos. Shout out to Rex, Banner, and crew. John, I see you, John. I see you, Noisy. Dennis Hudson as well. Shout out to King Clutch. Peter, P-Mac, Hangry, Florida Man Transplant. My boys, how are y'all? We're good, man. We're good. A day in the life of pizza. Shout out to the pizza guy and Dabba Dabba Doo. Ironclad Traders joining us as well. Joey's Callum, Mitchell Miller, iFast Trades, The Whatnot Inc., Taco Monday says. Vincent, we got QB's Mo, a proper dang paradox, always makes me chuckle, and Chang Main, wet the beak. Yes, absolutely, we will wet the beak. What's going on over there, Katina Man? Katina Man says oil is moving, so you probably should keep your eye on oil as it goes. Oh no, into the low of the day. More pleased that could not be. Great trade, Katina Man. Take that thing down to zero like it was during COVID.
Oh, that's crazy. All right, yeah, guys, good morning. Hope everyone had a fantastic weekend. I was late into the building today. Had to do little things this morning. Yeah, I dropped the break my wallet off there. We're gonna go to Adair and then we're gonna talk a little bit more about what we got going on.
There are some, I guess really the only oil headlines are just kind of these ones we were seeing earlier where Israeli media, specifically the Jerusalem Post, I believe, was reporting that President Trump and the U.S. team were speaking with a senior Iranian official. Axios reporter, I guess, giving a little bit more color to this story, saying that contacts are underway for a meeting between the senior Iranian and American officials in Islamabad, the capital of Pakistan, later this week. Apparently, as part of the contacts for the summit in Pakistan, possibilities being considered that the U.S. Vice President Vance will be the senior American representative. Again, this is an Axios reporter building on other reports suggesting that there is going to be some kind of developed talk here between the U.S. and Iran with regards to ending tensions there between the two countries. AMD also on watch here, the information reporting that NVIDIA has developed a new server rack that can run chips from competitors like AMD and Google. Again, a report from the information.
Perfect. Thank you, Adam James. We'll get to that momentarily. But yeah, a couple of attempts here to see if we were going to get that breakdown on AMD. We had that nice short on Friday. Maybe we figured we'd get a little bit of a continuation here this morning. Doesn't seem to be the case as oil is moving to the downside and the tech names are definitely surging here today. NVIDIA with a gap up. Tesla and AMD are the names that I got on my radar thus far. Let's pull up some of the charts. And we have a nice steady uptrend here, guys, in AMD and the triple Qs as well, too. So I think it's time to just go with the flow. If it breaches that high, thesis invalid. But if we do seem to get somewhat of a curl over, but that doesn't seem to be the narrative in today's session. A massive move, almost a 9-point move here in NVDA, especially on Friday's session. Lots of selling, and I'm like, oh man, out of the money on some of the shares that I just bought. But there's some key things that we're going to look at this morning. And it's just like, ooh, makes a lot of sense. And some things that we can correlate from last week as well, too. So the NASDAQ, NVDA, Tesla, and AMD, these are the names that I have on my radar. I have no issues with switching things up relatively quick. But if I want to get involved with the long side, what do I want to do? Try to catch the lower end of this uptrend. And then maybe we can get a nice steady grind higher in the likes of the king of the chips. And it's, I guess we'll call this the Robin here of NVDA's Batman, AMD. Now, Tesla continues to climb here, guys. 373. We gap up, and that momentum really kicked in here at 359. So that's almost a 30-point day right here on Tesla, and it's only 11 o'clock. So a lot to still rock and roll with here this morning, guys.
I hate you, Adam. Why, Adam? He's like, last night because Arsenal lost to City in the Carabao Cup final last night, 2-0. We played like absolute hot trash. He's already coming with the super chats. Adam James abroad. Time to get short Kepa. Let's go Gooner. Yeah, he sucks, bro. And Arteta came out, said he'd play him again if he could. And she's like, dude, you're putting the person here ahead of the team. Just because you've let him play the tournament from the get-go doesn't mean that he's the right guy for the right situation. We love you, Kepa. We do. We love you, Kepa. We do. No, I don't, man. Sell his ass in the summer. I don't want him around anymore. Kepa Arrizabalaga. All right, you take your ass back to Chelsea. You suck. All right, let's get right down to work. I've updated my risk calculator, so now this thing is live, and I'm quite proud of it. Now, we're not going to be able to connect directly to my platform, so I won't be able to execute on it. But the good thing is now it's got live data feeding right into it. Let's take a case right here. So we got BIAF. This one's moving great. It looks fantastic, trading at 410, 409. Right, but the issue was looking at my share size versus the amount that I wanted to risk and my stop. It was just taking me too long to enter it in. Now I can kind of get all that ready ahead of time. So I put what I want to risk per trade. I put in my stop, which shouldn't really change, all that much. So those two variables, those are going to be fixed, most of the time. And then what really changes there is how many shares that I'm going to take, as well as my risk to reward. Now, for my risk to reward at the bottom there, they're updating with the price. So if I was to get in at 406, my 1R would be 426, for example. I want to be able to lock that in so that I have the option for my R&R to be live and to be paused. So when I'm in a trade, I don't want to see what the live price R&R is. I want to see the price that I got in at. So I have one more update to do for my risk calculator over here, and then we're going to make it available for everybody. We're going to be able to put it up on I think the what's it called, for the YouTube Premium members. So this one, keep your eye out coming in. It's going to be packageable, and you're going to be able to probably have multiple of these. So my goal with this one is to have like 4 or 5 of them so that I can watch 4 or 5 different stocks. And this is live data, by the way. So you can see the price action move with BIAF is on the middle left of your screen. You can see 417, then drops right down to 415. So good live data on this one. Took me a bit to do, but finally it's working. It's working well. And on top of that, look at this. I was able to also program it so that it stays above all the other screens. So that way I don't have to keep looking for it. So like when I click behind, it's actually right there. So pumped for this one. It's definitely going to help me manage the risk with the speed at which these ones trade. So we're going to keep an eye on that. As soon as it's available, I'll make it packaged for everybody free of charge, of course. So top left of your screen, that's the multiple halter PTLE. It's halted down at 810. We'll get to that one in a second, but it's below the 10 EMA. It's below VWAP, so I'm really less and less interested with this one. What I am interested in, though, is BIAF and SATL. Those look fantastic. SATL, a little bit less than 21% on the day. BIAF, a bit more, 50.5%. What I do like about BIAF is it looks like it was going to topping tail dance and then kind of head back down. But you see, when the buyers step in aggressively at 4, and here we go again. 418 showing up. Current bar high is 19. High of the day is 25. So we haven't quite cleared prior bar high quite yet, but it showed you that there was aggressive buying at $4, which is what you want to see with these ones, especially when they're extended. So one of those anomalous situations here, because the price action developed quite quickly, where the volume weighted average price is above the 10 EMA on the 5 at around 380. 10 EMA on the 5 is 375. But I'd be more looking at $4 here as at least a local area of support. Now, look, here's the deal. We already bounced off it once. You might get one more time or twice, but if it comes back down to 4 a bunch of times, it might be headed back down to 380, 375. So keep your eye on that. SATL, this one just got into day's high. It's taking out prior area high, probably on the way to the $0.5 right now, 437, a very clean hold off that 10 EMA. Just a one quick wick below it, and then multiple green candles in a row here to take out the high. So SATL, a holdover from Friday, but very much in play. We're going to talk about more, but for the moment, we have to go up to the big desk with Adara.
Yet another update here on oil, guys. We're now getting comments from the spokesperson of the Iran Security Committee, saying that President Trump is either, quote, lying or talking nonsense, saying that there are no talks and that only force will be understood, quote unquote, as strikes and oil price surge have shifted momentum. So again, we're just getting some more comments. We already had Iran denying these comments from President Trump, but just be aware we're getting more circulation here of this denial, as we then also get reports from Axios and the Jerusalem Post suggesting that there's actually going to be a meeting potentially in Pakistan between the U.S. and Iran leaders here, including Vice President J.D. Vance potentially leading up the American side. If I get more details on any of this back and forth, I'll keep you posted.
Here on ALDX. This one got into the high moments ago, 222, up a respectable 22%, clearing $2 earlier on, so we needn't worry about the whole dollar resistance now. But when you do look back a few days, we did come from a lot higher. I'm thinking really around 4. So first and foremost, we're going to be looking at that $0.50 as that local area of resistance on ALDX. If we can clear that, Joey, for whatever reason, there's a double bottom here at 275, so kind of annoying to have so many different areas of resistance close together, but that 275 double bottom is very obvious from the 17th. If we can clear that, we're also looking at the whole dollar. It tends to be a bit of a resistance level, but ALDX kind of putting in a couple of bull flags now. We'll see if this current breakout ends up manifesting as a bull flag, but we got that 10-10 breakout. It doesn't have a lot of volume, relatively speaking, of course, but I think enough volume for you and I to be able to bamboozle in. MGRX is breaking down. It seems like it's kind of like an oscillating wave. I trade this as a range if I was to trade it at all. Essentially 33 pennies as support with about 40 pennies as resistance. Some outlying areas here and there, but for the most part, that is what the levels are. And then AHMA. This one looks like it's past its prime. Multiple topping tail candles, shows you resistance throughout the up move, with the ultimate high of the day being 847, breaking down now into 7 with a lot of lower highs. So I'd say be careful with AHMA. This one could be a little bit of trouble. And then AIFF. I mean, who can hate on Firefly Neurosciences, man? Always a good look. It's got some higher lows here, but it just started breaking down now below 220, which is the volume weighted average price. Still up 40% though, so it gapped up nicely from Friday's close, but it looks like maybe, Joey, the best trade is behind this. So those are the ones that I'm watching right now. We're going to keep an eye on these ones, but as always, if there are any good small cap gappers, tag myself or Joey. We'll have a look at them for you.
Yes, sir. Oil is failing. That's a nice move right there, down to 106.70. Look at this steady downtrend. Multiple touches here, guys, and now you're starting to get a clean flush break of 109 and the continuation. So a big time move in oil. What's it look like on the daily? Oh boy, we'll hit that one there for OB and see what we got going on there. We open up at 113, and now moving down to 106. So I don't know. I think it might be a little bit tough on the equities front to get that short to come into play, even though we do have a trend break here on AMDL, which I'm looking for. I mean, these were just feeler positions, so I have no issues with where we're rejecting, right? We're coming up. We failed to break in above this previous high, a double touch up there, almost a triple top here, guys. And then now we're starting to pull in aggressively. The only thing is that the volume's not necessarily supporting the breakdown. I would like to see a little bit more volume there. And then also what we can definitely take into consideration is where we open up on today's session, above some key resistance zones. So maybe we get somewhat of a breakout range here today, and then up above some of this resistance zone around 209.47. So we'll keep our eyes on it. We don't want to force it. Again, 2 starter positions, small potatoes, and looking to add aggressively here on this potential trade. Risking 10 cents or so. If I wait till 95, then we get out around 105 or 1305 there, which gives me plenty of room. But it looks pretty strong, guys. Running through our watch list, what's IBIT been up to? I seen we dipped into 68 last night, but a little bit of a recovery here, guys. That's not too bad whatsoever. Back up to $40. We want this to hold, right? We want this consolidation zone to hold, and then sure enough, we want to come and retest this trend around $43 or $45. So that's what we got going on AMD and IBIT. XLE, how have you been performing? Absolutely monstrous since last year. 36%, right? A big time breakout in XLE, a space in a sector that we really don't see that type of move. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. And it did do a split. Okay, I didn't know that. A 2-to-1 split. Very, very interesting. AMD about to retest that pivot high. Maybe no short in play right now. Getting a pullback on NVDA. We'll be patient and wait for some prime time entries here, guys. Adara.
Chris Wright keeps making the rounds. U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was speaking around 10 a.m. at this CERAWeek energy event in Houston, Texas. Then he was speaking on CNBC, and now here he is speaking with Fox Business, saying that oil prices would be going down if the Iran war ends in 5 days. So kind of giving an odd little 5-day buffer here, I guess, for oil prices to drop in connection to the ending of the Iran tensions. He also said that it's President Trump and his administration's responsibility to end these tensions with Iran, saying they can't, quote, kick the can to the next U.S. administration. Back to you.
Good stuff. All right, a couple more things here. So the starter positions now at this attempt, we've tripled up the size. If it breaks this high, then we're out of dodge, okay? But a nice clean flush is exactly what we want to see on the time of sales. Let's see if we can get our quote highlights up and see if we can find any form of a ladder to the downside. There it goes, Sharif. A nice little move to the downside there on AMDL. We're going to wait for a little bit more, maybe a bounce off of the volume-weighted average price, but look at this trend line break, okay? You come back, you get the retest, and then boom, you get a little bit of a snap right there. So we'll keep our eyes out on this one. So far in the money, we'll take that. Better than what we had going on earlier today.
Good job, Joey. All right, guys, continuing to watch. I'm in BIAF now. Let's see if this one has the juice to hold. I'm putting my out below the 1105 bar low. So we're going to give that one a little bit of time to kind of manifest. It's at the high, so it may have to dilly-dally around here. If it doesn't, if it loses trend, we'll get stopped out. I already earmarked my out there. Looking for the first profit taker at around 15, but my 1R is going to be around, do we get the fill? Coming into 14. I think current bar high is 15, but it didn't cross. No, current bar high is 14. Looking for the continuation into the quarter dollar. There we go, Joe, and there is the high of the frickin' day. Give me my money, okay?
Do you use your risk calculator?
Boom. Of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's a good move there. 440 high. We're in at 406. We're still holding shares. We just got 2R there. Quick as you like. Okay. Now we're gonna wait near the $0.50. Let's go ahead and post up 47s. We're going for that. We're packing the patience here. Shout out to my man MF. Dangerous. He is so dangerous. Who's that song from, bro? Is that like that? That's an old reggae song, man. Dangerous, I'm so dangerous.
Maybe Neil might know that one there.
Who does that, man? I don't know. Adara's singing it. She must know who it is, man. But any event.
It's is that not Akon? And who does the rap verse on that? Sounds like Ludacris.
I'm pretty sure it's a reggae song. In any event, 40 is the high. We're waiting next at, I believe, 447. So that's where we're waiting next. We're going to test that $0.50 there. Should have added more size onto this one, but I did take exactly how much size I wanted. So that's all right. We'll pack the patience. Now, what's the next trade as the OB? He is the one Kenobi would like to say. Festival, Barrington? Cardinal, yeah, it is Cardinal Official. Yes, Lazy Rocks. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna have to get that one.
What do you know about Cardinal?
Well, he's got to be on this side of the border. Then he's definitely got to be on this side of the border. No, but anyway, yes, BIAF is him right now. Let's see if he can take out the $0.50. Other than that, Joey, I'm keeping an eye on SATL, which is now coming into the 10 EMA on the, 10 EMA on the 5, and this has been a money buy area. I'm thinking around 4.25. Now I wouldn't get too strict with my stop placement on this one because it has had a tendency to kind of just breach it momentarily and then mosey on back up. Let's just do a quick one. I think we did talk about this one coming from higher. No, that was a different one. Flip to the hourly here, just quick, so we can see.
Oh, Sharif.
1 second, Joey. I just got to see what the levels are. 450, Joey, because we've been up into this level lately. So I'm going to tell you, we're probably looking at 5 as our first level of resistance on SATL. But people want to know what you're doing over there, Joey.
It's working out, man. I mean, it's slowly starting to work here for us on AMDL. That's the thing with these leverage products, right? Like you're risking 10 cents So I was waiting for 95, so a little bit more than that, 12 to be proven wrong. But there we go. We hit the 10 cent. So about a 0.8 to 1 right now, but I'm not going to complain. And there it is. Bang. Oh, my day. Flush City.
What happened,
Sharif? It's Flush City out here at this point. So we'll take a little bit off right there at the volume-weighted average price. A nice little move. And I told you guys, these were starter positions, right? And then I just really hammered up the size on that triple top up there. And if we can get the break of view up, I don't even know from a percentage metric what I just took off there, about 20% or so. And if we get another clean move, then we'll look to take a little bit more off. But we want to leave some for a Mike Peter rider here. And leave it for a rider, a runner. But anyways, but yeah, if it breaks that 206 mark, then I think we can start to cover some of this engulfing print that we seen earlier today. So not too bad of a look there on AMD. Tesla starting to come in off the highs. This channel, it doesn't seem very strong to me. And I feel that if you have sellers or larger participants really step in, it can be broken and then maybe it'll give back a little bit of this move. There goes NVDA breaking the trend line as well too. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. I don't see very much. NU Holdings was pretty strong here today. Oh, wow, an IREN. Look at this print right there, Gorb. I haven't seen my boy Gorb, our Los Polios, in the chat.
Oh, my days.
Excuse me, this is what you want to look for. That is a really, really good entry and a beautiful signal right there at the volume-weighted average price. American Airlines not doing so much. Yeah, the whole market had that nice uptick there earlier in the day. So, again, we're going to see what silver's up to. And if we can get that break, then that's going to be really nice. Starting to come back in a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some aggressive buying and the VWAP buyers step in. So what's up, MF Dangerous? Hope everything's going good, my friend. But yeah, we took about 20% off there on AMD.
All right, good job, Joey. Watching BIAF come back down, stopped out for the last remaining amount at 418. We're in at 406s. Watch out for a 4 buyer here, guys. There's a lot of support at 4 through the break. You can kind of see the interactions on the 1-minute chart. 1-minute chart's going to be always the top of my screen. 5-minute chart will be the bottom. So you can kind of just see that over and over. The buyers have been stepping in generally at 4. Now you do have some levels below that $4 level that are important, namely the 390 area. And the only reason I point to the 390 area as an area of import is because the 10 EMA and VWAP are overlapping right around that 390 area. So that could be an area where the algorithms could pick it up at, whether the shorts cover there, the longs look to get in at around that level. But first and foremost is going to be that key psychological area of support and resistance, and that is $4. ALDX at highs, says Cool Brioche. I see it, my man. Good call out, though, by the Cool one. Up 23 some odd %, dancing around the $0.25. This is the one that we had on our watch list on Thursday. Did bupkiss on Friday, but it's a former convict in the sense that we know that it's one of those ones that runs, and if it's going to run, we're gonna keep an eye on it, Joey. But the fact of the matter is, this one has got a much lesser volume than it did have on Thursday. Now, don't forget, this one's coming from a lot higher. It had a very bad day on the 17th where it dropped, I think, almost about 75 to 80% there from where it was trading in the pre-market, like early in the pre-market, 5 a.m., 4 a.m., and then when all was said and done, about an hour before the bell rang, we were less than $1. Now it's since recovered, dancing here at 225, but you need to keep your eye out on the levels, right? The levels that we're coming from, especially since they're recent, like last week, because they could act as areas of resistance. I'm super tired today, guys, and so I'm gonna have just a little bit of a more calm disposition, but maybe, the what's it called, the coffee kicks in and we get all amped up, but right now I am super tired. You know what it is, bro? It's like my weekdays are rammed. I have no time from the morning to bed. So any other things that I need to get done get pushed over to the weekends, and then my weekends are being slammed as well, and then I just get no rest. So it's a problem to have.
It's a term, as the youngins would like to call it, adulting.
Adulting, yeah, exactly. I'm adulting like 30 years into or more into my adulthood. No, but seriously, SATL right into the high. My sleep score last night, Sage, I think it's actually not that great. it was like 72 or 73, which isn't bad. I average high 70s, low 80s, so this one wasn't too bad. I don't think it was the quality of the sleep. I think it was probably just my activities yesterday, because anyway, SATN, we smashed tennis too on top of that. I couldn't stop, Joe, because the weather was cooperating. Couldn't get the weather Saturday because it was raining. Yesterday calmed the hell down, so I was able.
Where were you, bro? Yesterday was pure rain.
No, not in the later part of the day.
Oh,
dried up.
in the latter. Okay,
in the afternoon I went. Yeah. We played on hard court, so it was all good there. But guys, SATL holding the 10 EM and the 5. I should have got into this one. I don't know why I hedged. What a clean hold here into that 430 area, and then a new high a day of 443. Keep your eye on this one. Shout out to Lemon Family. It was 100 here in Vegas yesterday. I hate you, Lemon Family.
I know, man.
Well, you know what? 100 is not really my jam, but I do know Vegas is the dry heat. As long as there's no humidity, I can kind of get behind that. But man, I remember going to Vegas in 21, and it was like at, I don't know, 2 in the morning, and just the wind, all dark, or sorry, like hot air blowing in your face at 2 in the morning. And then the funny part is, it started raining. So like the droplets of rain were just fantastic.
There's nothing worse than
fantastic.
Like one thing that drives me, it grinds my gears about the Caribbean is that after it rains, you see this steam, like it happens here sometimes in the summer, but you just see this steam coming off of the ground and the humidity. Yeah, it's hilarious. So garbage, man. And you're just sticky, right? Like you can have a shower a couple times. At my dad's house,
it's not gonna help.
So at my dad's house, while he was building it for a long time, it was classic island country stuff. You grab the bucket of water because the faucet didn't have enough pressure in it and stuff, right? And you're doing that. You could do that 4 or 5 times a day and still not feel.
You're gonna get sticky right away.
You're gonna get sticky right away. But what also we're gonna do right away, right here, Sharif, is take a little bit more. Okay, yeah, no, we don't want that now, do we, ladies and gentlemen? We'll take a little bit more off here on AMDL. Let's see if we can catch that fill, folks. We want to head up on the bed. You got to do it a little bit quicker there, my guy. Can we get it? There we go. All right, we take some 81s on that one as we are heading towards the volume weighted average price, and looking like we are going to break that here momentarily, especially if we continue on this trajectory. I know, Overthinking Bear, we need the animation like Sean's What's for Lunch. We got Joseph's Grind My Gears segment, and then we can go over that, and we just do it stock related. This is what I wanted to pull up here, considering we're sitting in this AMDL trade. It's working pretty good for us here, ladies and gentlemen, considering we had 3 times the amount of size on this one entry than what we had on these ones. So that's why it's important to get out, right? Like, I get it. At times you get flustered, you get frustrated, but if you can stick to your book the majority of the time and the rules, then it just sets you up for opportunities like this. Starter, right? Because I was looking for the break of the support level. Didn't break, no problem. We get out of it. We try it one more time on this curl over. Decides to go and break this pivot high, no problem. We get out of it. Forms that base up top, boom, and we're fortunate enough to get in right at the right time. Now, before we head over to the options chain, guys, we got Mojar, $10. Trump lies about talks in Israel and UK jump in line to support it. Best friend code to a T. As Kevin Hart says, as my best friend, I shouldn't have to ask to put you in my lie. Exactly. There you go. You don't need to ask. It should just be automatic. There it is. All right, guys. Thank you very much for that $10 super chat, our friend. And
my friend.
I hope you're having a solid day. But let's head over to NVDA and the options chain and see what we got going on this week's expiration cycle. Now, we know that we had the witching event last Friday. So what do we want to see here at that $200 mark? Substantial size, which we do not. Those have all expired. There is a little bit of supply within the 180 and the 185s, but it's nothing close to what we were seeing last week. Now, we were in the hundreds of thousands of contracts, 200,000 plus at 200. We had 185 with 193, 197, the 185s with 190 as well, too. But now we're only sitting around 57, 54, and 59. Substantially lower than what we were experiencing from last week. So, is this some room to breathe and for us to climb a little bit higher? I think this size can be absorbed here in NVDA, considering what we've known from previous experiences that it has this volume typically, but we need a lot more to stop this name from continuing. Climbing high.
All right, guys, continuing to watch BIAF over here as it defends for very well. I mean, again, it didn't hold it in the strict sense. I think the low of the area is 396. I think that's quite reasonable for a $4 defend, and right back into the $quarter-ish. It goes back into the teens. We're still technically putting in lower highs because we haven't taken out prior bar high. I'm talking about the 1125 candle on the 5-minute chart, the high of which is 425. Current bar high, 422. So we still have a bit of a downtrend, but the way I see it, that $4 area is being well defended for the moment. Consolidative sideways, but nonetheless, 4 is being defended. I want to also point out this one here, DEFT. Someone just brought this to my attention. It's not an aggressive mover by any stretch of the imagination. Let me just actually put it on. DEFT, pardon me, DEFT. This one is up only about, I want to say 26.5%, but which is a reasonable amount to be up. 66.5 pennies is the high of the day, showing 65. The reason I show this to you guys is it's not the most appetizing, but it's quite respectful of trend. So if you're able to kind of view it on the level 2 and it's an acceptable spread that you can stomach within your trading parameters, one to have a look at. But it's the ALDX show. SATL continues to hover pretty much at highs, 1 or 2 penny below the high. Here we are, 1 penny now below the high. And then BIAF. PTLE did halt up. I said little about this. I'm not going to really want to get involved with PTLE until and if it holds and holds well above the volume weighted average price. Currently, you know, look at the VWAP, 10 EMA, and 20 EMA. They're all pointing to the side. They're neither pointing up nor down. So this means sort of we're in an equilibrium right now where we're trendless, I want to say. There seems to be a buyer at 8.5, but look at the range. We're talking about $10 range to 8.5. I need this to halt up, and then maybe we'll catch one of those aggressive halters that we got a whole bunch of last week, starting with SWMR, of course, at IPL. We're going to pause for a second, Joey and I. We're going to send it to Adara with the crypto segment.
Another week, another round of purchases here by some of these digital treasury plays. Let's start here by talking about Ethereum. Here is our friend Tom Lee, who's of course with Bitmine Immersion. Bitmine Immersion picking up a whole bunch more Ethereum last week, 65,341 ETH tokens. They now hold over 4.66 million tokens. Now we have to look at another friendly face in crypto. This is Michael Saylor, who of course is the chairman of MicroStrategy, or now known as Strategy. Their company picked up 1,031 Bitcoins last week. Their total now over 762,000. So tons of purchases here by some of these major crypto companies. Now let's take a look at Bitcoin itself. This daily chart, now as Sharif and Brendo were saying this morning, a lot of this move in crypto does have to do with these geopolitical headlines. Nice pop this morning for BTC, initially opening this session just below 68,000. Current high of the session just below 72K. Now this, of course, happens as we get President Trump announcing in a Truth Social post that he's actually been in discussions with Iran, and there's going to be a 5-day pause on the U.S. targeting any of these Iranian power plants. We'll take a look at Ethereum to see how it's doing. ETH, I mean, last week, or I guess early last week, we did have this push here into near 2,400. We were pulled back quite a bit away from there, but right now hanging out around that key 2,200 level, which has served as resistance for Ethereum going back to early March. So keep an eye here on Bitcoin and Ethereum. These names certainly moving in tandem with a lot of these geopolitical announcements.
Yes, thank you very much. Joey, what are you looking at, brother?
Talking to Mike P, he's telling me my family might know another family in Jamaica, but we're in the country. We're not really that close to the water, to be honest with you. Salt River, it's just a pond that I was telling you guys about from before. It's our closest body, really, until you drive to the coast. So, all right, guys, there's a nice pullback in AMD. I didn't get out. It almost got back to my break even, but what I seen is that the volume was relatively cool, and I'm like, is this going to be a little bit of a squeeze here? And then I got my eye on, obviously, the other names. Tesla's still starting to sell. Looks like it's putting in somewhat of a top. And then NVDA, almost about to touch the volume-weighted average price. We're also about to head right in towards this trend line once again. So let's see if this is going to be the attempt that we break it. I like this momentum. If it climbs back higher, breaks that previous pivot, then it might be best for us to get out and reassess the situation. But the way that this is looking currently, I think we might be. I think the odds might be slightly in our favor here for that potential breakdown. It may not be a continued one. I may not give up a little bit of this here from what you got from this morning. But I think at this point, some volatility may be stepping in right here. We better get right back over to these charts and see what we got going on, because I've seen that that flutter, but no, it doesn't seem to necessarily be the case, guys. I only took 30% off, so I'm still rolling on around 70. I'm waiting for a new low, and then I'm going to take out substantially more to the point where it's like, hey, you can breathe a little bit better, and your cool runnings with leaving a little bit of a runner there, Shreve, considering we got all the island talk going on. There we go. We're right back to where we were before. Maybe we will piece a little bit more off. I typically like to wait for a lower price, but if we continuously bounce off of this level, then I don't love that. So there we go. Now I'm sitting on exactly 50% of my position, which I'm cool with. Woosah, you can now take a little bit deeper of a breath, and if we get the breakdown, then it's all cash.
Cash money.
So yeah, other than that, look at NVDA Go, guys. Really aggressive slide. Also, put it in the chat what you guys are looking at if you want to go over some options chain. But we were talking about the open interest about on this name not too long ago. Really starting to cool off from what we experienced last week, and I think this can give it a little bit of room to run throughout the trading week and the trading sessions.
All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch BIAF. I'll talk about PTLE in a second here, but BIAF has a monster seller at the $0.25. So look at the nature of the prior candle. It's like flat top-ish. This is very unusual. Look at this, because it was a bottoming tail, kind of a hammer candle. You can kind of see the aggressive selling at 25, and it's not the first time we've had trouble there. I realize we've been above it, but look at this candle over there, right into 424. I'm talking about the 11 a.m. candle that rejected the $0.25 initially. But look at the selling here at the $0.25. My days, BIAF, right into the $0.25. Here it is at 26s. Let's take a quick look. Right back down it goes. Let's see if there's a continuation. Can we really decimate the seller who's in and around the $0.25? It feels like if we take him out, this one's going to rupture to the high side, but at least not at the moment, because you keep seeing the bid drop below. There it goes. Now into 435. Don't forget, 441 is the high of the day. So here we go. We've got higher lows. We've got higher highs now. We have respect for the 10 moving average on the 5, which it held very well. Even with that big red candle at 1120 that stopped me out for the last remaining amount. The trend is still very much intact on BIAF, and this one could be at 4.5, if not 5. So you need to account for that here, especially if we can kind of clear and hold above this 420. We didn't really hold much at all above 420 when I kind of caught this one into 440. Look how very clear it shows that 20-25 penny area is where the sellers are, in the same way that it shows that 4 are where the buyers are. But we're above it now. It looks like we're stair stepping up, and this could be the breakout right now on BIAF. So be on the lookout there. And then separately, SATL has dropped right back in to the 10 EMA on the 5. It looks like they're selling at 43. I'd be on the lookout for that. And then last but not least, PTLE. Just before we go up to the big desk, I wanted to point out here that there's a very clear buyer. Well, BIAF just took out the highs. Look at these 3 bottoming tails candles in a row. So the 1120 buyer at 856, the 1125 buyer at 856, and then take a look at the 1130 buyer at 862. So here we go again, dropping back down to 9. That 850 area, I want to say, a little bit higher, 855, 860. There's a monster buyer on PTLE there. Now, this is a very bamboozling candle. It breaches prior bar high. It even takes out the 1125 bar high. And now it's turning into an inverse hammer candle, topping tail coming down into 9. I don't think that changes the narrative, though, at around 850, 8 2/3. So keep your eye on PTLE, possible money area, money buy, money fill, you want to call it. But BIAF into the high, Joey, 448, looking to go 450. We're going up to Adara.
Sort of preface this with, these are the same kind of comments we've been hearing from Iran, but I'm seeing it circulate more here, so I do want to mention this once again. IRNA reporting that Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson saying that Iran has not been speaking to the U.S. They're calling President Trump a quote-unquote liar, saying that these conversations did not happen. Now, apparently, I guess friendly countries sent messages to Iran saying that the U.S. has requested talks to end the war, but Iran is saying that they did not respond and that their position on the Strait of Hormuz remains unchanged. So once again, Iran unequivocally saying, again, according to Iranian state media, that they have not been talking to President Trump and the U.S., saying that the U.S. has been trying to negotiate, but they're not interested. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. There it goes. I mean, we took that off, so we were sitting on 50% of our position at the volume-weighted average price, and then left the other 50 for a runner. I'm not sitting on very much right now, around probably about 30% or so at this point. So it's continuing to slide here, guys. A nice little look on AMD. We're just going back to what we were seeing on Friday, right? From Friday selling. Let's take a little bit more off, and then sure enough, we're going to leave this 10-15% for a little bit of some more fun as the market is really starting to slide, and that downtrend snapped here in AMD. Look at that, boom, as soon as that broke, I know Neil will like that one, a steady uptrend, boom, you're on the backside of that, and then now you're getting that momentum really start to accelerate here in AMD, and then look at NVDA go as well to the downside, going to give back the majority of this move, so not too bad of a look. And it was the same thing. So we'll kind of take a couple steps back here and see what I was getting at. So we had this nice move up, but to me, the price action was relatively weak. So at this peak right here, at the break of this support level, we'll put it around 206.05. I'm like, all right, let's take an attempt on the short. Nope, no go. So we get we play the break of the support level, right? And I typically say, hey, don't sell the lower end of the range. What did I do? I sold the lower end of the range, totally fine, but I was also prepared to get out once I was proven wrong and that momentum uptick didn't come into play. So we got out, we took another attempt on it, right? So as we were up here on this consolidation, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe we failed to construct a new high, a lower high. Sellers are a little bit more aggressive here and stronger stepping in. Nope, we get stopped out one more time, but then as soon as we triple topped, I'm like, all right, this is my green light to go, and let's put the full size on this trade. And that's exactly what we did and then some. So I'm happy. I actually risked a little bit less than half my shutdown on that specific trade. On the other trades, it was literally like 10% of my shutdown on that one. So just really getting into that exponential bet sizing. When you see something set up, you have to try to take advantage of it. And sure enough, we were fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time. Again, another $5 super chat. Caller me shocked at the news, Adara. UVIX to the moon, diamond hands. It's pronounced Moyer, by the way. All right, Moyer. All right, more money then. That's what we want to see. Moyer, more money. Thank you very much, my friend. I hope everything's going good. You said UVIX to the moon. Sounds like you're having a pretty solid day. And that's all we want to hear. I hope everything's going good.
All right, guys. Super pumped about this risk calculator. I want to show it off again. So this is what we made. Now, what I'm going to be changing. So number one, this is actually using Yahoo Finance live data. And I was actually surprised that it's actually live. It's supposed to be delayed, but it's actually giving me very, very accurate live data relative to what I'm seeing on my platform. I'm comparing it to IB, I'm comparing it to P8, and it's giving me live data. Now, I had the actual option to run it with my platform with IB, and it would be able to kind of take the data from Trader Workstation, throw it into there. What I'm looking at doing though are number one, a couple of things. I want to see the dollar value for my 1R, my 2R, my 3R, so it shows me what to be expecting in terms of profits at those levels. Now, the other thing that I want to change as well is to lock in these 1Rs. I like how they're live, they're changing with the price, like the share size is changing with the price, but I also want to have the option using like a radio key or something like that, a toggle on-off switch to shut it and to kind of be like, okay, so for example, say I got in at 426 here on BIAF. Well, now it's showing me the 1R for 424. So I want to be able to kind of shut it so that it just shows me for the price that I got in at. So that was one other thing that I want to put. But I tried to actually connect this to our API so that it execute directly through it. I made some gains, but it was just like, what is really the point? The point for me was to be able to see the live data, not to actually execute, directly into the platform. To me, the most important parts were, number one, how much I wanted to risk per trade, and two, what the stop loss is, right? And then it can give me the share size relative to the live data. And if you know anything about P8, for example, like look, I just hit this. What's this thing called again? You know the name of the keyboard?
The squiggly line one?
You know what I mean? Obi knows the name of it. Anyway, you hit this little squiggly key beside the 1, and then bottom left, you can kind of see my share size there. So I can say 250, I can say 50, 550, whatever, and then I can just execute through hotkeys. So that was really never the issue. The issue for me was to be able to see what the actual R&R was and the share size based upon current price, because it was just moving so fast. So tilde, that's it, tilde. Thank you guys for that. Yeah, I do appreciate it. Thanks, Jay Lee. Squiggly key equals tilde. Yeah, I remember Obi always would point out the name of that, but I couldn't remember what it was called. In any event, yeah, so work in progress, but it is working out quite well, and it's giving me live data, and that's really all that I cared about, so I don't even need to change that. Now, it has a couple of deficiencies. One, the data is not live in the pre-market. I tested it out this morning for equities anyway. It's not live in the pre-market, nor does it have aftermarket data, like in the strict aftermarket, and also Blue Ocean. What it did have though was crypto, and I was actually able to test this yesterday because I was vibe coding this at home, not here, and I was able to test it on Solana, I was able to test it on ETH, BTC, worked out great. Obviously, it didn't really give me too much in the way of shares, otherwise I'd be risking thousands and thousands, which wasn't the case, obviously. But yeah, it did help. Yeah, shout out to Frank Trades. Thank you for that, brother.
Dude, I was I was vibe coding yesterday.
What were you vibe coding?
I got all my things here. You want to see?
Your algo?
Yeah, I got all of them. It's amazing. I love it. They're all right here.
What language is that?
That's Python. I mean PineScript.
Oh, okay.
Dude, these ones are big, so I had to put them in text, but I have all of them.
Can I just ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Are you rating them on TradingView? Are they back testing them on TradingView?
Yeah,
Nice,
but now
nice.
it's hooked up to, one of them is hooked up to
P?
No.
Dash?
TWS API.
Oh.
That's why I was here the other night. Jose
Hold
and I
on,
were here
so you
until
actually
6.
got it to connect to the API, eh? I was having trouble doing
It's
that.
not that easy.
No,
the way Jose is doing it's like, how would anybody who didn't have any form of knowledge figure this out?
Well, I mean, and it just like, I kept screenshotting. So what it did, it created a debugging window for me. So in the app that I was vibe coding, it gave me like a debugging prompt window so that any of the errors coming back from the exchange would be there. So you could just copy those and then put them in. But it was so tedious.
It's difficult. You have to save it as a file and have it, and then plug it into command prompt. But Claude is, dude. Okay, so what I was getting at here, what I was just saying, Gemini.
Sure.
Garbage for
really?
For coding.
For vibe coding.
That's
garbage.
What
I'm using actually.
Yeah, garbage. ChatGPT, not too bad. Claude will tell you pretty much everything.
Says that.
Yeah,
Everybody says that. Yeah.
But yeah, here they are, man. These ones are in files, but these are the 3 that I'm gonna have run. This one's already plugged in. So
what are they? You want to give us a little bit of an idea?
Yeah, I'll show you guys momentarily. Yeah, I'm gonna
give us like an idea. Like what's the strategy on one? What's the strategy on the other?
It's very simple. Okay, so the one is just essentially VPA signal, so it's like hammer candles at extreme lows. Then the other one's the inverse of that for downtrend, right? One works right, so it's just the inverse of that. And then I have a 5-minute orb strategy that is now complete. So it's just essentially if the I'll give away some of the criteria. It's no secret at the end of the day. So if the first 5-minute candle closes 75% of the value as the body, then it will take a long or short, depending.
I love that. Did you back test that data? Like to see like
well, I ran it through. I haven't forward tested it on thing, but yeah, I'm back testing on TradingView.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, like you did that 75% for a reason. You must have seen that.
Yeah, I was doing so it wasn't triggering very much. So I was having like 90%, and then I was messing around with 65. But then like kind of where it found its most efficiency was in that 75%.
Makes sense.
75%.
Makes sense.
Wasn't triggering enough for the anything north of 80.
No, eh?
I mean, which isn't bad. The high, it had a pretty good profit factor. Like the typical win was relatively high. But when the candle closes so bullish, it also, because I have risk parameters involved in it, is that it would make the risk to reward too wide. That you need a substantially larger move in order to hit like 2 to 1s and stuff like that.
I thought you were going to say like you had run the data and that when 75% of the candle was covered by the subsequent candle, then A would happen or B would happen.
Yeah,
that's what I thought you meant.
So what happens? So what happens is we'll go to Adair and then we'll we'll go to Adair and then we'll come back and talk about it.
The Middle East saga continues. Over the last probably 5 to 10 minutes or so, I've seen reports of an explosion here at U.S. bases in Kuwait. So there do look like there's going to be some more strikes here, but I do want to mention these headlines that just came through less than a minute ago from the Financial Times, reporting that the Army Chief of Pakistan spoke with President Trump on Sunday. Furthermore, senior Pakistani officials reportedly back-channeling communications between Tehran and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, the latter two of whom, of course, are these, they're going to be major Middle East envoys or communication leads here for the U.S. So again, these Financial Times reports do suggest, in addition to some other reports from Axios that we've seen, that senior Pakistani officials are in communications here with the U.S. Again, reportedly Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner in particular. Makes sense that it would be these two. So yeah, once again, Iran basically saying we have not spoken to the U.S., but it does seem like at least other factions here within the Middle East or other countries are speaking with the U.S. I'll let you know. Again, this most recent report coming from the Financial Times, but more or less backing up reports from Axios and to a lesser extent the Jerusalem Post that we saw earlier today. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
So just to briefly touch on that one more time. So essentially what happens is if the candle closes, the value of the candle is 75% of the body in either direction, what happens is that it will play the break of the close regardless of its bullish or bearish in each direction. It's very, very structural and what's the word I'm looking for? Not subjective, objective.
Objective.
Right? Like it's that simplistic.
That's the
right?
move.
Like it's very a simplistic strategy, but something that I monitored for a long time. I'm not a quant.
But that is quantitative. You just did that.
Yeah.
It's interesting. Good for you.
And then to plug it in, so what has to be done if you're vibe coding on GPT is that now that has to be translated into, it has to be transitioned into Python. And then Python, you save it as a file because TWS is a Python code. So then you plug that in as a file, use your command prompt, make sure that the computer can read the command prompt, and then that's when you can plug it in into the API.
Same thing with
TWS. Holy shit! There goes
oh my land.
Yeah, look at that Lanta over there, Sharif. That we're really selling right now. I'm only sitting on about 5% of the position left here, guys. If that. So we'll take some more off there, guys. A big time move. On AMD as the market is really starting to slide here, guys. Nice little short. So here it is. We'll break it down.
Go.
Break it down now. Yeah, there you go. So 71, right? I was in at 71s on the first attempt. Stopped out at 81s, 10 cents worth of risk, okay? Same thing here, 83. I get out a little bit early at that breakout at 97 cents right there. So I'm in here at 93 one more time, risking to 1303, 10 cents. And then now we're approximately at 1244. So that's about 50 cents right there. So two small losses would triple the size, essentially almost a 5-to-1. Obviously, I partialed out here, so it doesn't necessarily count. But at that point, from a risk to reward ratio and a standpoint, we are holding on to about 5% of the position right now.
Man, USO is just,
is it flying right now?
It's down 7 3/4. It was.
I thought it would maybe get a little bit of a pop here.
Yeah, it's into VWAP, so this is really interesting. This could be an interesting level. Guys, I'm continuing to watch BIAF as well, as that one just broke through the $0.50. What a clean hold this has been at the 10 EMA on the 5, and there it goes again into another high of the day. 464. This one feels like it's on the way to 5. It could be on the way to more. There's the breakout. The shorts are in trouble here. What a monster move into $0.75. Seller at 72 locally. And/or profit taker. Watch out at 72. Zigging and zagging into the high 60s it goes, but this one feels like it's on its horse and could be on its way into the $0.75. Just got taken out. Now we're talking 4/5. Here we go. We're close to the whole dollar. Let's see if we can clear the 90s area, 85. The breakout is on now, guys. BIAF squeezing out the shorts. This is one of the bigger green candles, I want to say, on the day, especially if it closes near the highs at this level. Fantastic. Shout out to my man Adam. Check USO. We were just talking about it, brother. I was just telling Joey that, you know, this one's weaseling back into the volume weighted average price. USO is what Adam is talking about, but it just took out VWAP. I wouldn't say it's taking it out decisively, Adam. It had a tendency, at least earlier on, when it did retrace into VWAP, to kind of wick through it, but this looks like it's a bit of a different look, so be careful here. USO could be changing its tune. It's down now 7.5% as it gets back into that 112.25. I just want to mention, I forgot to mention, sorry, that I'm involved in not SATL, AL, TO. I'm looking for a move here above the half dollar. It's showing me 52s. The high of the day is 53. I'm waiting at 55. If it breaches the double bottom that it put in at 1135 and 1140, the low of which there is 47s, it ends the trade for me. I'm in at 48. So we'll pack the patience here. We'll see if we can take out some selling. There is definitely selling at 52, 53. Let's see if we can take those out. We're going to go back to the big desk with Adair.
More details here coming out in this back and forth between the U.S. and Iran. Now, as of a couple of minutes ago, though, it's just starting to circulate on social media now, we did get a response on X from MB Galibaf. Again, this was the individual who was named as the negotiator in Iran for these reported talks with Iran and the U.S. over, I guess, this next coming weekend or the coming days. Galibaf saying on social media that there have been no negotiations held with the U.S. and that fake news is being used to manipulate the financial and oil markets and to escape the quagmire, these are his words, of course, that the U.S. and Israel are trapped in. So again, we do have Galibaf, who again is the individual that was named as the negotiator from Iran for these reported talks with Iran and the U.S. and Pakistan. He's saying, nope, these talks have not been held. The markets are using fake news for manipulative purposes. Back to you.
Yeah, crazy stuff, man. Some nice moves here. We haven't hit this one yet today, so we'll throw up the stone cold. But a nice little move there on AMDL. I mean, it's up 1% here, so we're only around 0.5% left on AMD, and it's giving back the majority of that uptick that we experienced in the pre-market. I wasn't watching it. I had to drop my vehicle off this morning at the old break my wallet there.
That's so annoying.
So annoying,
bro.
dude.
I hate to put it this way, but there's you know, when the car does its thing, we're going quadruple digits. It's always $1,000.
Oh yeah. He's brother. There's no. That's the least you can expect, man.
Yeah.
And I told Buddy not to call me until after 2 o'clock. Anyways, so yeah.
He hasn't called yet, has he?
No. I said don't call after.
Did you go to the same guy you went to last time for the insurance one?
No, because I can't go back there.
Why?
Didn't I tell you what happened?
No.
Okay, so anyways, so they sent me the work order and everything, right? So I said, okay, they're like, no problem. They sent the work order to their mechanic.
Right.
So anyways, I e-transfer the insurance company.
Sure.
Anyways, Buddy fixes the car.
Yeah.
But then he fixed too much
That's
on it.
not your problem.
Not my fault. So anyway.
He wants money from you?
No, the insurance company called me and said like, hey, they did more work on there.
You tell them
what they were supposed to. But yeah, he's like, but when I went there and I went and picked up my keys, he's like, did you pay the insurance company? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, okay, no problem. I showed him the receipt of me paying and everything like that. He's like, no problem. Hands me the keys. A couple weeks later, they call me and they're like, hey, yeah, you fixed too much on it. You owe us another $800.
Yeah, okay.
And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And they're like, yeah, buddy, we're gonna put a lien on your car.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, okay, good. Yeah, I'm like,
now
good luck.
remember.
Yeah, I'm like, good luck with that, essentially. So no lien on the car because I have the receipts and I showed everything that I paid.
It's a lot harder to put liens on stuff now too.
You know what I mean?
People were doing that a lot.
And I'm like, what, for $800? It's not my fault, essentially. So, but
now,
so yeah, I can't go back there.
And quite frankly, the fact that you have your hand in the insurance company's pockets is a welcome freaking change, my guy.
We'll hit the money on that
usually
one.
their hand is in your pocket.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's usually very little you can do about it.
So I can't go back there anymore.
I'm loving to hear. I love that story. I want to hear that again, man. That's a great story. story. Guys, BIAF touched 5. Let's just call it 5. 497 high. It's turning into a doji candle now into 480. We probably come back in a little bit. The way that I see this is the first level of support on BIAF, for me anyway, if it does fail 5, first and foremost, that's a big if. We're coming back into 450, and that to me is creating a bit of a buy zone. I want to say from 450 to 440 currently, because 450 psychological support, right? Initially resistance, and then 440 is what you're seeing as a 10 EMA. And quite frankly, when you look at this a little bit more, the wicks go up to 450. But look where all the closing prints on the candle from 11:15 to 11:45 are. They're all south of 440. So step number 1, we need a failure here at $5. The way I see that is you need a new candle to open up, which we're going to open up here in less than a minute. That makes a new low. The low, the current candle is 472. So you dip down maybe possibly into the low 60s, high 50s. That could be a buy zone. So keep your eye out on that. BIAF is the one I'm talking about. And then SER, shout out to Cool Brioche. I had this one up initially, and then I just kind of took it off because it lost trend, but it's regained it. It's moved back above the volume weighted average price, showing at 296. It's retaken $3. It's also breached prior area high. I'm talking about that moving candle, that topping tail candle that breached VWAP at 1030. It's taken that out. It's got a symphony of higher lows and higher highs. So SER should be in focus here. We'll see if it can maneuver into the highs. And then the one that I'm involved in, ALTO, just got into the high of the day again. 254, much slower of a mover though, is ALLO up 22.5%. I'm looking to wet the beak here at 55. It's packing the patience. But right before we go to Adara and happening now on Neil's lesson of the day, what a move up for BIAF. It's trying to take out $5 here, 497 high. This current candle is also 497, so we just retested the highs. Watch out though for prior bar low breach. That is 472, so keep your eye out on that. My man Draco's dropping $100. Oh my days. Oh,
Brother, and Annie's from one of my favorite American cities too.
Which one? Dallas?
No, Chi-Town,
I'm sorry. Because he hates Dallas, Neil. Sharif, here's a tip just for you. Thanks for mentioning BIAF. Made a quick 4K. Dinner on me. Peace. Whoa. What up, Joe? That's stupid amounts of money, man. You're getting that spun again, man. That is ridiculous. Shout out to my man Dracos, who's making us all look like amateurs.
As much as I was, yeah, big time. Way to go, Dragos, man. That's what we like. We like seeing those 5-figure days, brother. Our 4-figure days, brother. Nice work on that one. You know what I was thinking? I was looking at my old Weather Network app the other day over the weekend.
Were you looking at the satellite radar?
I was more or less looking at Dallas temperature, Austin. And 34, 35
like
Celsius.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So I was just thinking, I'm like, man, can I really hate on it?
Exactly. Now, you might hate it in the summer, though, because it's a little too hot. But I know you're all about that life. You're about that life. All right.
I think we're going there relatively soon. Yes, but, guys, look at AMD tank, market tanking, USO, Adam James, you mentioned it, back up towards the volume-weighted average price, but a tank city, sink city, whatever you would like to call city here on AMDL.
So much back and forth here between the U.S. and Iran, and it's certainly impacting the markets. S&P 500, initially pretty strong start to the day. Looks like around 11 a.m., that's when we make this intraday high, and then the market starts to push lower, and actually sharply lower on that last 15-minute candle that begun at 11:45 a.m. Now, why was this the case? A lot of the headlines that led to this back and forth have to do with this man. His name is Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, and he is Iran's parliament speaker. He's also a veteran of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. Now, why he factors into things is because I think just before 11 a.m., as we start to get that pushback higher in the market and a push lower in oil, we get reports from Axios and the Jerusalem Post suggesting that there's going to be a meeting in Pakistan pretty soon. Iran's going to be sending this individual, Ghalibaf, as its lead for the negotiating team. The U.S. would be sending a team featuring Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, as well as maybe even Vice President J.D. Vance. Now, about probably 10 minutes ago or so now, we do get comments from Ghalibaf on social media saying that this isn't true, this is fake news, it's being used to manipulate the oil market, and that Iran basically wants to humiliate its enemies, to use his terms, and a slightly less harsh version of what he said. So he is responsible for a lot of this oil back and forth. Oil right now, of course, USO, not near session highs, I guess sort of near session highs, not at session highs anyway, but nice rebound here as we get Galabaf coming out and saying this isn't true. We've also had denial from Iran multiple times that it actually ever had any kind of negotiations with the US. Another headline that we got earlier today, though not anything that's massively market moving, is from NVIDIA. This came out from the information roughly an hour ago, so just after that midday session begun. Information reporting that NVIDIA's new server rack is going to be running AI chips made by rivals, including AMD and Google. So not all the news is oil related, though a lot of it is going to kind of relate back to those Middle East conflicts. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and stay tuned for Neil's lesson of the day. Neil, what should the people expect from today's lesson?
Well, Adara, thank you for that. And what they should expect out of today's lesson is a reminder. I think Dallas, I don't know what got said in Midday just now by Joe and Shreep, but I like Dallas, man. Nice city, been there a few times, it's fantastic. But there was actually something, and just get back to the market for a second. There was something that happened in the middle of the morning show, and oftentimes whenever I'm talking about the lesson of the day or like the thing that I decided to discuss here for a few minutes, it's usually, I want it to be something that either I saw or I thought was interesting this morning, if I can, not always. But in particular, someone said something interesting, and it was Neil talks himself out of a lot of trades. So I want to remind everybody that a lot of what we do here, we're sitting there, we're showing you the things that we're paying attention to, the stocks that we're trading and our ideas and thoughts, and we're speaking out loud what's inside of our heads. So obviously sometimes there's going to be stuff that on a normal day, if we weren't broadcasting, I'd probably just keep it to myself in my head, and I wouldn't be saying it out loud. But you know what? It's very true. Absolutely, I talk myself out of a lot of trades. And I think as a trader, you should. What is a trade in the first place? You're talking yourself into something based on something you see. Like, oh, I see X, Y, and Z, so therefore I'm going to take a long in this particular stock. I need to see A, B, C, and I'm going to jump into a short. And you, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to show you exactly why you need to have the ability to talk yourself out of something. Look at BAIF. I love trend break trades. So here's a stock that going upside. There's a big volume spike in the middle of the day, sets a new trend on volume, right? Here's the biggest volume candle, followed by the second biggest one, failing the high, and then right after that, it breaks the trend line. There's a confirmation of a trend line break. So why am I not short this name? Well, because it's not part of my radar. Like, it's not an A+ trade. Yes, technically it sets up like a bunch of other mean reversion stuff that I would normally do, but it's on a small cap gapper when realistically there's some higher level stuff going on here where it's a potential bigger squeeze and it hasn't really extended too far away from the volume weighted average price. Like, it's a little tight to VWAP. And given the fact that the volatility is higher in a small cap gapper, like if I take a reversion trade, I want it to be further from VWAP because I like it to be really overextended so that you have some good risk to reward coming back in. So I would talk myself out of that trade. I would also venture to say, I talked myself out of a 21 short on SMCI. I like the 21 level on SMCI. I said this morning I was short right off the bat. It was my first short, break down to the low. But then I said I'd like 21. I talked myself out of that trade because I didn't like the market dynamic of it. Was it wrong to do that? Sure. Right to do that? Yes. But it's not even about right or wrong. In this particular case, it was the right thing to do. But that almost doesn't matter. It's that I have to have that conversation. It went to the level that I liked. Is that really enough to put on a trade? Is that as simple as it gets? Like, I'm sitting here at 7 a.m. in the morning and going over the trades that I like and the levels that I like, and SMCI, which when I sit down is trading near 21 and showing that resistance, like, okay, well, if it retraces to that, I want to go pop and fade. Well, the first thing it did is break down to the low at the open and then trend up into that 21. Like, so I'm going to automatically just sit there on the offer in front of 21? No. So yeah, I'm going to talk myself out of that trade. And that could be right or wrong, but you've got to make that kind of a decision. I'm never going to just blindly, or I don't think any trader should, just blindly be beholden to some idea that you had earlier or some price level that you happen to think is pretty cool or whatever it might be. I just think you've got to be a little bit more nuanced than that. Another example here would be And this is, okay, well, now you're getting annoying, Rivian, because Rivian was kind of hoping Rivian would hold this, but it didn't, so I wanted 3 points on that trend line. I ended up short Rivian this morning, kind of been out of nowhere, trend up trade that did get past the volume weighted average price for a retrace. But then I decided not to go long. Off here, I talked myself out of that based on the market dynamic at the time. And that ended up being the right decision. Now, I also possibly am talking myself out of, and again, sometimes it is what it is, and I don't want to talk myself out of this one, but Boyle. Because all morning long, I said to myself, I'm only shorting, I want VWAP, give me the volume weighted average price. Like I looked at it, respect the volume weighted average price in both directions on Friday, and then today, I don't get this secondary crack at the volume weighted average price. So at this point, I have to make a decision. Do I want to just respect VWAP because it's broken the downward trend, or do I want to respect the levels it's showing me at 16.6? And the way I'm kind of framing it for myself is if it regains underneath the trend line, I'll probably go short. Otherwise, wait for the volume weighted average price. The whole point of trading is a lot of times it comes to a key price level and you just got to make a decision. Sometimes it gets to VWAP and it's like I'm going short and I'm going to play off of it. Sometimes like on Rivian, I make the distinction not to go into the long. For right or wrong, you've got to absorb what is in front of you, take all the factors in that you can, and your previous experience and all of your trading history to date, and make the best call that you can. You're not going to be right 100% of the time. But I think you should always be having an ongoing conversation with yourself. Whether you like a trade, how much you like it, is it A+, is it B, is it C, like whatever that might be, and whatever that means to you. I just don't think that you should be so, I don't know what the right word to use is. Like, overconfident isn't the right word. I think single-minded would be the right word. That just because you liked something before, or it got to a level that you happen to say was interesting, that nothing could have changed in the last 2 or 3 hours. And it doesn't mean that you throw every single idea out there. But I'll tell you this right now. I can't think of the number of times that stock at a price that I thought was going to be gangbusters at the open, it gets to that level later on in the day, and you just get rinsed trying it because it's a different market 4 hours later. So just remember, you have reasons to get into a trade and reasons to get out. You always ask yourself, are they still valid? If the answer is no, then that's fine. Move on to the next opportunity. That's how you can be consistent, man. I got no complaints today. You know, you'll never be perfect, but all you're trying to be is green at the end of the day. All right, I'm going to throw you guys back to the midday. That was the lesson of the day. The chicken parm. Look, I know I've already finished the chicken parm. Too much. I wasn't a huge fan of this. Not a huge fan of the pasta. Chicken parm was a little, I'm going to say, chewy. It just didn't hit right. I don't know how to give it anything other than like a 5.8 here. And I'm disappointed because I feel like I was excited that we were getting something different. But it's a 5.8 for me for today's lunch. Although I haven't had my little salad looks okay. I haven't had that yet, so. It's incomplete because I haven't had the salad, but for the chicken parm and the pasta, I'll give it a 5.8.
The 5.8 is a bit concerning here, but let's get into these headlines. Iranian media coming out here and saying that Iran's Revolutionary Guards have launched a new attack on targets in Israel and a U.S. base in the Middle East. So again, Iran's Revolutionary Guards, according to Iranian media, have launched a new attack on targets in Israel and a U.S. base within the region. Furthermore, also according to Iranian media, Iranians Revolutionary Guards saying that the contradictory behavior, in their words, coming from President Trump does not cause any negligence on the war front. So regardless of this back and forth coming from President Trump, Iran basically saying they're going to stick with their goals and continue to take out their targets. Back to the midday.
Perfect.
Assassino, Fabian's just helping.
Yeah, all right, yeah, we'll rock and roll here. Sorry, guys, I was just doing a little something trying to get these over. I don't know why it's saying error now. The fact that I've been using this one for quite some time. Maybe we'll plug a different one in there and see what we got going on. Just having a little bit of fun, guys. This is just essentially like where we're gonna get really rocking and rolling here momentarily. I mean, it's eliminating some of the discretionary. This works here. Bang. All right, that's what we want to see. Some good stuff there, guys. What I'll do now is I'll just pull it up. It's Pine script, some basic stuff. This is a fixed rate. What do it CRC? This isn't the one that I necessarily wanted to pull up on. I have to fix some of the criteria on it as well too. Just considering, but yeah, a certain amount of share size. Like we can go over there and do it now. Settings. This is taking 1 share. Like get that garbage out of here. Who wants that? We'll do default of 100. And then you can just see how it just drastically changes. It doesn't work the best on all of them, absolutely not, right? But we could just kind of get a general idea of essentially what we got going on. Profit factor, 36 trades right in the span of a month. How do I get rid of this thing here? Don't want that. So yeah, I mean, profit factor of 1.3, that's not bad whatsoever. What's our win rate on this one? 47%. I mean, that's totally reasonable, and you can see just March 23rd. We'll take a look at the entry on this one and the exits and everything along those lines. So this one, oh, okay, so yeah, entry, boom, takes the short, gets stopped. Oh, what is going on here? Why is it doing that? Why are you embarrassing me there? Okay, so here's one, right? Like a basic stuff going to the short side, not too bad. Some of the larger moves and everything along those lines. But again, you're shooting at a 47% clip rate, right? Like we have to take into consideration, that's pretty good. Especially if you just created, so this is all the strategy is. It's the most simplistic one. You have that bullish candle being formed. You want to play the break of it and just sit in it, which me personally, even though we've been sitting in this AMD trade for quite some time, with the full amount of size to actual targets, makes things a little bit more difficult. So here's another one right there. Some of the entries are a little bit wonky, but if you go across the board, the majority of them work relatively well. All right, so it doesn't work perfect on every single one. Like look at a 50% clip rate essentially. Profit factor of 1.1. So for every trade that you take, you're also, for every 2 trades, you're going to lose 1, win 1, but you do end up positive at the end of the month, a little bit more than that. So I've just been going across. It doesn't perform very well on the NASDAQ, which I wanted it to perform a little bit better on, which is totally fine, not too bad. You take some, but the really difficult thing here is picking your basket of stocks that you want to essentially execute the strategy on. So not too bad. Some of the entries are still slightly delayed, and this is my orb strat that we coded, but it's picking up a lot of things. And I went over, so that's another beautiful print over there on Robinhood as well too. And you can see that it enters at the break, and then sure enough, it hits that 2-to-1 profit target. But essentially what I was doing over the weekend, and I was plugging a lot of the algos that I did create. I have 3 now, working on a 4th, which is essentially the same thing, is that Gemini was giving me the most amount of errors out of all of them. Yeah, Gemini was giving me the most.
Funny enough, that's like the one that I was only using. I'd probably get a...
Well, I mean, we kind of have two differently, kind of working on 2 different things, right? Like I'm trying to get a Pine script to plug into something else. Something else, right?
Guys, we got a poll up, a new poll, shed it to Fabian.
Oh.
I want to know what you guys are trading. If you're trading small caps, throw in 1s into the chat. If you're all about that large cap lay, if you love Apples, Googles, throw in 2. How about my crypto traders? That includes your IBIT traders as well as some other ETFs. Type in 3 if you're a futures traders, and I'm going to go ahead and say the triple Qs, the TQs, the S triple Qs. We'll just categorize those as futures. I know the purists will disagree with me, and I'm not going to put up a fight with that. Type in 4. How about the metals? You got USO. Yeah, well, I should put commodities instead of metals, but GLD is down 2.8. SLV is up 0.5. I'd like to hear what you guys are trading. The metals traders, throw in 5. The futures traders, throw in 4. The crypto traders, 3. If you're a large cap lover, you're going to throw in 2. And if you're a small cap sniper, it says type 4. Assassino? Oh, then I gotta tell Fabian
why is everyone
about
writing
that.
4? I thought we'd have a lot more 3s in there.
Crypto? Yeah, I'll tell Fabian about that.
Throw
So
2 up in there too.
Thank you, Assassino, for that.
A lot of 4s up there. A lot of futures traders, Sharif.
Fabian. So 3, 4, and 5 we're not detecting. 1 and 2 was detecting, but 3, 4, and 5. So just no worries. Thank you, Fabian, for that. Fabian's always doing Really, really interesting stuff, man. Shout out to Fabian. Guys, while Joey was talking about the algo, I took a bit of a scalp trade here on BIAF. Like, look at this. We got in right at the low end of the range. I still see the same range happening here. You guys probably see the same range too. BIAF has a buyer at 470, and there's that's quite obvious. Okay, now it did breach the high of the day into 504, but I'm willing to submit to you guys it was a bit of a liquidity grab because it dropped right below that, and the candle ended up closing red too. But nonetheless, this is a range being established. I picked it up at the lower end of the range, and I sold it towards the high end of the range. In fact, we got 496s on that, so very happy with that quick scalp trade. I wasn't risking much. I mean, because it was a clear buyer at 470, as you can see that. The lowest area here that we've got to is literally 470 on the dot. Nothing has breached 470 from 1150 candle on the 5 onwards. It just hasn't. 471 low, 470 low, 472, 470. 472, you guys get it. So it's been defending quite well. And I'm also holding ALLO, and we're well in the money on this one. 259 high, Joey. We're in at 48s. This one's cleared the $0.50 and then some. We've already wet the beak here on ALLO. So I'm gonna look to see if we can clear 60 over here. Looks like there's a bit of selling into 58s. Packing the patience on this one. Good move up, a bit, you know, almost 25%, still at 24 and change here. ALLO looking real good. And then I also wanted to mention SER is kind of dropping a little bit. So it looks like it found a little resistance at around 305. It couldn't shake that 305 seller, coming back down into 99s at around $3. What I'd be looking for here is, first and foremost, does it hold up at around the 10 EMA VWAP, which are basically 1 penny apart, 1 or 2 pennies apart? So that's first and foremost. Does it come back into a key area, former resistance, and now find support? If it does, then can it mosey on back up, take out that 305 seller? If it comes back up, takes out 305, I'm getting along for a move, at least, I want to say, into 20, if not higher. Maybe 25, maybe 50 on SER, especially if it catches a bid. Now it's going to need volume, and that volume profile, as you can see on the bottom right of your chart, has been declining as of late, with the biggest volume bar right at 930 at the implied balance open. So 18 and change is what SER is up on the day, and there goes BIAF. It ripped everybody's face off. The shorts are running scared. They're on the ropes, and this is trouble for them. Wow, what a stair step up. Beautiful holding of structure on BIAF, using that former area of support, resistance as support. That 470 was money. Into 518 it goes, Joey, but we still don't have a closing print above $5, even with this candle rocketing up into the high of the day. To clear 5, I'm going to need to see a closing print on the 5-minute chart, and we still don't have that. But what a beautiful move here on BIAF. Shout out to Pat Christie. He's all about that life. Shout out to my man, my PD writer. Sorry about that. He's about that life as well. 520 high, Joey. That's a new high of the day. BIAF, 89%. Looking for more. Ripping faces off. The shorts are running scared, at least for now. You know, as Luis said, though, as he very astutely pointed out, shout out to Luis Barbado in the chat, most of these small cap gappers are statistically likely to close red. So they do their thing. They do their thing 25. They do their thing intraday. But when all is said and done, Joey, they're coming back down, baby.
You know what we got to say to that, Sharif?
Oh, what do you got to say, Joey?
No, Bailey Buns. What do you mean? I don't know. I think Pine Script is equally as popular as Python, in my opinion. I don't know. Again, I'm just a vibe coder, my brother. I just take what's from up here and type it into what we got going on.
Leave him alone.
In Claude and Thing. I'm by no means am I any form of a coder, but damn, can your boy come up with a damn good strategy, my boy. No,
Feeling
but
good about yourself. Dust that shoulder off.
Yeah, clean. Well, I won't be dusting off very soon. As soon as the mechanic calls me and says, "Yeah, hey man, you gotta owe me this much money." But no, in all seriousness, guys, this is
you need a mechanic friend. That's what you need.
I used to have one.
That's what you need, right?
I used to have
You need
one.
a good mechanic friend. who's
So
not gonna
I
break
had
you.
really good rapport. So anyways, on my old, I used to have the 320i. That was my
Yeah,
baby
no.
girl,
You
right?
told me about
So
that.
anyways, Selena,
Yeah.
curb, oopsie, right? Yeah,
Oh,
typical curb.
no.
No,
Oh,
not bad
no.
damage or anything along
Curb
those
rash?
lines. Yeah, but it like the little fender, it bent it a little bit, right?
okay.
So I send it to my guy.
Cosmetic,
right?
not structural.
Yeah, cosmetic, right? I send it to my guy. I come and I pick the car up and I say,
How
what
much?
is this? Well, he said $300. Give me $300.
Fair.
I look at him and I say, what is this? You didn't fix anything. And he's like, you didn't really do anything. He's like, it's the light. It's the way the light's hitting.
I
And he
don't
tried
care
to-
if the light, bro.
And then after
I
the
don't
time,
wanna see
I'm
it.
like, Tony, what do I look like? I'm blind here? It's the light. Come on, you didn't really fix it.
Because he's your friend, he thought he could half-ass
Well, he's
it?
older guys, the guy I've been going to for a long time,
Okay.
right? So we call him my friend. If I needed anything, I go to
fair.
him, everything. Anyway, so
Fair.
I say, Tony, what are you gonna get the light me? It's not the light. You know what I mean, brother? He's like, all right, just take it. And then after that,
You didn't pay him?
I didn't pay him, and I
And you
just
never took your car
and I
back
never
there.
took my car back.
Yeah,
so,
well, that's a problem right there.
But you know what will pay for all of this stuff here, Sharif, is these algos, guys. So this is essentially the inverse of what this strategy above here, right? So what happens is if you have a stock that's in a consistent downtrend, you flick one off and you turn the other one on. And the metric on this so far, you can see how much this stock has been sliding as of late. 57% profitability. That's huge on 7 trades, 4 for 7, and then a profit factor of 2.7. That's absolutely massive, okay? And the signals on this are A++. This is exactly, Gaurav, I hope you're listening. This is exactly what we're aiming for. And for me, it's just like, hey, I can't pick up everything with, even though we have alerts. It's just like, hey, let the automation take care of everything for you. Does it always work? Absolutely not. But when you're hitting 4 out of 7 trades and you go from February 9th to March 23rd, then it's just like, okay, that's fine. And if you have the correct basket of stocks per algorithm implemented and typed into your API or whatever it may be, that's all you really need. For me, I know people are different. Like Jose's like, man, we're looking for different metrics. He's spitting algos out. My style is like, all right, let's get some quality. They're not saying they're not quality. Let's get some ones that maybe don't trigger as much, but have a little bit higher of a profit factor. And that's what he got going on. And shout out to Jose. He taught me all of this stuff, essentially. So 2.7, and we can go through a couple more names that have been in consistent downtrends. And sure enough, they will perform relatively well. I don't think he performs well, even though Hood, not bad, but only one trade, right? Only one trade, which is good. You're not going to complain about that, right? It's like, okay, you want it to pick up certified signals, and if it doesn't, then by all means, off to the races you go, kick rocks, as they would typically say.
Sorry, CJ, it's not 2 cups of rolled oats. It's 4 cups of rolled oats. My bad. And I powderize the rolled oats. So I just throw them in the blender so that they're basically powder. I throw that into a big, like, stainless steel bowl. And then I throw 4 scoops of protein, throw in the cinnamon, for your own taste, to throw in a little salt as well. Once you have all the powdered ingredients, so those are the 4 powdered ingredients, in the stainless steel bowl, mix it up so that you get a homogenized kind of powder. And then once you've homogenized all the powder, you throw in, I put in a bit more than 1 cup of honey, just because I find honey doesn't stick as well as some others. And then 1 cup as well of peanut butter. And then once you have all those in there, take your watch off, man, and roll up your sleeves, because you're going to have to get in there with the hands. So shout out to my man there.
Mr. Leahy said, I'm running out of mechanics to stiff. Bro, I'm not doing any of that. I'm the most straight shooter. If I owe you, I pay you at the end of the day, man. I'm a straight shooter in my opinion.
Yeah, this guy, for sure. You paid immediately. Here's the deal. I'm continuing to watch. What do you mean, Fluffy? Oh, the homogenized Fluffy. You kidding me? Fluffy hippo, man. Guys, BIAF is doing the dance here with 5, but it kind of looks similar to the dance that it was doing at 470. Remember how well of a support level that ended up being, it's stair-stepping up, guys. It's very much that stair-step up. That's a resistance level. We clear it, then we use it as support. It's not very much above 5, so it's keeping me a little bit out of the trade, but I don't mind getting back into this one. We've been in it a couple of times. Well, let's see, $5 holds. If it holds, I'll use 5 as my backstop. But for the moment, it's a 520 high. This current candle, the 1225 candle, has a high of 510, a low of 494. So we're still zigging and zagging below and above that 5. Prior bar, the 1220 candle has a low of 477, so it holds 70, but it has a high of 520. So we're still very much below the level, but this one could be above 520 in a heartbeat. It's done it many times. Now, I want to get AAPL 259 high. It's coming back down in 54s, but I don't want to take it out quickly yet because, and I want to mention why, because this one has a tendency to pull back into the 10 EMA, find support, and mosey on back up. It's done it once, it's done it twice, and now it is doing it thrice. Shout out to my man. Oh, now there's really no way to know this is going to be a yet another 10 EMA hold. It could be a 50 penny hold. Now, if it comes back into 50 pennies, I'm going to add a bit more, quite frankly, with this double bottom as my out. This is an area low. Look how it held off the 10 EMA. The low of these candles is 47. So if it does mosey on back to 50, loses the 10 EMA, I'm going to add so long as 50 holds. So that's one way, one look there. The other thing that I want to mention is SER is coming back into that. I want to say that volume weighted average price / 10 EMA. Now, if it holds here, I'm going to be very much on the lookout for another move back above 305. Why am I not getting in here? Well, because this to me could be a lower high, right? And the way that we know it's no longer a lower high is if we come back into an area of support and then retest this general area high. To me, that general area high is 305 and nothing but 305. We take that out. Then we break the trend line, we break prior area high, and I get involved for a possible move into 20, 25, maybe even 50. So SCR is in focus, but it's going to have to set up in the right way. Otherwise, I don't get involved. Danny boy, I love this guy's comments. You want to read this? Because usually you're the one that...
You've already got me chuckling.
All right.
Here we go. All right, guys. Danny boy. Help me understand something here, boys. It's perfectly okay for Trump to lie about peace talks in order to manipulate the oil prices. But when I announced that SCDI, Stolen Cheese Dispenser Incorporated, was building a free cheese mine on the moon, I'm a bad guy. I mean, space cheese is a tough sell, I think, there, brother. You know what it made me think about? That scene from Joe Dirt where he thinks he has the meteorite.
Yeah, it's poop. It's space poop. It's not even space poop. It's from like an airplane.
Yeah,
and he's like taking that thing everywhere. He tried to take it into the antique shop or like the pawn shop.
He's like eating fries off of it with ketchup.
I gotta watch that movie again, man.
It's a classic.
Dirte.
Yeah,
Shout out to Joe Dirte.
Yeah.
It's such a good movie.
Man.
It's got a cult following, man. It's kind of like it's like Napoleon Dynamite. You like that movie, you like that movie.
Yeah,
I've got the boo on me, Ichiro.
Yo,
yes.
That's when he thinks he has like that nuclear bomb. He's like, I'm gonna hit it.
Stupid.
And then they call police.
He thought it was like what? It was just like the actual space toilet, though. Like it was a container.
It was
right?
a container.
Oh my days!
And he's calling for the native guy. His name's Kickin' Wing. It's like, bro,
stop, bro. Stop.
Yeah.
This is good. Yeah, all right, guys, we're having a good time. It feels every bit of Monday, man. Yeah, we are. Shout out to Vince. Man, continuing to watch here, guys. Looks like BIAF is not going to do what it did with 470 with 5. So it's breaking down below 5 now. Now, I hate to use the word breaking down because this doesn't look like much of a breakdown here, but quite frankly, that 477, 475, maybe even 480, looking like a good support area. I mean, you have not, Joey, had a breach the 10 EMA at all since maybe 955, and that was a quick wick below the green line and a move right back up. So BIAF has been very, very trend respectful. Is that a thing? Into 520 it goes, but a little bit off the highs now. But I'm going to be keeping a close eye here on BIAF in the same way that I'm keeping an eye on SER and AAPL. I'll have nothing to do with MGRX. It's looking like this is It's looking short, okay? I'm not taking it short, but you got the first kind of inclination that the short might be on. You had an attempt at VWAP, and what you had done in the past is you had breached VWAP, right? You've been kind of doing that oscillating look. Now you had the latest attempt, and it rejected exactly off the volume weighted average price. So this could be a sign that the shorts are now looking at VWAP as that key area of resistance off which to build a position. I think your suspicions will be confirmed if it breaches this area low, the double bottom that we put in at 1205 and 1210, the low of which is 32.25. I'm talking pennies, 32.25 pennies right there. It loses that. It probably heads all the way back down into that pre-market consolidation area, 27 to 25 pennies. That's MGRX. What else? PLTE. I've got nothing good to say about this one. This one didn't really kind of give us what we were looking for. We were looking for that multiple halter to the upside, seeing as last week had a number of them, starting, of course, with Swarmer, that IPO that went up, I think, over 1,000%. Within 2 days, but PTLE doing very much not that. And yeah, that's really all I've got to mention that's good. SATL. Now, this was a breakout, and then it wasn't. This is looking more like a range nowadays, with, I say, the majority of the prints defending that 425, but you do have breaches of that 4.25. So you need to be alive to that. Moreover, you're getting a bunch of lower highs here with this area being the high of the day, 443. You attempt another 4 1/3 break. It fails. So something to be on the lookout for there. Otherwise, I don't really have a lot. Now, AAPL looks like it, for the moment, is defending again the 10 EMA on the 5. If this goes back up into 6s and 7s, I'm probably going to add into this one for a move into the 2/3, maybe even 3/4. This is such a slow mover, though. So you need to be ready for kind of that stair step up. Maybe you get a penny every 2 or 3 minutes. Maybe you don't. So AAPL, don't expect this to act like BIAF, at least not for the moment. Maybe a bigger buyer comes in and starts juking this one left and right, but for the moment, it's not a fast mover. I'm going to continue to keep an eye out on my scanner here for any new ones that are making a move, but it really does look like BIAF is the best of the bunch. Just looking through some more here to see if there's any new ones moving in. GEMX is trying to make a move. If Bovin was here, he'd be all over this. And I don't mean to dunk on Bevin, but he loves these ones that are coming off area lows and making a move into VWAP. And I think that this is actually a sound strategy by Bovin. He's been doing this a lot more lately from what I've been observing. GMEX is the ticker, and kind of what I mean by that is something that was very strong earlier on, gives up the entire ghost, but then finds a key area of support. In this case, it's the dollar. Look how well this one defended the dollar. Then it gets a nice breakout candle. Typically what we do is we try to retest previous area highs. If we really catch a bid, then we're making our way back to VWAP. So if you were to get into 109, you'd risk below $1, like 99s or 98s, with a possible move back into a buck 23, $1.25, give or take. So it's a good risk to reward setup, but it does breach my rules of getting into a long on a small cap gapper that's trading below VWAP. Just because I don't do it doesn't mean it's not a sound strategy. As I mentioned, I feel Bovin's been all over this kind of lately. We're going to pause for a second. Joey and I, we're sending it to Adara at the big desk.
Beware here, oil pulling back a little bit. Al Hadath News reporting that, according to an Israeli official, the U.S. has set April 9th as their deadline for ending this conflict with Iran. We know they've said like 4 to 6 weeks. April 9th would be like right in between that 5 to 6 week period, because this conflict did start on February 28th. So again, according to an Israeli official, as reported by Al Hadath, Washington, U.S. side of things, setting that April 9th as the date to end the conflict with Iran. I also want to let you guys know, I am watching, I guess, the pre-show or lack thereof for this Memphis Safe Task Force roundtable President Trump will be attending. Right now, everyone's taking their seats. The participants include Kash Patel, of course, Director of the FBI, and Pam Bondi, U.S. Attorney General. When I see President Trump and other participants, I'll let you know he's not set to speak at this until 1 p.m. Eastern, so likely it's still going to be a little bit while until this event begins. But again, we are seeing senior Trump officials starting to appear at this roundtable right now. Just a very odd playlist so far for this. Back to you.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's get right back into things. I mean, the market was selling, giving back the majority of the move. Not much of a continuation off of the pop that we've seen in the pre-market. And USO, we'll pull that up here momentarily. Joe Schmo, I'm with you on that one. Joe Schmo. But yeah, here it is. A nice pop off of the lows there on USO. Climbs up to about $114.56. And then now coming back in towards the volume weighted average price. And you can see that inverse correlation starting to uptick again with the overall market and oil, right? So here it is, flush to the downside, oil to the upside, all right? So I don't know if there's going to be any form of continuation here. Obviously, time will tell. But what I can say is that maybe we'll find somewhat of a trade that we had there on AMDL once again on Friday here today. All right, I had even more shares than what I had on Friday, but we can pull that up and see essentially what I'm going to get at is, hey, if this is just a consolidation, then I think there's going to be an opportunity to add, and then maybe we get an additional leg lower. Okay, so that's kind of be my narrative, but we have to be really patient just in case there's a pullback deeper towards the volume weighted average price. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, we are south of opening price here, and if we head towards these pre-market lows, that's going to be a substantial move lower here in AMD. I don't know if we're going to get that far, but even if we crack through this intraday low, then there's a good chance, I think the percentage of that happening slightly increases. So let's head over and see what we had going on from Friday, because it's similar price action, right? So we can pull it. That's why it's key to document what we have going on and see essentially like what we do right and what we do wrong. And here it is. So kind of the same narrative here, guys, on Friday's trade. It's exact same underlying, nothing different, right? Bigger? Okay, so it's okay. We have that initial move lower, right? So it's kind of the leg that we're sitting in, boom, boom, boom. We take some off. We wait for a specific risk to reward. But then we have that pull back in towards the volume weighted average price. And then that's when we decide to add. We get that curl over. We get that, not quite a turtle shell type move, but a solid move that says, hey, we're not going to be climbing any higher. That gives you the opportunity to reload your shares and take that second leg lower. So that's what happened on Friday. Let's see if we can get that same thesis to work out here today on AMDL. Adara.
President Trump is 20 minutes early at this Memphis Safe Roundtable, Memphis Safe Task Force Roundtable. Not necessarily likely to be market moving, but of course he can mention something related to the markets. Just be aware here, President Trump is now sitting down at this roundtable. It is starting early. I will keep you guys posted with any and all market-related updates. Keep an eye on Apple as well. Just seeing a report, company said to add search ads to its Maps app in a push towards services. Once I see a little bit more here from this headline, I'll let you know. There was a slight push higher here for Apple. I'm also seeing, apparently this could be a bad look for Yelp, YELP. This one is pushing lower. So again, Yelp and Apple both on watch as Apple's reportedly adding search ads to its Maps app. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adara. Trip Q. I mean, hey, do you steal that from me? I think you did on the trips. But anyways, no, aside from that, you got to take into consideration, we've been in this trade from, you can see from 93. So I have no issues with adding a little bit more, maybe even risking some of my realized gains just to see if the thesis or if the price action displays the potential setup of us taking that second leg lower. We can still climb higher, you're not wrong, into the volume weighted average price, but I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get a little bit of a curl over as well too, which even if we fail to establish a new low of the day and form a higher low, that's fine. You can still base a trade off of it, but if the momentum really starts to pick up through VWAP, then there's no addition. I'm positioned relatively well here on the short, and I need to see something that says, hey, we are ready to slowly curl over and then potentially test that low, or maybe even establish a new one. So you can make money both ways on that one. You're not wrong. You can get a grind back up to the volume weighted average price in AMD.
All right, guys. BIAF is failing. It lost 470, where it had a lot of buyers. Current bar low, 462, but it is recovering currently above 70. So let's see if that's just a quick wick and a reclaim of that 470 technical support area that we basically had since 1150, since reclaiming or claiming, I should say, that area. We hadn't been above that in the pre-market. But BIAF off that 520 high, it fails 5 for the moment. It's failed 470 on a strict basis, but it is recovering now. Now, let's just be honest about it. If we continue to sell off here, and it does feel like we may, then where are we going? Well, 450 is right around the corner, right into that, about 20 pennies below where we're trading at the moment. And then you've got a bit of a buy area the way that I see it. And we talked about this earlier when we thought this one was going to lose 470. Said that 440 to 450 area. Now you've got double the support I see, and this is failing quickly. It's losing 470. It's about to lose 460. The way I see it, you've got the breakout level at 440 because all the closing prints reject 440. The wicks do go up to 450. Now, though, you've got the volume-weighted average price also at 440. So that's also jiving with the closing print breakout area. Now, you did dip in right now into 456, being bought up into the low 60s. Let's see if this one finds some support, though. You don't need to be first here. I know there's always like this desire to want to get the best price. I get it, man. I'm a trader too. I know, you always want the best in, the best out. I get all that. But I also like confirmation because it helps me rest easier with my trades. And the only way to get confirmation is to actually wait for the price to close. That way you know for a fact that the buyers are stepping in and or whatever situation you're involved in. So BIAF, certainly in focus for me. We've executed on it a couple of times. I have no problems getting in a third time, but it's got to be that right setup. Separately, we're continuing to hold AAPL. It did defend the 10 EMA, but it's still south of that 259, which is the high of the day, showing 57s now. Let's see if we can get above 60. We're going to have to go back to Adara.
Just be aware here, President Trump just said he's going to be providing an update on Operation Epic Fury before he gets to this Memphis Safe Task Force event. Once he gives us any kind of information, I'll let you know, but he just said he's going to be talking Operation Epic Fury, which of course is their Iran operation, so keep an eye here in USO. He is repeating his claim from earlier today that he, or the US and Iran have had preliminary talks over the past few days. So President Trump saying once again, despite, I guess, conflicting views from Iran, saying that the U.S. and Iran have had preliminary talks over the next few days or last few days. Stay tuned for me to provide more updates.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
This guy, bro. This guy. All right, yeah. President Trump speaking. Get ready. So we're going to keep you guys apprised of that. I'm continuing to watch. President Trump will, very likely not affect many of the things that I'm trading today. We're not trading any oil names like BATL or TPET. It doesn't seem like these ones are moving to the beat of the market's drum at all. They seem to be moving independently, at least for now. But cool brioche, you mentioned SATL, and here we are again back and close to that top end of the range at around 440, 443. That is the high. So SATL making a move. So is AAPL. It's a penny now off the high of the day. So I'm watching that closely. I don't really have a whole lot, though. I do apologize, guys. The pickings are slim today in the world of small cap gappers. I think that I've got the best two on at the moment, AAPL and BIAF. I'm completely agnostic at the moment to how SATL is going to turn out. But let me tell you, man, if this dips back into the $0.25 again, I'd be remiss if I didn't get in, a little shares at the $0.25, maybe give it to $0.01 of a dollar, maybe not even, maybe give it to prior area low, which is about 22.5 pennies. But there it goes, cool brioche, back into 41s. It's like 2 pennies off the high of the day now. This one could see 50 pennies quick as you like. So be on the lookout here for SATL. And let's not forget, remember my theory about SER? If this makes 305 high, comes into VWAP and starts curling, which it looks like it may be doing. Let's not get too excited. Let's see if we can get back above 3. It gets into that VWAP, curls back up, takes out 305, which is the prior area high. Your boy's getting long, talking about SCR of 17 3/4, but not setting up quite the way that I wanted to yet. Shout out to my man Sergio. Sharif, did you talk about Tesla news with chips and potential merger? We will be getting to that, sir, in about, I'd say, less than 15 minutes, because it is the first news item today on my morning note. And of course, the morning note is what we use for the afternoon news session. SER is moving here, guys. Here we go. So it took out 3. It's on the way to 305. SER might be the good one now. Let's Pack the patience, because if this gets a VWAP defend after trying to reclaim $3 and then reclaims it after that, this is a good bullish setup with a possible move into the fifth of a dollar, if not the quarter of a dollar there, up 18.9%. SER is showing everything for the moment, while BIAF, Joey, looks like it is headed maybe down to 440. I saw somebody in the chat moments ago saying BIAF, pardon me, is going to be below $4 soon. You might be right, brother, because these ones have a statistical likelihood to close red. I wouldn't choose the strongest one and be gung-ho to go short. I'd wait for it to set up, but your point very well taken. Keep your eye on that, and SER now is 1 penny off that 305 high. So we got to set up here a possible trade. There is my SER screen. Now I want to set up my risk to reward, so let's just do this live. So let's say, for example, I want to get into SER. We type in the ticker SER. It adjusts the price. Look at that, 303, 303. Say I want to risk $100 on this trade, right? And I want to stop out below area low. Give me a sec. 290, sorry, Joey, give me a sec. 292 low. So then it tells me, Sharif, you need, based on the current price, 833 shares, your 1R, based on the current price, again, 315, 2R, 328, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it continuously updates given the price. So that really does help me, especially because, like, look, you hit the tilde key and I can hit my shares there. I want 877 shares. There we go. So next time I punch using my hotkeys, it's going to punch for 877 shares. So this is kind of what I wanted. I wanted the speed and to be able to see what my risk to reward is live based on the current price. It's really helping me a lot. I'm very pleased with it, Joey.
Yes, Charlie. Yes, Charlie. Guys, do us a solid here. Just hit the like. I mean, we're sitting at 406. We're not asking for much. It's just the click of the button. Thank you guys all for participating. But once again, just hit that like, hit that subscribe button. You get a couple upticks. It ain't nothing but the click of a button. All right, guys. Moving forward, I mean, we have the exact same thing going on here. Who was it? Trip Qs. I mean, see, you were starting to get that pullback that we were talking about not too long ago. And I mean, we see the inverse correlation between the NASDAQ and the and USO really start to kind of come together and converge again. When we seen yesterday, or on Friday, sorry, is that we started to see that kind of disparity within that. So the news, and it's extremely headline sensitive, rightfully so, and I think it's going to be, but at some point it's going to really cool off, and then you're not going to really see anything. It's like silver, right? Silver was just steady and a steady uptrend, but then eventually it cooled off, and it's going to be the same narrative here in USO. So what essentially I'm thinking, if I'm going to get an ad on AMD, is that we want to see a nice curl over. That's a nice inverted hammer candle print right here, but it's not my green light to add into the position. I want to see a couple more 5-minute candles print, and then we consolidate and then slowly start to establish some lower highs. I think that's really important to know. We are starting to come back in, which is a positive sign, but as long as we don't continuously crack these highs, I think we're going to be okay for an ad. Adara.
Keep an eye here on OXY. Occidental CEO saying they see peak U.S. oil supply in range of 2027 to 2031. At that point, that'll be oil supply of roughly 15 million barrels daily. That's, again, according to the CEO of Occidental. I also want to mention here comments coming from President Trump. President Trump has been talking about Iran so far during this Memphis Safe Task Force event, so keep an eye on oil and the market as a whole. Trump saying that Iran has one more chance to end threats to America and that the world will become much safer very soon. So be aware, he is still speaking about Iran at this event. Now, furthermore, he actually also touted once again these stock market gains in the S&P 500 and the Dow, saying that no one thought the Dow would make it to 50,000, but the Dow did make it to 50,000 earlier this year under President Trump's second presidential term. Back to you.
Very much for that, Adara. So yeah, there it goes. It cracks the low, the open of that previous inverted candle, and then now we're starting to head a little bit lower. A retest failed to establish a new high. That's going to be my green light to add some more shares. I'm sitting on absolutely nothing, about 5%, not even at this point, of what we had of the bulk of this position right here. We hit a 7-to-1 roughly on this one, just risking a fraction of what we put on this one. These were more or less feelers, and then we get the size rocking and rolling. Because I wanted, if the trade was going to work, I wanted to put on enough shares in order for me to be able to ride this whole trend. We did take out whatever we were remaining to the point where we had half for this massive leg down. And what we're going to do is just double it up or maybe even triple, get back to like a 1R risk, use our unrealized gains, and then sure enough, boom, as soon as it gives us the green light, that's exactly what we're going to do. And what the positive thing about this is that I can just use my unrealized gains. So I don't even essentially have to take a loss on the trade, but I'm willing to do so just in case we do get that curl over and establish a new low of the day in AMD.
There goes BIAF taking out the prior area high. It is now up 95%. And this one could see 6 soon. We got to clear 550 first, but a clean hold here of that prior area low. Looks like it found some support at 60. Not an area that I earmarked, to be fair. I was looking for 70 because that's where the prior buyer was, but then that lost it in a hurry here. And then right back up into the area high. So 538 high for BIAF, up 94%. Be careful trying to short this when it's this strong, guys. Wait for the setup to come in. I mean, like likely below VWAP, currently showing about 440. Don't stand in front of this one because it looks like it may have some more in the tank here, possibly into 6, who knows where. So that is my look on BIAF. Haven't been involved in this one since, I want to say, about a little after noon. We got out there about 12:15. It kind of dilly-dallied, didn't really give me a setup that I liked, so we didn't get back involved, but that was an explosive break. I didn't anticipate this. We were putting in lower highs, right? But then you get the break of trend. So BIAF in focus here. AAPL coming right back into highs. Looking at 58s, high of the days, 59. We're holding 48, so we're packing the patience. And I'm also keeping a close eye, not on SATL, but on SER. SER looks very, very, ready to go. I want to say above that 305 area. The issue with the SER here, number one, it trades on the MX exchange. So right away, it's under suspicion. It's on, it's right away. You're guilty until proven innocent on the MX. I'm kidding, but I'm not. That's number one. Number two, because it's had resistance at this level prior, and really most of the closing prints reject 4 with the wicks into 5, if we do breach that 304, 305 area with this higher low, it could be an explosive breach, right? Where you get like a 5-6 penny move where there's really where there's no liquidity. So be careful here on SER for a number of reasons. One, if you're looking for a breakout trade, you need to take into account that there may be illiquidity on the breakout. So what I mean by that is, say you're trying to get in 306. I'm just giving you any number, right? And you put a 306 limit buy. Well, there may not be enough shares at 306 for you to get filled. So that's one. Two, so then what do? Do you use a market order? I personally don't like using market orders. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I like to use limits. So what I'll do is I'll just give my limit a bit more room. So I'll say to the computer, try to buy at 306, but if there's nothing to buy, pay up to 308. So you give it a 2 penny spread between the trigger and the ultimate limit. Most platforms do allow you to do something like that. I know certainly IB does, and P8 here at work certainly does as well. So that's what I'm looking for there. Other than that, I'm steering clear at the moment. BIAF coming right back down into 518. Look, this one could be a buy again off 5, but we'll have to wait and see whether or not the longs can kind of continue the party here into 5.5. So 538 high, coming back down now to 5 low double digits, possibly single digits on BIAF. And SER, again, rejects 304. Be on the lookout, though, for a higher low. So if we do fail 3, do we hold up above 294? Like I'm talking about 296, 297. Those could be money fills. And also, it gives you a good risk to reward setup, right? So you come back in 96, 97, and look where your stop goes. It goes below prior area low. That gives you about to 292.5, 293. So it's a good R&R, especially if you're biased like I am, that this one takes out 305, and maybe Mosey's back on to 320, even better, 325. I'd be game. So that's something to look out for there. Cool Brioche says ETSA is going, EDSA. ETSA is a former convict, meaning that we've seen this one move in the past. Let's have a quick look at ETSA. Light volume, Cool Brioche, not my fave, not gonna lie. Let's see what we got here on the volume bars. We got 693,000 shares, brother, on a 7 2/3 name at around 1 o'clock. So it's not exactly appetizing with the volume profile that it has, but hey, who can argue off that 675 move, now 765, but you're gonna have likely a wide spread. Moreover, when you hover over these candles, they're a light bunch. 1,150 shares traded on this one 5-minute candle. How about 2,900 here, 3,400 here? Those wouldn't even be one of RC's, small entries, right? So you're likely going to have some issues there with the spread, but who can argue with that trend? So good luck there, guys. Continuing to watch here as more comments come in from President Trump, of course, and then we'll update you guys on that. But continuing to watch BIAF as it recovers right back above 5 1/4 again. So may give you an opportunity here, 538 high. Keep your eye out on that one.
Keep your eye out on the prize. All right, guys, let's head over to our scanner and see what we got going on from a volume standpoint on today's session. I mean, as for NVDA, 113 million shares. That's nothing out of the usual for this. We'll go over the options chain on some of the top volume names as well, too. As for TSLA, getting that pullback, you do bounce off of VWAP, and then sure enough, we're starting to slowly curl over once again. This is setting up pretty good for us, and I think it's going to, as obviously as it may seem, it's going to go one way or the other. So we failed to establish a new pivot high, therefore we construct a new lower high, right? And with that being said, you wait for price action to slowly start to curl over, and that's going to be the ad opportunity. These turtle shell plays take a little bit more time to kind of construct themselves and formulate, so you want to be extremely cautious on what we got.
I want to shout out our TikTok viewers as well. Joey, sorry to interrupt you because we got KSOO, K-Sue. He wants to know your thoughts about the triple Qs. How do I market? Yeah, how are you feeling about them right now?
Right now,
yeah.
I mean, I think it's gonna be heavily correlated with what we got going on in some of the larger names, right? So as I typically say, if you're trading the Qs or the triple Qs, whatever it may be, you want to keep your eyes on the larger participants, and that's typically going to be your Mag 7 names, right? So if they're not all moving in tandem, then it's a little bit more difficult. So you go over to NVDA, it looks like it wants to have somewhat of a breakdown, a key support level. You have Apple, you have the Microsoft that look like they want to sell. That's good. If you're looking to build somewhat of a thesis, yeah, you can experience some upticks, but if they're all moving in correlation, then by all means, go with the flow. So when you're trading the NASDAQ, you typically want to follow these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Bang.
Top names, right? So we can go through them right now. What we got going on, Broadcom, looks like it wants to sell. You have that stair step up, but you're starting to consolidate. And if you can't break through this previous resistance zone, and you can see we have multiple touches right at the volume-weighted average price as well too. So there's somewhat of a supply zone. There, you might get an additional leg lower. Same thing with Meta. The price action moving to the top side, relatively weak, all right? So if sellers step in, I don't think they would have any issue with pushing price a little bit lower. There's not going to be that much of a battle. But when you're trading the NASDAQ, I say it time and time again, you have to look at what the larger participants are doing. And if you're thinking of going short, and you have Google, Apple, and say Microsoft absolutely ripping, you have the other names not really doing too much, well, it's most likely going to climb a little bit higher, making your short thesis a little bit more difficult. So when trading the trips, I'll say it one more time, keep your eye. And that's why it's actually keep your eyes on these big boys. And in my opinion, that's why at times it's really difficult for me to trade. Why? Because there's so many variables that you have to take into consideration. And at times you can fall into analysis paralysis. Half of them are moving higher, the other half are moving lower. And you're like, what do I do? And if you fall into that realm, I think it's just really good for you to avoid that underlying and that vehicle at all costs, and then maybe find an individual ticker. All right, Adara.
Nice little low-stake story. We've heard a lot of Iran-related headlines, but I want to talk here about Apple. AAPL announcing the official date of their WWDC 2026 event. That'll be from June 8th to 12th. So as usual, like the second week of June, there'll be an in-person event on June 8th. That's going to be very likely the keynote at Apple Park. Everything else is going to be online. Apparently, they'll be spotlighting AI advancements, new software, and developer tools across Apple platforms. There will be over 100 video sessions. And here is the official logo of WWDC 2026. Back to you.
That keynote there, it's going to be interesting. I mean, I think AI is out of the vocabulary right now for Apple.
Well, they said
so
AI. They said,
or what
We'll
is it?
spotlight AI advancements,
They're back.
new
They're back.
software.
They're back on it now. They're back on it.
Do
All
you
right.
think
then.
they have a choice? They have no choice. They have to get this out. Now, whether I think they get it out and they kind of do the Google model where we have to accept that it's not going to be picture perfect and, you know, it's going to glitch here and there. I use Google Docs every day.
Yeah.
And every day it glitches on me. But it's still a usable product, and that's what Google does.
I think what has to be taken into
Gmail
consideration
too,
is
man.
how new the technology still is. It's still in its infancy.
Every day, dude, whether I'm using Gemini, whether I'm using Grok, I pay for Grok, whether I'm using Chat, we get Gemini and Chat from the premium from work for free. All of them, without exception, will hallucinate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I started doing now is like I'll take the output from one LLM and I'll throw it into two others to fact check it. Because it's consistently inaccurate, right?
So we know that Gemini is going to be integrated into Siri, right?
Yes, sir.
We know that
From what we hear,
it's still a little bit wishy-washy at times.
Yeah.
Do you think they release it, or do you think they're still aiming for that perfection?
Well, I can only say what they've done so far. So, you know, Chat's been integrated with Siri.
Yeah.
So every time you ask a query of Siri and it goes to Chat, it will always end off with, that was from ChatGPT. Check important information for errors. So it always kind of puts in that caveat that, you know, that terms of service right at the end there. But
I mean,
one
thing that I really love about the stock is that you have the hyperscaler spending all this money, hundreds of billions of dollars. We're going to talk about it relatively soon. I'm assuming what we got going on with Tesla, looking to spend a little bit more cash here on the Terafactory.
Yeah.
But Google
20 billion.
Yeah, 20 billion.
20 billion.
It's not that
These
much.
Other
100 billion.
150, 180. That's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And we're also starting to see Apple rake in money from this. So it's like 900 million. I mean, that's chump change for them at the end of the day. But it's almost $1 billion.
Exactly.
Right there. Considering what do they collect? The couple percentage points on the apps from
and they're not
each
even
app and
charging
everything.
you anything yet for any of these AI features. I'm assuming, and it's an assumption.
You think they're going to have a tiered?
Probably. They throw that in with like the cloud features. So like, you know, you get your storage. You have, I don't know how many gigs that you have. He has how many gigs, and you're paying this amount. I'm paying that amount. So it stands to reason that they probably monetize it in some way.
Well, I mean, it'd be silly for them not to.
Well, we'll see, Joey. I mean, it's kind of hard to know what Apple's going to do at any one point. I just want to see this foldable that's coming out. So much is being made about this foldable and like the shape that it's going to take. It's going to be ridiculous. It's going to be like the price of a MacBook. People are saying $2,500
for the foldable. It better be dang good.
Yeah, well, we'll see. All right, let's start the news. It is 1:05, guys. I'm continuing to hold here my position on AAPL, and I'm very much alive to the fact that BIAF is still holding 5. It's got a bunch of bottoming tails now that defend 5. It's by no means cleared that 538 high, but this is quite a bullish setup. So BIAF, for those who are small cap gapper inclined and want to, you know, continue to trade into the afternoon while we do the news, you need to keep your eye here on BIAF. I would say it's no longer tradable as a long if it loses that bottoming tail candle that it put in at 1240, the low of which is 456. So let's just say if it loses the volume weighted average price right now, which is probably my move anyway at around 450, I don't think it's tradable. If it holds VWAP, I think, you know, you still got a shot here, but BIAF, right back down into 5 too. So we'll keep an eye on this one. And if we finish the news early, we may get involved with this one again. Let me pull in this, which screen do I want to keep it on Assassino so that I can keep my eye. There we go. We're going to keep my eye on these here markets, but we're going to be able to do the news. Let's talk a little Tesla. Perfect segue, Joey, because we were just talking about this. Your friends at Tesla want you to know, it's your friend Elon, that they're unveiling plans for their Terafab, which is going to be a semiconductor manufacturing initiative. It's going to be between Tesla, XAI, and SpaceX. Now, I know that XAI and SpaceX now kind of one company, but it's a joint initiative between all of Musk's companies. The goal is to build AI-focused chips at massive scale. That positions Tesla deeper into that AI infrastructure stack, and it marks a shift towards vertical integration beyond just vehicles. They are very much vertically integrated when it comes to vehicles, and you feel they want to kind of continue with that moat in whatever endeavor they pursue. Initial phases, I should say, is expected to cost about tens of billions, with Tesla planning around $20 billion in equipment spending for all of 2026. When you compare that to how much they spent on equipment in 25, $9 billion, so more than double, but still markedly below what some of their Mag 7 peers are spending. Chips will require what is being called terawatt level electricity, but as Mitch so astutely pointed out last week, there is this kind of new phrase that everybody's using: bring your own power, right? Not bring your own booze. It's Monday. Bring your own power. And that is kind of just referring to the fact that all these hyperscalers are now kind of making sure that the data centers they're building out are powered by electricity that they're spending on, so they don't have to raise the money on local consumers, because that's been kind of a lot of the pushback has been because of that. And a lot of cancellations, by the way, of data centers, because people don't want electricity costs to go up. So keep your eye on that bring your own power initiative. Musk suggested production levels could rival millions of NVIDIA Blackwell class chips annually. We'll have to wait and see. He's talking about Taiwan semi-level targets here, which is quite ambitious. Initial, though, semiconductor production targeted for late 27, so a year and a half change maybe. With volume ramp up, though, he's saying into 28. The timeline is quite aggressive if you look at the industry norms, where fabs typically take about 3+ years to reach scale production. So Elon, always the ever optimist. We'll have to see if he's, out to lunch on this one or what he can get it done into 28. This remains a long duration catalyst, though, not an immediate earnings driver. And Musk, Joey, expects about 80% of the chip output that he's going to build out at these terafabs to be used internally for AI and robotics. The other 20%, he could mark up and make some money on. That's apparently what's being talked about here.
Yeah. I heard a lot of it's going to end up in space as well, too, is what I was reading. I mean, characteristically aggressive from Elon with the timeline. I mean, I've seen that. Like, I don't know. But do you see what this power is supposed to be amount to? The terafab? Bro, terafab, so that's like 1 billion of the NVDA chips throughout the year. I don't know, is that a little bit too aggressive?
Can I say something?
Yeah, we know he's a visionary.
Consistently pointing out that the Chinese are adding terawatts of energy.
Yeah, they are.
And North America is adding gigawatts of energy. So quite frankly, I think he's trying to get to the fact that he wants to use solar, because that's how a lot of they're adding it.
Yeah,
well, not just even in space. Think about the Nevada desert, man. Think about all the desert that they've got available in the States. I drove.
And even you go to build something in Austin, right? Like, or in Texas somewhere, right?
Yeah.
You get a lot of.
There was I drove from Orange County to LA, to Vegas. This was back in summer of 21, and there's a monster solar farm in the middle of that drive, right? And
how crazy is it?
It's crazy. But the thing is, they're all mirrors. They're not actually solar panels, and they're all pointing at one kind of tower. All the mirrors are directing all the sun's energy into that one tower, and I guess that's kind of using it that way. So they're not all created equal. They're not all solar panels. Some of these solar farms are a little different.
So one thing that I think we have to look at it with this name is that he's adding another $20 billion in CapEx. This name's trading around 190 times earnings right now. So that's really, really expensive. So when this is priced into next earnings report, how is this street going to look at this from a technical standpoint and a fundamental standpoint? Because it's going to take him a while. And if he keeps pushing these timelines, I think Elon, he's not going to learn his lesson. He's going to have that optimistic timeline. But if it keeps getting pushed back and more, and the chances are it's going to cost more money the further it gets pushed back as well,
get
too.
more expensive.
So down the line, it's like, hey, this guy's spending a lot of money, but he's not meeting some of those deadlines. How's the street going to perceive that?
That's a great point. Adara?
Dropbox falling this afternoon as we get OpenAI announcing they're going to be having their own file storage component in ChatGPT. Now, as I've mentioned here, usually get Google announcements around 11 a.m. and OpenAI announcements around 1 p.m. This time, it's hitting DBX, Dropbox, again, as OpenAI announces file storage feature here for ChatGPT. Back to you.
What was I responding to there? Somebody had a great comment. Molyar, Sharif, it doesn't produce anywhere near what they expected, though. It's been a huge loss for Vegas and Nevada. So I was asking him, like, is it taxpayer funded? Because that would obviously not be good. I'm referring to that solar farm that I was speaking about on the drive from LA to Vegas. So that's kind of what I meant there. It was, yeah, shut up, yeah. It's always the taxpayer that's on the hook. Guys, SATL took out highs, okay? Be on the lookout here. It's taking out 450. It's breaking trend SSino. I think we had 440 flat top. That's done. SATL is him right now, looking really good. And this is a day 2 play. Like, look what it did on Friday. Kind of gave a little bit of a back. It was basically sell, 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 sell all afternoon. But today it's catching a bit of a bid, and there it goes again into 454. It's at the day's high. SATL is going, and so are we, to the next story. Meta is building internal AI stack as workforce cuts loom. Apparently, they're trying to give Zuck an AI assistant to help him do his job. Mark Zuckerberg is reportedly developing a personal AI assistant to streamline executive decision-making and bypass internal layers. A second tool as well dubbed, I should say, Second Brain, is gaining traction internally, allowing employees to index and query company data and documents. The push, of course, reflects Meta's strategy to embed AI deeply into internal workflows. I think that's a lot of companies' goals so that they can save money. They're also doubling down, though, on AI through acquisitions. We're talking about Maltbook, which is their AI agentic platform. Manus as well, that general purpose AI agent that the Chinese regulator is up in arms about. Internal adoption of these AI tools is already influencing performance reviews, workflows, and development cycles, and Zuckerberg's hands-on sort of involvement in these AI tool development definitely signals Meta is a top-down push to accelerate kind of innovation company. Reports suggest Meta sadly may cut about 5% of its workforce to offset some of the rising AI investment costs. We reported that to you guys last week. Meta on the day up 1 2/3, but it lost 600, I think, at least on Friday or in the moment. So this one, I think, has certainly seen better days. Definitely been dilly-dallying in the low to mid 600s lately, Joey.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the capex from wide selling standpoint. But this doesn't surprise me from Zucker. I actually watched an interesting documentary on Facebook, or Meta, I should say, yesterday. But this doesn't surprise me, right? You've seen he's already starting to cut different segments. He's cutting Reality Labs. He's to fund this movement. But the one thing that I find funny is he's trying to bypass a lot of the personnel, but who's helping him build this thing? Is he eventually going to kick them to the curb if he ever gets this agentic feature? But yeah, you talk about the 2 acquisitions there, Sharif, as well. I just find it interesting. This guy's going to continue spending his money. Let's just hope that he can get it right. To be honest with you, he's going to cut jobs to fund it, and if he doesn't get it right and have to continuously do the exact same thing and spend more and more money, the street's not going to like it, because what are they at, $130 billion or something, 135 this year on capex, so makes it a little bit more difficult for the street. And I think that's what I was referring. I was kind of using the comparison of Meta with Tesla, even though it's not even relatively the same, about like 20% of what Tesla's going to spend on this Terafab, but the street, regardless of what you have in earnings, if they say, hey, these high amounts of capital expenditure, they're not going to like it.
That's a great point, Joe. Guys, I want to bring your attention to SER. Here it comes again. Now, the volume is not really supporting what could be a really good breakout trade above 305. So it failed 305 again. It tried to work above it after putting in a higher low. It's got yet another higher low, and it's trying to make its move into 305. So keep your eye on SER. Could be a squeeze in the fifth to $0.25. It's not up big. It's only up 18.5%, but one to keep your eye out on anyway. Shout out to Uncompromised One. Thank you for the $2 super chat. It's called Ivanpah Solar Farm closing in 2026. You're kidding. What a disaster. Let's find out. Okay, if this is the one that I'm thinking about over here, we'll do a quick Google search. Yeah, this is exactly it. That's so sad. It's closing. Look, Joey, this is how it looks. So it's kind of like this. Let me just load up this bad boy. Open image in new tab. There we go. And see how like they're just all mirrors and they all point at that one tower and that heats it the hell up. And I'm assuming there's some sort of boiler or something that takes advantage of all that power. So apparently this thing is closing and it's been a disaster.
Really?
So
I get a couple of those panels.
But you can see this thing miles away because this thing is bright as hell. You can see it from so far away.
You don't want to look at it, look directly into it.
No, you don't want to do that, right? It's just like, you know. Thank you very much for that. Sharif, if you're a bird, you get cooked going through the solar farm. Yeah, that's the problem. MF Danger saying the same thing. They kill birds like crazy. Again, Bastone is saying, yeah, birds get cooked. Yeah, that's what sucks, man, about some of these renewable energy projects, whether you're talking about solar or wind.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously damaging to nature, which obviously we don't like. But didn't we have an issue with that with the 5G towers as well too here?
Did we?
Birds were like...
I understood that because we have a lot of glass buildings, high glass buildings in Toronto, the birds run right into it. That's the problem. I remember that specifically. But yeah, that is obviously a big problem.
Yeah, let me ask you, kind of off topic, but do you remember a long time ago, say 20 years plus, remember when you would drive down the highway and your windshield would just be littered with bugs?
Yeah.
And it's not the case anymore.
You haven't been to cottage country in a while.
But it's different. But I'm saying that was like it in the city. You could cottage country, but in the city you would drive down.
No, I find the city doesn't have as many mosquitoes as it used to when it was
zero.
I
can go a whole year without a mosquito bite.
Yeah. But speaking of mosquitoes, bro, you got to see what I bought off Amazon yesterday for the trip next week. I got this portable mosquito repellent. It's battery. Dude, I got cooked in Aruba.
Yeah, but
my entire leg was mosquito bites. I'm not going through that again.
I know you're going. I've been there. You ain't going through that there.
Yeah?
No,
Thank
I promise.
God. I thought it was a season, maybe.
No.
All right. Well, I got Afterbite. I got that teat or whatever.
I love
and this thing on the table that
I love the pain of
mosquitoes.
Afterbite, man. Nothing like a good...
Joey, I got it. The first 2 days were brutal. Anyway, let's go into SMCI here. Let's talk about some super micro. It's up 5%, so recovering. In case you missed it last week, here's what's going on. A couple of more developments since then. A super micro co-founder as well as board member, Ye Xian Liao, was arrested by the Department of Justice for allegedly helping smuggle AI servers to China. Authorities claimed that the group rerouted U.S.-made servers through Taiwan and Southeast Asia, ultimately disguising shipments, of course, to bypass the export restrictions. The operation allegedly involved removing serial numbers and relabeling hardware, highlighting the sophistication of the scheme, I should say. Liao resigned from the board immediately, with the company stating it was not due to an internal disagreement. Supermicro clarified that the company itself was not named as a defendant in the Department of Justice complaint, and they've been cooperating with investigators, according to the report. The risks going forward, of course, further regulatory scrutiny. You've got to assume the regulator is going to be all over them from forever and ever more, now that they've really kind of lit it up a couple of times. Also, a broader investigation into supply chain practices. There's also the reputational damage that could impact customer trust, as well as future contracts, Joey. You got to assume, if this company keeps getting these headlines, there's going to be a point that the big players are going to not want to deal with them anymore, because it's just going to be way too much in terms of we want to get the heat away from us.
Exactly. Well, I mean, it's nothing new with these guys, apparently. I mean, repeat offenders on earnings reports always late to the bell or prolonging it. Selling $2.5 billion worth of NVIDIA or AI chips to China, never a good thing anyways. I found it comical as I was reading through some things.
Yeah.
An analyst company actually upgraded Supermicro, so that's, I find that.
Yeah, there was a bunch. No, you're right. So let's go through them, because I think that's fair, because you have to bring up a good point.
So the way that they would look at it is like, hey, if they're upgrading this name, then it may not be as serious potentially as it's made out to be, even though it's not a good thing.
Or they have a vested interest, right? Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Right?
So, but why would you upgrade a stock that's going to be in trouble by the DOJ?
Boy. Let's go through some of these upgrades, and then we'll get Adara's opinion in a second here. Bank of America Securities maintains Supermicro coverage with an underperform and a target of 24. The past price was 34, so they dropped it to 24. What else? There's a bunch I saw today. Let's just go through some of them here. Downgraded. Who downgraded? No? Okay, let's just keep going. After dropping, sorry, 1 second. Bernstein Sogen Group maintains Supermicro coverage with a market perform and a target of 37. Northland Capital, as you mentioned, downgraded Supermicro with a $22 price target.
It was these guys that upgraded it to a whole.
What's the name of them?
I don't know. ISS EVA.
ISS EVA. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So there's a whole bunch of different analyst ratings today, guys, on Supermicro, obviously with the news item last week. Let's go to Adara and get her take on SMCI.
Yeah, it's interesting. I kind of wanted to go back and see what's happened when SMCI has had similar drops and kind of how has it reacted in the day since. I'm specifically avoiding earnings because I don't know if that's necessarily comparable. I think maybe one of the most obvious came through September 26th. So I think this might have been intraday, which is probably why this candle looks like it does. But this was the day, September 6th, 2024, well over a year ago now, but a year and a half ago now. Now, this was, I believe, the day that we had first reports of this DOJ investigation into SMCI. Now, the next day, we don't really make up too much of what we lost the day prior, right? So we have a big drop on that day. I believe this is a Wednesday. And the Thursday, we certainly gap up a little bit below or trade a little bit higher here than the low from the prior day, but we don't make a ton of headway into actually undoing that drop from that Wednesday. Another day here, you've got this August 27th, 24 versus August 28th, 24. August 28th, 2024, this was a Wednesday. This is when you first start hearing reports. The company's going to be in trouble here with these investigations. And again, the next day, not really making too much headway. It's relatively flat. Now, if you look at today here, now this is, of course, going to be the drop on Friday. The move today, I mean, we're not entirely making up this drop that we had here on Friday, but in terms of like actually trying to get to Friday's high, we're not too far away. So, I mean, obviously a little bit hard to compare different moves. I don't want to necessarily say that this is all going to be part and parcel, but as Neil said, you could have had like another 10% drop today. And the fact that we hadn't does give you not tons of confidence in SMCI, but relatively decent confidence in SMCI going forward. The fact that they also addressed it and said, hey, this guy is no longer on our board, I think that's a good sign. We'll have to see what happens forward here for SMCI. I think reputationally, this name is obviously not the best. I don't think the story helps it from a reputational standpoint, but from a stock standpoint, I certainly think it could be worse.
Thank you very much, guys. SER just made a move into 310. The spread is opening up now, but it just took out 304 and 305. So SER, watch out here. This could make it into 322. That is the high. And then if we get into that level, we could be squeezing into the $0.25. This is on the MX network. So it's, for me, under suspicion until it proves itself innocent. There it goes into 312. It's really moving now, guys. So SER should be in focus. So is SATL. SATL is into the high of the day at 455. Be on the lookout for that one as well. Let's talk a little oil, though. So much has obviously happened since this article was written. So, take this with a grain of salt, and then we'll update you guys on the actual news items that came out since this article was written. But oil prices fell sharply, at least in the morning, after President Donald Trump signaled productive talks with Iran, which reduced the immediate escalation risk. The U.S. paused planned strikes on the Iranian energy infrastructure for 5 days. The key driver here is risk premium unwind as traders, of course, price out of the worst case geopolitical scenario. USO is down still 8 1/3, so it really hasn't recovered despite Iranian insistence that this never happened, that they didn't negotiate. We'll get more information from Adara when she comments about this. Trump had previously demanded, I think it was Saturday afternoon, that's when I remember it coming in, that Iran open the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours of the issuing of his message on Truth Social, but the timeline remains uncertain. And then member nations, as we know, the IEA, the International Energy Agency, they've been trying to avert a crisis by releasing oil into the market through their strategic reserves. So far, Joey, at least by this morning, 400 million barrels from the strategic reserves have been released, with more possible. Have you looked at what gas prices are?
I was at the pump on Saturday.
And how much did you pay?
$2.10 a liter of
for 93. What was the headline number for 87?
Probably $1.78. Yeah, probably around there. Yeah.
Talking liters, of course, and we're talking Canadian dollars. What do you think about this whole thing?
I think it's interesting, right? Like Donald Trump saying, hey, it's a lot of he said, she said as well, too. Sharif just saying, all right, we talked to them. No, they didn't talk to him. Now he's giving them a timeline, essentially, on which he's not going to strike their energy plants. It's getting really, really ugly, to be honest with you. But I do believe things will eventually cool down. It's just the nature of it. I don't think either of them want to continuously escalate it and go against what the other one said. So it's best that they just come to talks. At the end of the day, there's no real winner of this. It's just going to be moved on to the consumer. We're paying extra premiums at the pumps, $210 or $2.10 for premium, oil fluctuating. But I think April 9th is going to be a big teller of where we move next. And I think we have to be more patient. Things slowly did start to cool down. You can see that the volatility spikes aren't as frequent. They step in, but they're not as aggressive and as frequent as we've seen in the first couple of weeks of this conflict. And
we want to shout out Chaotic Night, guys, on TikTok. Thank you so much, Chaotic Night, brother, for sending one cap. That's like the super chat, I think, equivalent on TikTok. So thank you, Chaotic Night. And I love the name, by the way. Keep watching.
How many? So someone at Hardball said, how many loonies for a liter? It's 2 loonies. For 93, 2 loonies and 10 cents.
I put in 172.9. Which was before it went up to 178, I think.
So how many? So what is there? 3 liters, 3 point what liters in a gallon?
I didn't put 87 though. I put 91. So I put like it's. I forgot what it even got.
How many liters in a gallon? 3 something.
3.7, I believe.
Is it 3.7?
Is it 3 or 3.7? Something like that.
3.78. Yeah. So
3.7854.
Yeah. Yes. So we'll call it 4 flat. Yeah. That's 2.46. That's $8.40 a gallon.
What's your take on oil, Adara?
Give my take as much as just kind of go over all of the many stories we've heard with regards to Iran and the U.S., which I actually think is very fair. Let's start here, though, by talking about this initial post that President Trump shared. So as Sharif said, this was in the afternoon on Saturday. It was actually more specifically 7:44 p.m. on Saturday. Now, I say this because we would know that if that 48-hour ultimatum did end today, which it was scheduled to, it wouldn't have happened during market hours, at the very least. That would have been tonight, 7:44 p.m. Now, it's interesting because this post came out, it would have been about 36 hours, just under 36 hours, before President Trump shared his post today. Now, in that post, he said that he had been speaking to Iran for 2 days. Now, if you want to get nitpicky, those 2 days could have actually started before this post. So if he was talking to Iran, kind of playing dirty by, during the conversation, announcing this. But I think, again, the biggest thing about that 7 a.m. or so post today was that he said that the U.S. will not be hitting these power plants for the next 5 days. Now, again, that was what he promised they'd start hitting tonight at 7:44 p.m. So that was the biggest thing he said. I actually think that's bigger than whether or not Iran and the U.S. are in conversation, because that's been so back and forth and on and off, it's kind of hard to track. For what it's worth, Iran has repeatedly denied it's in conversation with the U.S. We heard some reports earlier today, later in the morning, around 10:45 a.m. or so, from Axios and the Jerusalem Post, suggesting that a certain individual here, this is actually going to be the parliament speaker of Iran, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. Some reports were suggesting that he was going to be leading negotiations on the Iranian side. Then Vice President Vance would be leading negotiations on the U.S. side. They'd all be meeting in Pakistan. This report was denied by Ghalibaf himself, saying that these negotiations have not happened and that the markets need to stop basically using this fake news to manipulate oil. And the fake news was his words. Now, most recent updates here from the oil situation are actually just coming a couple minutes ago here, reported by Axios, suggesting that Vice President Vance of the U.S. and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu have discussed the components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran. Now, this is actually significant because earlier today we heard Israel saying they weren't in any way, or they weren't privy to any knowledge in any way that the U.S. was even interested in ending this conflict. Now, again, we're hearing reports that Vance and Netanyahu were actually discussing an agreement to end the conflict. So tons of back and forth. Also, interestingly enough, April 9th has been floated as the date that the U.S. would like to exit these tensions by. Now, April 9th, if that date sounds kind of familiar, that's the date that President Trump last year, so April 9th, 2025, said, oh, it's a great day to buy, and then the market had like its second best day ever in the NASDAQ. So if they're trying to end the conflict on April 9th, that can't be a coincidence.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go on to the next story. Let's talk about gold as a safe haven trade being unwound amid rate hike and inflation shocks. So gold, where is it down? Still 1 3/4. Silver's up 2 1/3. So a bit of a variance there. But gold, silver, and platinum, at least before President Trump truth this morning, were all extending their sharp decline, signaling a broad unwind of the safe haven trade. They dropped about 10% last week. Gold was 10% decline, marking the worst stretch it's had since 2011. It's now fallen about, I want to say at the time of the writing of this article, I can look at the chart here, roughly 25% from its late January record highs. Silver, as I mentioned, up 2 1/4, 2 1/3 today, but it's also been hit even harder, down about give or take 50% since late February. We can have a look at the technicals in a second. But the speed of the unwind, though, that's the thing. It suggests the decline is more about forced liquidations and a positioning unwind, not just a gradual rotation out of these metals and these safe haven trades. And despite the geopolitical tensions, of course, we're talking about the Iran conflict, gold is failing, highlighting a shift where interest rate expectations are the actual dominant factor, or the variable at the moment. Rising inflation from energy prices is pushing expectations higher for rate hikes, which hurts obviously these non-yielding assets like gold. Investors are rotating towards yield-bearing assets like bond, despite the fact that bonds themselves, or yields themselves, excuse me, are actually rising. And the funny part about this, Joey, though, is gold typically rallies during these periods of political uncertainty or geopolitical crises, but this time it's failing as a hedge, indicating that there could be a regime shift. Do you think that that's the case, or do you think it has something to do just with the current situation?
Well, I think it's just changing what's the new thing, right? Like, I mean, you have that gold run for quite some time, multiple months, almost a year, where it's just steady up and to the right, appreciating, but then it just typically cooled down, and then you found a new conflict, and it's kind of like the market found that new toy, which is going to be USO and the oil, right? So I think that's just the cyclical nature of the beast. I don't think that it's completely done. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a steady grind higher, because we know the Chinese and other countries were grabbing this stuff hand over fist and just really stockpiling the reserves. But I think that's really the narrative, is that you had this once fun toy, kind of got bored of it, Sharif, and then now you're moving on to that new toy, which is going to be the oil trade.
You don't think we pause for a little bit in the gold trade and mosey on
as long as this goes up, right? Like, it's the unpopular until it becomes, it's like, oh, hey, I missed that trade, I missed that thing. Then you know what I mean. Then we'll go back to it. Typically, it takes a little bit of a break, right? It pulls back, appreciate it. But I think it's just like, hey, we'll put that one to the side, and then we're going to focus on that oil trade right now. And I think that's where the money's kind of been moving into.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Airlines hit by travel chaos, security strain, and delays. Sadly, 2 pilots did die yesterday in a Air Canada crash. I believe it was at LaGuardia or JFK. It was in New York, I believe, at LaGuardia. So New York's LaGuardia Airport was closed temporarily after a fatal runway collision. The incident involved Air Canada Express flight operated by Jazz Aviation and a Port Authority vehicle. Brendo tells me that it was a fire truck. Security lines as well stretched to extreme wait times, up to 3 hours, with some airports seeing lines exceeding 100 minutes. We know that the Transportation Security Administration, the TSA, is facing staffing shortages as well as operational strain. Reports suggest TSA workers are not being paid during the shutdown, impacting morale. And now there's people calling in sick. let's have a look at where the JETS ETF is. I remember DAL and a bunch of these airlines were down in the morning. They've all since recovered. I mean, AAL's up 4.5, DAL's up 4, but like quite frankly, they're down off the highs. So AAL, for example, is down 2.5% since the bell rang. So the bell rang over here, and we've been basically putting in lower lows and lower highs, but a better recovery than where we were this morning. And Jets ETF is also up 4%. So not a bad look, but yeah, more concern here as the Department of Homeland Security is what covers the TSA, and that department has kind of run out of funding, from my understanding, and it needs to be refreshed. And the Democrats and the Republicans can't agree on a bill that does it, because the Republicans want certain things, the Democrats want certain things. They're not agreeing, and those people are going unpaid. Your friend Elon offered to pay them on the weekend. He said he'd pay for TSA workers. I don't know how much he really meant that, but he put that out on X.
Meanwhile, he's flying private.
He's flying private.
No, but Donald telling everybody to get back to work as he typically does.
Yeah.
He's saying you won't be he said you won't be forgotten if you don't go back to work. Fortunately, even though this is a horrible thing, Sharif, we'll take a positive out of this, that there wasn't too many passengers on the Air Canada plane, only 72. Yeah, exactly. At least you didn't have hundreds and hundreds on some of the larger flights. I mean, there's no reports of fatalities just yet on this thing.
I thought the pilots died.
I didn't read that the two pilots died. Okay, which is unfortunate. So that's not good.
Have you seen the plane in the front?
I didn't see the plane, so people are good. Is it? Yeah. So people are probably. Unfortunately they did, but the airport is back open. So I mean. That's not really important. Unfortunately, people did lose their lives, and Air Canada definitely taken a hit from that.
All right, I think IBIT might be moving there, Joey.
Apparently.
Let's talk about AMD. AMD's up 1.5% this morning. South Korean AI startup called Upstage. They're considering a large purchase of AMD MI355X chips. They're considering about 10,000. That is AMD's latest design chip, ahead of the 455. Obviously, with CEO of this Upstage company called Sung Kim, discussed the move with Lisa Su, reinforcing AMD's growing relevance, of course, in the growing AI global infrastructure build-out. We're going to pause for a minute. We're going to Adara.
We have updates here with regards to Iran. Al Jazeera reporting that a senior Iranian official has said that President Trump doesn't have the authority to set conditions or deadlines for negotiations with Iran, saying that Washington continues to refuse to accept two essential conditions for Iran. One is paying reparations, and the second is acknowledging the aggression against Iran. Again, these conditions are coming from Iran. But once again, Al Jazeera reporting that a senior Iranian official has said President Trump does not have the authority to engage in deadlines or condition setting here when it comes to ending tensions in Iran and within the Middle East. The other story here that's continuing to circulate, I'll mention it one more time. I did mention it a couple of minutes ago, but Axios reporting that Vice President J.D. Vance has spoken with Netanyahu, leader of Israel, over the phone Monday morning. They discussed some efforts to open negotiations with Iran, along with the terms of a possible deal to end the tensions. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Upstage, the company that's buying around 10,000 of these MI355Xs from AMD, they're also involved in a government-backed initiative to build the national AI models. We've been talking a lot about a sovereign AI build-out where basically governments have their own built and usable AI. Access to NVIDIA's GPUs remains very competitive, which is creating opportunities for some others, namely here AMD, to capture incremental market share in the AI accelerator market. The next major earnings day, though, or catalyst, I should say, unless one comes from out of the blue, and AMD expects to report earnings May 5th of 2026. We shall see if that changes. Just before we go to Joey, I want to mention SATL is really on a breakout now. This is a really good move here, about 440. 450 couldn't stand in its way. Basically, the $0.50 resistance didn't really act much of a resistance at all. And there's the volume spike at 135, breaking out into 481 high. This one could see 5 momentarily. SATL, great mover on Friday, but it did give up a lot of the gains today, at least not yet. Day 2 continuation, though, Joey, on SATL. What's your take here on AMD? I know you were involved in the AMDL today.
Yeah, we're short AMD today here, guys. But I like what this says here, Sharif. Upstage competes in a state-backed AI Squid Game tournament to develop Korea's top national AI models. So it just shows you the competitive nature isn't just in the Western world, but a lot of countries want to compete and have this massive AI build-out. They're having a Squid Game tournament to see who can come out with the best AI models in Korea, which I find absolutely insane and somewhat funny that they would phrase it like that. But it just shows you the demand across the globe, essentially, for some of these American-made chips.
All right, Novo Nordisk was red on the morning, but has since obviously recovered. It did gap down substantially. It closed out, I believe, on Friday at around 36.5 bucks. When in the morning we were down about 35, 2/3, so not that bad. Anyway, they're getting a lot of pressure from India, and you'll explain why in a sec. So semaglutide lost its patent protection in India, which is unleashing a wave of generic competition. At least 5 domestic manufacturers launched versions priced up to 80% cheaper than when Novo sells their drug for in India. Example, generics are priced as low as $8 a week. Novo in India is charging between $30 to $35. There's actually a lot of people that want to get their hands on this drug in India. Apparently, there's a high growth opportunity with about 100 million diabetics and a rising obesity rate in the country, which could obviously be good for a GLP market. The country's generics ecosystem, though, actually produces about 20% of the global off-patent drugs. So if you run out of your patent in North America, maybe it's being made in India. You'll have to look at it. Check where you're getting your generic drugs from. Demand is strong, but affordability, according to the report, has been a barrier. So these Indian drug manufacturers coming in to fill that void and price it just right. Over 50 generic brands expected over 50 generic brands expected, though complexity of GLP-1 manufacturers may limit rapid scale. So apparently there's 50 different companies that are actually coming to put out a generic version of semaglutide in India. Now, each country has its own jurisdiction, and obviously the patent expires at different times in different countries. Novo is also facing pressure globally from Eli Lilly because they have their own, and now they're getting into the oral variants as well. Novo had already warned of a potential 5 to 13% decline in sales in 26, partly due to pricing pressure. And now analysts expect Novo may need to cut prices further to remain their market share, keeping only about a 15 to 20% premium. Joe?
Yeah. I find it interesting. It's not good, right? If you're going to get undercut like that, you're going to essentially lose all your market share because people are going to look for the cheaper alternative. But isn't that how it works in a lot of places? In a lot of places, Sharif, that the patent eventually expires. So why wouldn't Hims wait if they wanted to sell their that compounded version? Yeah. Why wouldn't they just wait until the patent? I mean, you obviously want to be able to capitalize as much as you possibly can, but why not be a little bit more patient and wait until that patent expires, and then you can be more free roaming on selling your compounded version?
You mean in North America or in Canada or in the States?
Wherever,
because it didn't expire yet. Yeah.
But I mean, but you know what I mean? Like, it's eventually going to expire, is it not?
Let me tell you. Yeah. There's an entire business about doing this. So, you know that Barry Sherman guy that got killed, him and Honey Sherman? They're like billionaires. Yeah. So he used to own a company called Apotex. Apotex is a Canadian drug manufacturer.
Yeah, right there off of the...
You know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, exactly. So right this guy ran
427.
Right? And he got offed. But before he was offed, his modus operandi was to basically take your drug. It wasn't off patent yet, right? He'd take it and he'd start manufacturing and selling it. And then what would end up happening is, you know, the company that actually made it would sue him in court. He'd be like, all right, sue me, you know, stop me. He'd lose some and he'd win some. And that's how he made his money. Like, not only, but that was kind of like an arb that he had, right? Yeah. He obviously made money selling drugs the normal way.
And it's 20 years, some people are saying, which is, okay, that's fine.
It depends
You're not
on
going
the
to wait. It depends on where I mean, they're also, Novo also working on their oral drug. It's looking pretty good. They're coming out working on a new study of Lexicon as well, too, an oral obesity drug. We know that they are already getting involved with that, so that could be good for margins as well, too. Less storage facilities. You don't need to necessarily keep it cool, and maybe a little bit more of a TAM as well. You can address a larger market there.
Synopsys gets the backing of Elliott. Let's talk about this. Elliott Investment Management has taken a multi-billion-dollar position in Synopsys. SNPS, the ticker, up about 4%. $83.5 billion market cap, signaling confidence in the semiconductor design software. The fund, Elliott Management that is, plans to push for strategic changes to unlock additional value. A familiar playbook, of course, for Elliott. That's kind of what they do. Synopsys, just so you know, operates in the EDA space, which is electronic design automation. That's a critical layer of the semiconductor ecosystem. Elliott is effectively betting that AI-driven complexity will require more design demand, and more design demand will mean higher software monetization. That's their thesis. That's kind of what they're putting their money behind. Investors typically view, though, Elliott's activism as a positive catalyst for the stock, given the history of driving shareholder returns. Who remembers this in the 80s? Does anybody remember, like, you know, these companies that would just come in and they'd union bust, they'd lay off a bunch of workers, they'd take a company that was just, say, $200 million market cap, they fundamentally change the look of the company and they'd sell it for like 4 or 5 times the return. That was like the playbook for some of these players in the 80s. I'm not saying Elliott's as aggressive of doing that, but that's kind of the same modus operandi. They just give you an example. They previously pushed Western Digital to spin off its flash and HDD business, and we saw what WD did after that. There's also potential for strategic actions. There could be cost optimizations. Parts of the company could be spun off. Capital allocation changes. We'll have to see what kind of methodology Elliott executes or uses in this specific acquisition. But this is interesting. When you see Elliott's name go into something, usually gets your attention, brother.
Yeah, let's pull up some of the technicals here on Synopsys.
Greg Moore, you're absolutely right. SNPS.
Yeah, SNPS here, Synopsys. Okay. Go take a look at some of the technicals on this.
Is it a good daily or crap?
It's really a mixed bag here, Sharif. A lot of ebb and flow on this one. Yeah, I mean, you have a high of around 649. You lose 30% right there, 33%. So 436, a massive gap down. You fill up about 60% of it here, maybe close to 65. But yeah, the chart not the prettiest thing. That's for sure. Not something that we typically day trade either.
Fair enough. XPEV almost up 7%, but NEO's up as well. So here's what happened. XPeng reported their first ever quarterly net profit. Profitability marks a key milestone after years and years of losses, signaling what could be improved cost control and operating leverage. Just to give you an idea, net profit came in at 383.2 million yuan. That's about $55.7 million. That is compared to a $1.33 billion yuan loss last year. Revenue also increased 13.3 billion yuan. That's up from the 12.2. So you get an increase on the top line and you get profitability, not a bad look. Vehicles delivered as well. 61 to 66,000 units. That implies about a 26 to 31,000 monthly pace. That is trending above the yearly average. And they're also gaining traction by monetizing their advanced tech stack, especially through partnerships. We know that they had that tie-up with Volkswagen. And in fact, Volkswagen is actually launching their first model called the ID UNYX08 using XPeng's platform. That's expected to come out in early March. Management, though, aims to evolve, they said, the company into a physical AI company, expanding into robotics, expanding into humanoid tech. I always used to joke that XPeng is like the Chinese version of Tesla, because when you looked at their full self-driving, or whatever they called it, their automated driving, it looked almost identical to Tesla's. Now they're expanding into robotics and humanoid. I guess that's not beyond the realm of possibility, but yeah, another good look here for XPeng. Joey, it's up 7%. Man.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what they're doing. They're just trying to start their own division. It's like the Xiaomi with the iPhone and everything, and you're going to kind of see that mimic trade here. But I don't know how long that can last or the longevity within it. especially with a market where it's very, very difficult and essentially crowded and all of the Chinese manufacturers are willing to undercut each other. So it's interesting to see essentially what Xpeng can come up with here.
All right, a couple of headlines. There goes SER. You guys were hating on me. You're like, you got me into this trade. It broke down. It didn't. It put in a higher low. I told y'all this one was coming. Halted, I believe. Is this halted? No. 329 high. It ends up taking the prior area high. It's at 3.25 now. A clean hold, I would say, of VWAP here. I get it that it failed initially at 125. It got into 313. Lucky number 13. Dropped but held VWAP. And there you go. Up into 329. Be careful, though. You can see the topping tail start to manifest there. But a great look, I would say, for SER on the day. And then the OG Darwin, as he typically does, calls out a good one here. And the ticker is TSQ. Nice breakout here, midday Assassino. Look at this. Nice doing nothing, rocket. Up into, I believe, 560 TSQ. I'm not seeing a headline on this, Darwin, so if you could tell me what the hell is going on with this, because I don't have anything on it quite yet. But nice breakout there, and it looks like it's up about a little bit less than 7%. So good look for TSQ. Let's go on to the next story. We still have a few minutes. Apogee, good look over here. Give me a second. APGE up about 20%, guys. Not a bad look. Surging on a strong phase 2 data breakthrough. So Apogee Therapeutics reported strong 52-week maintenance data from its phase 2 Apex trial for Zamilokmayab. Whatever. The drug targets moderate to severe atopic dermatitis. Results showed sustained efficacy across both 3 and 6 month dosing regimens. So it was well met there. Patients demonstrated continued improvement across key endpoints, including the itch, lesion reduction over time. It's also achieved meaningful symptom relief with fewer doses. That's interesting. Potentially improving patient compliance and cost profile because you use more of this. Typically, the side effects go up as well. Standard of care treatments, though, typically require more frequent dosing, positioning Apogee's therapy as a differentiated option. This is a nice breakout here, Joey. $5.5 billion market cap, APGE, Apogee Therapeutics.
Yeah, it received a couple upgrades here as well, too, Sharif. One from Wedbush. I see a lot of breakthroughs. The eczema trials are going pretty good for it. So, I mean, it's tough for me personally. I'm not really one to get into the biotech names, and I think they come and go, right? You go through these kind of volatility spikes, and it happens when you get a little bit of good news. But this name is still down 61% from that previous pivot high of $87 to $33.
Did you ever earmark some of these biotech companies that have positive phase 2, phase 3 trials as good bio candidates by bigger companies like the Pfizers, who have like a crap product pipeline lately? Some of the other people falling off a little bit, you know?
Pfizer's too big? You think Pfizer's too? Oh, like Pfizer being the acquired. Yeah. I mean, it definitely. But I'm not involved in with the therapeutics that much, to be honest with you, just due to the lack of how much the phases, how much they can cost and how long they can go on for. So.
All right, let's go on to the next story. DraftKings jumps on regulatory push against prediction markets. This had been one of the reasons that, FLUT and DKNG had been getting hit because, well, Polymarket and Kalshi were coming in and taking over their moat. But U.S. lawmakers are preparing a bipartisan bill aimed at banning prediction markets from offering sports event contracts. The legislation specifically targets platforms like Kalshi and Polymarket. These platforms currently offer contracts on game outcomes and player performance, and they're operating under the financial derivatives rule rather than the gambling laws. So a bit of a different regulatory framework. Supporters argue prediction markets are effectively unregulated sports books, and by virtue of that, they're bypassing state gaming laws and consumer protections. Casino operators and regulators claim these platforms, well, they avoid licensing. They avoid paying taxes at the requisite rate, and the compliance requirements that creates, according to them, unfair competition. Prediction market firms, they counter that and they say, look, our products are financial instruments used for hedging and information discovery. They're not gambling. I mean, I get the difference, do you think it's a distinction without a difference?
Yes or no, Sharif?
What's yes or no?
That's how it works. That's how it is, right? Like it's either yes or no.
No, but I don't think it's that clear. I think there could be a technical difference, but in effect, there wouldn't be a difference. There's a technical difference in that, you're a prediction market instead of gambling, but is the consumer affected the same way? And if such, do we need to protect the consumer in the same way that we protect them in gambling?
Absolutely.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Yeah.
But I mean, it goes by kind of by district as well too, because New York already put in the voted in the favor essentially for DraftKings. Those companies say, hey, no, we're not going to allow the Robin Hoods and everybody to have the prediction market in those contracts and everything else. So I think it really depends on where you are. It sucks because you have these large participants putting in the prediction markets, like these large brokers are saying, hey, you can now bet essentially, which is really, really hurting some of the smaller gambling websites.
I gotta say, I'm not talking about the gambling side, but I do like the prediction markets. I find them to be highly accurate. We saw, how they felt about President Trump's AAPL tariffs. We saw, how they felt about the election that President Trump won, that the polls were not showing. So I like the prediction markets as sort of a medium of truth, but I'm not saying that they don't have any effects on people in the way that gambling does, and they might need a different regulatory look. But I like the prediction markets. I think that they're pretty accurate, Joe.
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's going to have the same effect. It doesn't matter. People are going to, if they're going to want to wager their money, they'll find something, right? It's either, hey, we're going to predict this, or I'm going to go over and just place a bet somewhere else.
On
right?
like a Bahamian website.
Exactly, you know what I mean?
Should mention that state level actions, like we're talking about Massachusetts and Nevada, they've already challenged prediction markets legally. But what we're talking about here is a federal ban that would standardize enforcement. That's kind of what I want to differentiate there. I realize that states are already doing it on their own level. Let's talk a little Palantir here, and then we'll probably wind it up as there's only a couple of minutes to go. Palantir Technology saw its Maven AI system designated as an official program of record by the Pentagon. This signals a long-term commitment, of course, as well as funding stability and a broader deployment across other military branches. The transition is expected to take effect by the end of the current fiscal year. Apparently for Palantir, that's September. The ending of their fiscal year doesn't run with the calendar year, always. Maven is a command and control AI platform. It integrates data from the satellites, from drones that you have, and from other sensors, and it enables real-time battlefield intelligence, as well as threat detection, targeting support, etc. The system is designed to enhance decision-making, but humans still, according to Palantir, are responsible for the final targeting actions. Future contracts for Maven now, apparently, according to this report, they're going to be handled, by the Army, signaling a deeper institutional integration. Ethical concerns, though, persist around AI-assisted targeting software, including potential legal and security risks. Palantir continues to emphasize, though, humans remain in the loop. Separately, what I'm hearing, again, not from any official source, I'm hearing that Maven will, so say, for example, let's just say for the Iran conflict, you say like, all right, we want to hit this country, all right, and our objective is such. It will give you the list of targets to hit. Yeah. It'll tell you where to hit them, when, what order to hit them in, what weapons to use, how to strategize your...
It's crazy. It's pinging off satellites.
No, but it's using its own AI with all that information to give you what it thinks is like the most devastating outcome.
The most efficient and dominant outcome. Yeah, that's what Karp wants, though. That he's designed this stuff, and there's other things like organic seeking material as well, weapons that are going to be involved. There's a lot. He signed the Maven's also going to be placed on the Humvee, so it's going to be an unmanned Humvee that's going to have the same data implementing. It's like, hey, what do we want to use? The 50 cal up here,
that's what I mean.
Or the
it
rocket.
Knows exactly what weapon to use, where, when. It's terrifying. Yeah, Skynet. I see that. Rank 9092. Ryan K. 9092. Skynet equals Maven. Yeah, I think that it's like maybe Skynet 1.0, but hopefully it won't go rogue. Guys, it's 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
And the big boys, they're over here. You want to leave them off with anything?
Yeah, well, a great session here, guys. I hope everyone had a fantastic Monday. It wasn't so manic after all. Katina Man, check the short out here on AMD. Pop, 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 pop. We're still sitting in a little bit, not much left there, but a nice little short on AMD. That is going to probably be it for the remainder of the session.
Big boys that way.
Welcome.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, we're just talking about the MLB opening up this week. So
Well, these guys were talking about the betting markets or the prediction markets, and I was sort of curious what the odds are. There's this dude plays for, I think he's on Baltimore right now, and he holds the record for home runs on opening day in consecutive years.
It's just such a crazy stat.
It's like 6 years in a row the guy's gone yard.
He's not even like a home run hitter.
He's not a star player. He's a good. Look, he's.
I mean, he's obviously good. He's in the Major League
He's got
Baseball.
some pop. He's in the bigs. He's had a couple of good years. But like, I want to see what the odds are on that guy because you can bet on pretty much anything. And I was just double checking. You know what's interesting? Like right now, I was actually looking at Palantir because the boys were just talking about this, and you have the market. I got to be honest, not doing as much as you would think. Like we start out with such a crazy move in the pre-market on this Trump headline or the President Trump headline or Truth Post, I suppose, and we've just been slowly like gliding down, if anything. And we're now back above VWAP, and as the market gets above VWAP, it's like, okay, well, what is relatively strong? Well, Palantir stands out like a sore thumb.
I just tried to go short.
What also stands out a little bit is Bitcoin's trying to hold over VWAP. That's looking a little bit spicy here. Yeah, energy's slowed down, but under VWAP and still looking weak. There could be some short opportunities there. But there's a few names that are moving around that should make it interesting for us. So we'll have a rundown, be a little bit locked and loaded and ready to go. But when the market slows down like this, I think oftentimes trying to find a few names that are relatively strong or weaker than the overall market can be the way to go. Weakness, I'm looking at you, Intel.
Yeah, I just right now I'll just go short rate. I haven't done anything all afternoon. Someone said, was I still in this trade? No. We don't remember we had 10% left. And we put it out if we were going to break 111, so it does do that. Some of these covers are ridiculous. Like this was 106 down there on USO. Our short started at 112, so it was just like, okay, let's cover that. Maybe it was a 200 period break, I don't know, but we got out there. I think it was 111 was what I was looking at. Just sort of that shelf that we fell off of right there. Wow, that was a lot of fun, man. I'm glad that we were able to sit here with you guys and trade this during the morning show. I don't know if the guys in the afternoon put on any oil trades or whatever they did, but so right now downside for USO down over 9% today, and the actual contract itself is right here. Here's the June. Am I in the right one? April, May, June. Yeah, okay. So April's over with. It's March. Hold on a second. CL, is that right? The right price? I'm not sure this is the right one. J. So J is April. Okay, so HIJK. Okay, May. All right, let me see what's going on. That's what I just had.
500,000.
Isn't that what I just had up, or did I have M? It doesn't matter. Anyways, okay. Who cares? Now we got it down 9.5%. That's why I thought it was like a little light there. So yeah, good move there. Just hearing that there was some more drones being fired off here today, which is actually why I thought about going short TQQs, but I think there's maybe just too many good feels right now in this market. I started it there at the 200. I'll take a little bit more at VWAP at 10, and then I'm gonna be out, man. If we break 20s right into here, we break that high. Not that it's just a shelf. I'm not really focused on that. Remember, this is a levered play. This is not the NASDAQ itself. This is a levered ETF. So, you could easily rip and rock through any of these levels. Not a big deal, but I will use VWAP there as well. And here's the futures. Took out VWAP. And remember, just starting at a different time. So this is on a 1-minute chart for the TQQ. So I'm trying to watch out to see what we're doing right here. Here it is on a 5-minute chart on E-signal. So just coming into a possible short area as well on our TQQs. So I'm going to go short on the NASDAQ right here just to see what happens this afternoon and average it in if we get something at 45.10 and then out at 45.20. So it's gonna be a fun one here this afternoon, I would think. Gold's moving around, the market's moving. everything is going. So, yeah, it looks like that should be the right contract. You guys tell me if it's not.
Yeah.
Some news about OpenAI, I guess. I don't know if Microsoft started doing anything. OpenAI was starting to do. Dare I heard her bring the story about Dropbox, so file attachments and storage. Now on the OpenAI ChatGPT there that sent Dropbox to the downside. Microsoft just kind of doing what the market's doing today, upside, but not upside like the market is, 0.3 versus 1.57. What goes boom in the morning was Tesla there. Huge move right there, right off the open. It didn't stop until about 11 o'clock. You know, we went a little sideways, but we just kept on buying dips. And eventually right there at 11:11, it started to make the move down again. So we're trying to get going again on Tesla. 11. And I call Pizza. Hey. Those of you in Canada know Pizza. There's a...
You know.
Yeah, their phone number is 967-1111.
That was one of those... Like, there's a few commercials from the back in the day.
Yeah, it's hard to forget those.
I'll never forget that commercial. It's, I don't know. And Pizza wasn't even that big of a deal for us. It's weird. Like, I don't think we...
Pizza? No, the thing about Pizza is it's, just for everybody out there, it's like your Papa John's or Domino's. It's Canadian. And it's like when your school does pizza parties, it's pizza.
Always pizza.
When you go to like somebody's birthday party, it seems to always be pizza. It's like the most generic.
I didn't like it because...
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I never wanted pizza because...
It's like, it's not, like their sauce is not spicy. Like it's the most like, you know, sort of Canadianized pizza version out there.
Yeah, you know what? And Cat Molfar in the chat just said it sucks. Well, I think that's the thing. If you're going to try to appeal to literally everybody, you'll end up with something which is bland and boring sometimes. And that's just how it is. You know, it is what it is. But anyway, back to brass tacks. My eyeballs are on Intel. I actually left you guys going long off of VWAP, and then it broke trend, like right here. So broke the trend, now downside, opening range low is resistance at 44 and a third or so. And who put that chat up? So I'm looking basically relative weakness here, so I want to be short this. I like this poll. I just saw this here. What ticker are you most bullish on? MU, Tesla, NVIDIA, or SAT-L?
I'm just going to put a bid out. There's something going on right now, Neil.
I haven't heard anything. I just saw a shoot to the downside here.
Yeah, here it is.
What's it?
It's I thought it was Iran. Did you see that on Twitter? It's
no.
It was something about U.S. debating sending troops to Iran because there was some Iraq. There was some strikes. I'm just going to wait. See, it's right here. U.S. air defense shoot down explosive drone over U.S. consulate in Iraq. It's just on Benzinga, one of the stories there. We try to put up the news stories if we get it. And unfortunately,
I didn't see it on X.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay, you have it? Yeah, it's not. Oh, here's one story. I'll send this. I don't know if this has anything to do with it, but there it is. So maybe there's starting to pick up a little bit again. I'm not sure. It's so funny how we have that whole... What was that, April 9th you mentioned there? Is it now a date?
Like a new deadline that they have, effectively.
Okay, maybe that's old news. Okay. Anyways, all right, well, I don't know what that was. It wasn't that much of a move. It's just all of a sudden, we just went short right there, and we got our 50-period moving average. So we went short at O's, or 95s, and we just got 75 and 70. So not too bad. Yeah, anytime there's a super chat, just throw it up there, man. We'll see it, Andre. No problem. Most popular things for next 3 months will be fast food, drinks, and travel services. Fast food drinks? Oh, fast food drinks.
Fast food.
So does that mean like Monster beverages, or you mean Pepsi, or what do you mean, Coke, or in travel services? I think is what you're getting at there, Satoshi, there, is the fact that if travel, I guess, picks up, is that what you're thinking? Like if people are traveling, they eat more fast food? I don't know. I mean,
I don't know if that correlation is.
If that's going, I mean, what about Uber?
If travel's coming back, I think one of the first places to look for. You would have seen it even today. I know we're going to go to Shrike. Like, look at some of the, look at Carnival, look at Norwegian. Like, Carnival's up 6 points, although not looking that great off of VWAP here. But these guys have been getting beaten up, and they managed to hold the low, and they're trying to break back out. So I always kind of. Looking for the trade, find those beat up names that can go parabolic. They tend to have good short floats in most of these names, so I kind of like those over there. But the soft, you have me at the soft drinks. I'm not sure why we're going to be bullish there. The GLPs have been sort of taking a dent out of those.
Well, and plus, like fast food soft drinks, exactly, are generally pretty sugary, and we do know that what's his name, RFK there wants to basically eliminate all that, which is good for him. I think it's
I don't
nothing
drink
wrong with
pop anymore. I haven't really in years. Like every now and then I might with like a mixed drink or something like that.
Yeah.
But yesterday my daughter wanted, we were ordering in and she wanted A&W, which is like her thing lately. And so they sent us a couple of extra
root
things in our
beers?
order. So like there was a full like chicken fingers and fries and a large root beer that was just in the order. My wife didn't want it, and Aaron just likes iced tea. So
And the root beer is pretty sweet.
Root beer.
Like a lot of sugar, I would think.
Well,
in a root
I
beer.
had like 2 sips. I'm like, this is so good. I'm like, I can't do this. Like immediately, like I can't do it. It was too sweet.
That's the problem.
Because if you don't drink pop, you realize how much you can't handle it. So I know we're gonna go street for quick little second. I just jumped in Intel. I'm gonna give it to this local high here on the 3-minute. It's about the third. Uh-oh. It looks like we just broke down. Ooh, might have missed an opportunity. Boyle just broke down. Flat bottom break in Boyle. I might try to rejoin this at some point. Yep, there it goes. Now it's just starting to accelerate. Might have to short the pops in Boyle again as that's heading back into the downside. So let us know when you're ready. I think we get a thumbs up there for Sharif. We're locked and loaded. Let's see what is in the afternoon rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show you decide what we talk about every afternoon. The big boys, Neil and Sean, they are locked and they are loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on this Afternoon Rundown is to join us in the chat wherever you are. We're talking Twitch, Kick, YouTube, TikTok, everywhere else that we're live. Make sure to follow, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to vote, guys. You got to throw in that $sign, though, before you vote, and whatever ticker of your choice. Just before we go on to the first rundown here, the New York Times is reporting that Pentagon officials are officially weighing the deployment of air troops in Iran. Separately, Iran's Revolutionary Guard spokesman says there's no need to mine the Strait of Hormuz as Iranian armed forces have, quote, full control. He states, based on necessity, Iran will use any capabilities to provide security. That came out about 5 minutes ago or so, but the Pentagon officials weighing the deployment of air troops in Iran. That is being reported by the New York Times. Let's look at all 4 major averages before we start on the first look over here. All 4 are in positive territory, with the triple Qs up 1.43, the SPY much the same look, up 1.40. The Dow faring pretty well today, 1.7% in the Ville of Green, and the IWM Russell 2000 ETF outperforming all other ETF major averages, up 2 3/4. Tesla, the #1 ticker as decided by you guys, up 3 1/3% on the back of this headline that they are likely to boost their CapEx spending for a chip factory, guys, a fab, but SpaceX and XAI are going to help out, being reported by Barclays.
Yeah, that fab story, we like it for them. Elon's shown that this is a little bit of a priority, especially when you've got rising costs and being able to lock down that supply when you understand that it's going to be a bit of a concern. When you have all of these ambitions, well, you're not going to have like robots in everybody's houses or Optimus, right? Because that's specifically them. You're not going to have that in everybody's home or like a couple of million homes within a few years if you aren't able to scale up, and the inability to get your chips is going to be a big problem. You've seen that play out. So yeah, I like the story. Did not think that Tesla would have this kind of a run in it. I thought maybe 380, but the fact that we're able to push through that 380 mark, which was resistance Thursday and support Thursday, resistance on Friday. The fact we were able to push through was a bit of a surprise this morning. We're struggling with it this afternoon, but you complete the rounded bottom if we're able to hold this, and then we break out tomorrow at 385. So far, so good on this for Tesla. And then if you break that, then we're trying to regain that 200 period moving average, which had been a problem before. So a good first step here for Tesla. It's probably just as much the candle in the morning on that truth has just as much to do with the up move. If not, if we're being honest, probably more than this headline, but it doesn't make a difference. It doesn't matter why you go up. It doesn't matter why you regain key levels. It just matters that you do. And I think in this particular case, we have a good chance to close over this 380.
Yeah, this morning when the market was up 2% or 1.5%, and Tesla was kind of just started to get going here into the open, the very first trade that I tried to put on, and I put the order in, just it shot up like that's 373 up there in one candle, 376.77. So you get about a $3.50 candle right when the market opened up there, right? So it just kind of like went, okay. And, you know, the order was in, the order went out, didn't get filled. So, you know, just breaking that high, there it goes. I don't know. I'm pretty sure I would have been probably stopped out in and around here, which would have been good for me. That's 381. But let it go, right? Let it go. Probably stopped out a little bit. No, took some more out here, 375. But yeah, Tesla winner today, that's for sure. Anybody that had it. Didn't slow down until 11:11. And then it made that move down, and that's what started that pizza thing, of course. But for right now, it's just, it's hard to say you like this stock because there's where we were before the Trump tweet, you know, and that was 358. So it's just like the daily on Tesla is not good. As we keep on seeing, you know, higher lows being made, and lower highs being made. So we got a high, you know, there. We just keep on ticking lower. So yeah, I think you'd have to break. Unfortunately, well, it's fortunate or unfortunately, that level there is 420. So if we break that, yeah, we have a little thing for that. I was
wrong one.
Wrong one. That's okay. That's good enough for me. Breaking into there. This is the good one, I think. Weed Batman. We have Weed Batman there. But yeah, that's the level to look at. I mean, Tesla's still in trouble until it isn't. And here we go, man. Nice little move down. Let's see if the TQQs continue their voyage to the south side as we just went short, sort of off VWAP there. We missed VWAP, believe it or not. I can't make the. I mean, I can make it up, but we were sitting here at 10s. It went to 09 half or whatever, dark pools. So we missed that fill there at VWAP. So if it comes back up, we'll try to get it. But there it is. Nice little downside push. Let me sit here and put a bid at 81s for that fill just because we should. And then we'll let it go. I'm trying to bid 75s, which is basically right here where we got it. We're sitting at 81. Maybe we get that, then lower here on the futures. But all right, Sharif, Tesla is in the books. What's number 2?
Just wanted to update you guys. The U.S. Embassy in Muscat is issuing a shelter-in-place order for Oman. That's vis-a-vis the U.S. Embassy website there separately. CBS News is reporting that a military source has told them that there's no change in plans for deploying thousands more Marines and sailors to the Middle East. I didn't say specifically Iran, just says the Middle East, guys. All right, let's take a look here at Micron, second on the list, down about 4%. No specific negative catalyst today on Micron, but there has been some profit taking after the earnings report today. Wedbush coming out with a note here saying AI memory demand might drive prices up into the triple digits. In any event, Micron not benefiting from that today, down 3.9.
Oh, well, what are they supposed to say? Like, they already had that monster quarter. So that didn't seem to matter. The margins were redonkulous for them, and the growth was huge. What do you suppose? Like, what are you going to do? They rejected the all-time high after earnings, and then we've lost that upper channel here, Micron. I think some of this is like sentiment-driven because it's set up pretty good last week to basically take this channel, bounce off the prior channel high, and then make another move. And then today, well, we lost that. So at least the good news is you're holding the 50 period, so that's good. I mean, there's nothing bad about that. But if we lose 400 now, we're back into that channel, you lose 400, then why not expect us to see the bottom end of this channel in the 350 level? So there's a lot of people that have been saying, oh, these memory names, they finally hit their top. I'm not here to tell you whether they have or not. What I can say is, until proven otherwise, it's shown you a temporary top has at least been made, and just a series of lower highs, weak relative to the market in here. And this is all despite a gigantic quarter. So you lose 400 tomorrow, and I think we could see that in the next couple of days, that 350, 360 area. That's where I'd kind of look for some bounce support if 400 isn't going to hold. But if we're right here tomorrow, I mean, 400 is going to look like a flat bottom break for you. For sure. And it's pretty easy to look at it as relative weakness. And the other name that I think a lot of people always associate here, usually if we're looking at one, we're looking at the other. And there's pretty much no distinction between SanDisk and Micron, at least in terms of the chart. They both look pretty weak relative to the market. So there's a temporary top in some of the memory chip names. That being said, betting against them, catching that dip within a week or two has been wrong. Let's see if they can actually buck that trend. But for now, I'd consider them relatively weak until proven otherwise. You got to show it to me.
I just want to say a big shout out to everybody watching on TikTok. Shout out to everybody there over here on TikTok. Let's hit that like button a bunch of times. We'll get that going as well. Want to thank everybody for that. And I just saw somebody on Twitch as well showing up. So thank you, everybody, as we continue to make sure that we're watching all of the chats. And a big shout out to my guy Fabian as well, building us a little chat portal. So thank you, Fabian. For that one, we did get that 81 fill there on the Qs. This is almost, remember, this is a levered product on the T-triple-Qs, so not exactly the futures, of course. But maybe we're getting stronger than I think here, really bouncing off this 50-period moving average. Sometimes a chart can be a tale of two stories, right? And that is like, I'm thinking short because we're hitting VWAP here, but you're tightening up into a range, and you've bounced off the 50-period many times, and we only tested that once there. So I'm a little nervous that we could come back in. I'll still take it again right there, as it looks like we're trying to form like a little bit of a flag pattern here. I mean, it's not really because we came back in, but just seems like there's a wedge, and we could break down here on the T-triple-Qs. So I'm going to hold the short. We obviously have our stops, 45.20, so we're going to give it 10 cents on our next fill as we start to get out a little bit more and more here as we go down. I'm not out of that much, man. I'm out of like 15%, basically 5% each time. So let's see how low we can go over here on the NASDAQ. Okay, let's go back over and see what stock number 3 is.
10%, Sean, is USO in negative territory, and that doesn't even tell the full story because we were positive to start the pre-market. So if you look at that 4 a.m. high to the current price action, we're down 13.75%. Several different headlines. We'll get to a few of them. Global affairs correspondent for Axios, Barak Ravid, he posted on his X that Vice President Vance spoke by phone on Monday morning, that is, with Israeli President or Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, and discussed efforts to open negotiations with Iran. That's a per source familiar with the matter. The source said Vance and Netanyahu discussed the components of a possible agreement to end the war with Iran. Separately, about 5 minutes ago, Iran's Revolutionary Guard spokesman said there's no need to mine the Strait of Hormuz as the Iranian armed forces have full control. And we know that not that long ago, air defenses shot down an explosive drone over the U.S. consulate in Iraq's Erbil city.
Okay. I just started trading USO immediately. I only have 3 names written down on my sheet today. That's the NASDAQ futures, that's NVIDIA, and USO. We first take this little move early. That's at 9 o'clock, as we thought we had heard more positivity about, the Strait and from President Trump. And we watched this fall back down in. This is your 25-period moving average, this gray line. So kind of just followed that back in there, shorted it, and got really good. This was a pretty good trade. That short was about 112, and our bid out there is 110. So it was $2. We kept getting out, averaged it back in at the 50-period at the same price, then got stopped out there. And then we just went short again. And this was big-time payment because right at 10:30, it bumped right back into VWAP there. So we just did what we sort of came here to do, and that was to get out. So once that started to drop down in there, came back up to VWAP. We liked those little levels, so we did short that, shorted up there at VWAP, and then it dropped in $4, $5, $6 at one point, believe it or not, and there it goes, just completely cracking lower. Our best filler, that's basically 112.50. This fill down there is 106.70. So you got about $5 and change and we did pretty good, man. We let it drop all the way back in there on USO. And of course, with all the talk, we never know where we're going to go with this name, but so far so good. As we got out there at the break of 11 again, and we do miss that most recent high into there. But was not as clean as this. This sort of ran into it. We also had the 200 period, and we hadn't tested it. So then there's the move down. We kind of broke VWAP there. So that's kind of right into here. That's a little risky short, but definitely paying off. Looks like oil heading to the downside, and you got to like that if you're trading today. You know, I know a lot of us are feeling some of that pain at the pump. So I know Trump was going on talking all about different dates and getting things settled, but didn't seem like it was playing nice from the Iranian side. So we'll have to wait to hear if there is some sort of a ceasefire or not. But right now, oil definitely the trade of the week, the trade of the month, and probably, you know, the trade for a long time coming is going to be looking at least at USO or other smaller names like the Battles or the T-Pets of the world or CVX.
There's Oxy and CVX.
Yeah, or there's the actual names or XLE. It just, I feel like, yeah, until we get a little more certainty in all of this, oil will be good for a while.
Yeah, it's just think of it like this. Like, remember when it feels like a long time ago, but it really wasn't, when silver, like every single day you'd come in and silver and gold would be the thing.
Yeah.
You know, that's just, and then sometimes it was like the drone names. Right now, it's you pick your energy name and then roll with it. So, like, I like oil today, but, you know, I'll get to that in a second. Even just technically sometimes, like, I look at this support here from last couple of weeks at that 115 on USO, and all it did is once you lose the support level, it turns into resistance, and you try to keep it simple. I only preferred, when looking at that in hindsight, I only preferred oil today because it was weaker relatively early, and it's been putting in lower highs all morning, all day, I suppose. But I'm going to go back to shorting pops in oil. It got like hey, that was a fun stop out when I realized I wasn't on the trend line. Still ended up being a good entry. But every single time we've popped in that gas ETF, I think it's going to be worth a shot to try to fade it. We also had there was some chatter from the Chevron CEO where, I mean, effectively he was trying to put some cold water on this drop in oil prices, saying all of the effects haven't been matriculated back into the price. I think he's reiterating some of that for sure. But then you have to keep in mind, well, if you're the CEO of Chevron, you want oil prices to stay higher. But that hasn't really affected things much. I think I'm going to go back to shorting pops this afternoon in oil until we're proven otherwise. I think we had a morning where the market was going opposite. Like if we were going down in oil and that gas, then the market was heading up. I think we're seeing right now a little more sideways action in the overall market, despite the fact that you're still trending down in energy. So that connection doesn't seem to be there as much as it was before. Let's see what number 4 is, although I'm looking up. It's one of two things. Either a symbol we know incredibly well, Sean, or one I've never heard of.
Let's see.
It's the latter, Neil. But before I tell you about that one, Israeli Channel 12 reporting Iran has agreed to freeze its missile project for 5 years. No follow-up on that. Keeping an eye on anything, that's being reported again here. That's by Israel's Channel 12. Next on the list here is UGRO. I didn't have a look at this, guys, during the midday because it was trading below VWAP, but right back above it goes, trying to break through for Urban Go is the name of the company. About a $3 million, a little bit less than $3 million market cap, has about 663,000 share float, very small. And they're moving up big today after announcing that it's in a merger with Sri Lanka's Innovative Production Group, including its portfolio of T20 league commercial rights, has been completed. So they're looking at getting in, gentlemen, into cricket.
Well, that just happened.
I just, UGR. I was just going to say, I just got out of my, we'll talk about UGR in a second here. I just want to say, I just got out of my futures or the TQ short because of that story. Like, I don't, and not that there's anything wrong with reporting, and I think, I'm glad Sharif mentioned it, but if they're agreeing to give some sort of, concession is the word I'm looking for here, by maybe stopping their missile program. I know that's probably not their nuclear program or anything, and I don't know enough about that, but to me, like, that's probably a good thing.
Well,
so,
even if it's not their nuclear program, that would still inhibit their ability to strike locally within the region. So, like, it's good news regardless. I would think, but I did hear that it was unconfirmed. It's like one news source in Israel, Channel 12. Again, I don't know enough.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows anything?
I can't tell you if it's like Bloomberg with us sometimes. No, but seriously, it's still you would think is good news. I cancel an offer to reload short. It is what it is. But this UGRO.
I don't know why they would do that though. That is.
Like, what are the odds?
I'm gonna try to go again.
Right as we were talking about this name, or as Sharif was discussing this name, It breaks out now at $4.75 here. So it goes 15 to 20%, literally breaking out the high of the day. As we happen to be talking about it, it's probably a coincidence. It seemed like it was falling off, a bit of a technical break in VWAP, UGRO. Look, if you don't know anything about the IPL, then understand that IPL to India is the NFL. Like just whatever, if you understand how popular and gigantic and how much the NFL just owns everything, that's the IPL for cricket in India. It's the league that if you are any good at cricket and you want to get paid, that's where you're going. It's like prominent West Indian players from all across the world. They go there to get paid and play in a professional league. So I think this is a pretty interesting headline. I don't know too much about, who does know too much about some of these stocks? It has done this in the past where you've seen pop and fade several times. So, you usually want to get yourself paid when you have that kind of a circumstance. But it had already made one parabolic move and is now taking out the rest. So the shorts are getting squoze badly, especially through that 420 level. I thought I saw it hit. I saw it hit the halt band. I guess it must have reset because it looked like I thought it was going into a halt a little bit earlier. Just a couple of minutes ago, and it must have pulled back just enough to not halt and then reset itself. So just keep an eye. A lot of times you'll go into the halt band. If you can't see it on your level 2, you might not know. We can, and then it'll pop back a little bit here. But this is going crazy. I'm not necessarily I wouldn't chase this or anything. I certainly wouldn't short. You need to get these little consolidation breaks, or just punch long. The second Sharif was talking about it. That would have worked.
Yeah, no, that would have worked pretty good. I did get back in really small there into the TQs. So I was thinking to myself, why would they actually stop their missile program out of the blue right here? That seems to be a little bit more of a concession that Trump or somebody would be tooting their horn on if that was more official. But let's just wait. I'm back into it right now. We did get out pretty conservatively, right? We made money. It's fine. But then we still had basically 70% or 75% left, and I just tapped it out for a penny right there. I'm still going to try to go against VWAP, so let's just try it, but lighter this time. If we're right and the short prints, we should be able to get back into 44.40s or something. So because we're a little lighter, we don't have to scalp out so fast, but we're still going to not make the mistake of averaging in. So I do have a piece at 45.06 just to get small again, and then if we break higher, then we'll get out. So just watching out for this TQQ trade. All right, one more stock, then we can let Sharif go. It's 2:30.
Yes, sir. NVIDIA, Sean, up 2%. Shares were up to start the morning amid a broader market gain following President Trump's pause on Iranian strikes. The company also announced partnerships with major energy firms to develop AI factories, potentially unlocking about 100 gigawatts of U.S. grid capacity. Good look here for NVIDIA, but rejecting that 178 area, boys, back down into 176.15.
I like 174. That's what I wrote down earlier. We didn't. We came into 174 already today, and the reason why I wrote down 174 is pretty simple. Just kind of the closing price that we had there on Friday. I know we had gotten lower than that, but I just wanted to look at this area to see if there was some kind of bunching up here that we could take advantage of. But it never gets there, right? And so NVIDIA today. And it was a tough day for sure to write down your trade ideas with exact prices because we just we had that huge move and we were already down to 171. NVIDIA was getting ready to break that level on the daily, and then Trump tweeted that stuff or truthed that stuff out there. So it's just a matter of trying to let this market settle down. I think we all know that the strength is going to be in chip names. It's just the market needs to turn itself around. And if they can turn themselves around, the market, then I do really like NVIDIA's chances here. You're already up 2% with the market only up 1.5. It is an aggressive play here for NVIDIA, and I think it wins, right? Even a break of VWAP probably gets this thing going. You can see now the market's getting going there. Maybe another headline there, but yeah, this is what I'm saying. There's reports right now that Israeli media reporting Iran will agree to a 5-year freeze on missile program. So I don't, I'm going to get stopped out at 45.20s regardless of this news. So we did stop out. We should have just kept ourselves out of it. We didn't get too much more in, so it's fine. But right now holding on to this short, which the news looks more positive right now than negative for the NASDAQ or for the ES or for humanity maybe. So far so good here on the way back up. As that news story, we're just going to figure out how legit it is, I guess.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I would consider it positive news, regardless of what you might think. But I just jumped out. I didn't end up reloading and telling canceling the order to reload it, and I'll just jump out of it. But as far as Nvidia goes, you know what? You can say whatever you want about those that are maybe not as bullish as they were on Nvidia before. But if you look at the weekly chart, I mean, come on, Nvidia. 170 on the weekly. Look at all the wick bottoms that hold 170. It's the 50 period on the weekly as well. And on the daily, if I just throw out this line, and this line isn't in the chart, all you see is buyers at 170. I don't care who's buying at 170. Is Jensen buying his own stock? It doesn't matter. Is Sean picking it up at 170 every single day? I have no idea. But somebody is. Michael Burry? Probably not, because he bets against AI. But at the same time, we are holding the same level over and over and over again. It's been holding since August of last year. And until it gets broken, all that's happening is Nvidia, think about this. If the price is going nowhere and Nvidia keeps beating on earnings, what's happening to the stock? It's getting cheaper. It's getting cheaper and cheaper from a fundamental basis. So there's only, in my mind, how else can this resolve except continuous beats over and over again and the stock's not going over? Eventually, I think you break up. If nothing breaks here,
it's going to go live, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to break. It's got to break up. So I keep looking at this and saying, eventually we're going to break away. And each quarter that we continue to have strong numbers from Nvidia, it just gets better and better. Adara?
We have Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel confirming that he did have a call with President Trump. So it looks like, we heard those reports of, was there or was there not any kind of conversation here with President Trump and Iran. Now we're having Netanyahu confirming there was a call with Trump. Again, the timing of this call is unclear. If I get more details, I'll let you know. Also seeing an Amazon headline here, guys. AMZN on watch. Amazon's Leo reportedly going to be accelerating their satellite production and launch cadence. Back to you.
He thought it was me. Okay, here we go, man. We got into so I just said, you know what, futures, man, peace. Because we got stopped out of that one, obviously, as quick as you like there. And I just went right over to the topic, or the stock that we were just talking about, NVIDIA. It broke through VWAP. So I was like, you know what, I'm going to go long on VWAP there. It's 176.60. I mean, we are definitely longer than that, in a worse price than that. But I was fine taking it. I'm actually on purpose doing this. Like, I think if we break through 176 down here, that's where we can get out. So let's not panic and get out of this ASAP. Let's just wait to see how far we can go. I always take something at, like that went right to O's. So we got out at 95 there. I'm always going to take something out, you know, when we're at that level. I do think that an area for me to look at here for NVIDIA, I mean, the market has to go. So that's the first part. And if it doesn't, then we have our stop. But what about into here, 177.50, something like that for a spot for NVIDIA? I think that would be reasonable. So let's see if we can get back up there. We still got a ways to go before we get anywhere near that level right now. Yeah, we could definitely throw up the Super Chats.
We got Danny Boy's Bear Market Bingo. Love the name. I feel like, hey, Danny Boy, you seem to change it once a week, so I don't know. Let's get something fresh and fun. You always have good names.
Yeah.
On the precious metal front, starting April 1st, Indian mutual funds will allow investors to acquire up to 35% exposure to gold. We know that is a place where there's a lot of interest in gold. That doesn't mean sell the house and buy gold, but knowledge is profit. Absolutely true. We have seen what's been going on in the metals. We always say this all the time. If you like a stock, then you buy it at the 200-period moving average. In GLD, look where that bottom is. That's pretty clean. That is a massive bottoming tail candle into the 200-period. So it does make sense that you've made a bit of a curl. That's pretty much where you would want it to go. This is not this is a real move at 7. These wicks down here underneath 390, obviously it didn't go there. So that 390 did hold very, very well. It didn't actually get down exactly to 380, but it doesn't matter. A reversal is a reversal, and when you see these rounded bottoms or wipe out bottoms through key support levels, you can get another breakout. And if this trade starts to pile back in, whether it's gold or silver, look at how far we've pulled back. So sometimes you'd like to see it consolidate a bit, but I'm kind of with you. I think we've bounced off some pretty big levels. Like some kind of a wind down because of how parabolic it was, and that's not normal, needed to happen. And I think at least that has finally occurred. So now that you've gotten a little bit of that, it can be time to get back into some trend. Whether
Here we go. Market's going lower here.
Gold or silver, both of the, or SLV, I should say, GLD and SLV, same thing. And don't ignore the miners.
How low did we
Because a
just
lot
get
of times
filled
what'll
there?
happen is you can allow gold to show that it's made a bottom,
65 and 61.
and then the miners can be the way to play the catch-up trade as well. Sometimes the lagging move on them can be fantastic on the back end. Let's go to Adair, then maybe we get to this other super chat.
Interior Secretary Doug Burgum commenting in very, very broad and vague terms here on the potential deal with Iran, saying, quote, there is engagement with Iran about a possible solution going forward. So that gives very little detail as to what the solution would be if the talks are ongoing. But again, Secretary Doug Burgum, that's the U.S. Interior Secretary, saying that there is some kind of quote-unquote engagement between the U.S. and Iran right now. Also, Burgum saying that the U.S. needs energy for their territories and that the Alaska LNG project will get done. Back to you.
Yeah. We're working on, Fabian's got, see, we've got a little custom poll setup situation here. So we just got to, I can put it in and then it's very, very easy for us to do it. But we forgot one thing here. There's no question spot. So, I can just put in here Tesla, NVIDIA, whatever. And then you guys or I can put in here like pizza or hot dogs and you guys just
If you vote the options for
okay, here we
you
go.
have to guess what the question might be.
Right. Pizza is option 1 or hot dogs is option 2. So you just vote. Oops, put a capital here. You just vote then for whatever one of these you want. Okay, there it goes. Start voting. So if you type in 1 in the chat, this will start to blast up. And if you type in 2 in the chat, then this will go. And you could do that both on Instagram or on anywhere we are right now. TikTok, Twitter, anything. Yeah.
Leave that one up.
There we go.
And how about this? I will eat whichever.
Wow, pizza.
On opening day on Friday for the Jays, I'm going to eat whichever one you guys say.
Well, it's
So
going to be
whichever
pizza.
wins the poll, I'll have to.
Oh, well, I think hot
vote-
dogs.
Please vote for hot dogs, everybody.
I'm
because
going to go number 2 right now.
I'd rather have a dog at the game.
There, I voted for you as well.
So thank you. I'm going to probably go in there and vote for 2 myself as many
and
times as
pizza
possible.
there.
I
Anyways,
don't
pretty
wanna
cool
eat
thing there.
pizza.
So thanks, Fabian. We'll
That
get
is
that
cool.
all. We'll
I
get that
like
all
that.
figured out, and then we'll be able to show you, like you see in the chat right now, like you don't really know what you're voting on. So we'll just keep on showing it to you, and then you can
Hitting 2.
You can let us know right there. So okay, man. I mean, look, we got stopped out of our. Yeah, I did already. Yeah. Every platform, no matter where you're located, guys. Twitter, TikTok, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube. You can interact with that poll, and it will take all the votes that we've got right there. See, we've only been up right now for 70 seconds, and we already got 130 votes or so. So thank you so much for that, and we'll keep it going right now. And also, everybody that's mentioning symbols, we still have that too, right? The stock visualizer is still live, so that will happen, and I'll just keep that chat up, and then as it gets going, we'll figure out ways that we can show the question more. But it's just very, very simple. Pizza or hot dogs, and then whatever one wins that, Neil will eat said food on a Friday. But I thought it was Thursday, but you're saying it's Friday, so you would know better than I do. Okay.
I don't know, the Jays are Friday.
Yeah,
I'm
Jays.
sure there's other teams that are playing earlier.
Okay. Because there's always some of those. Isn't there always a game in Japan or something like that, or Brazil?
The
or
weird thing
something?
is, I don't think I've ever even eaten pizza at a baseball game. It's such a strange thing to eat at a game.
Yeah, it's one of the more common things there, too, right? There's pizza. You never really see hamburgers at baseball games.
Oh my goodness, do you have?
But you definitely see hot dogs.
I'm in Florida, spring training, in Philly, Clearwater.
Yep.
And a grilled, oh my goodness.
With pineapple?
No, it wasn't
Like
pizza.
grilled pineapple on a burger, I would think would be nice.
No, you get like a grouper sandwich.
Oh, grouper sandwich, okay.
Blackened grouper sandwich at a
When-
baseball game. I'm telling you, they know.
When in Rome.
There's actual food items that are like what you'd want to eat in the region, which Toronto figure it out. Like,
I mean, we have crazy poutines available.
They've just started to introduce actual food in the stadium, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Adair, what do you have for us?
I was going to say, I feel like pretzels, like the soft pretzels, best stadium food. Hands down.
Okay,
Also my favorite mall snack. If you get me a soft pretzel, I am happy as a clam.
You also get, because you get the Dijon with that, you get some nice. Are you a mustard? Okay, I was going to ask you.
The seeded mustard. So I don't want like a non-seeded mustard. If you get me like a nice seeded mustard.
Right.
If it's not seeded, it's not mustard.
So wait a minute, it has to be seated or standing? Which one?
Seeded.
Oh, seated.
Oh, it's a good one, Sean. I didn't get
Thank
that.
you, appreciate that. I'm back today and tomorrow and a couple more times as well.
That was really delayed.
Yeah, that was pretty good though. Seated or standing?
I like that.
All right, back to the trade desk over here. So yeah, just watching out here. So we're still caught long in NVIDIA. I want to thank everybody for voting there. So actually, pizza, hot dog. We can even add more. I can even add pretzels to that list as well. But NVIDIA trying to make a downside play. I just want to say, like, the Nasdaq still holding out okay. I feel like we got a strong name here, but I'm going to wait for 176. If we break below 176, then we're going to get out of that one right here. More dad jokes to come, I promise you. What's up, Adara?
No way that UGRO.
Keep an eye here on oil. I've been seeing this headline for a couple of minutes. Not much of a move on oil, but I feel like we should mention it here. CBS reporting that the Strait of Hormuz is now, quote, dotted with about a dozen Iranian mines. So again, I've been seeing this for a couple of minutes. Not much of a move in oil at all here as USO fairly stagnant, but I do think it is worth mentioning that CBS is reporting the Strait of Hormuz dotted with roughly a dozen mines, courtesy of Iran. Back to you.
Is that a lot? A dozen?
A dozen doesn't sound like. I don't know.
I mean, is it a baker's dozen? But like, I just think that's not. I mean, and I don't know how much damage. Like these tankards are huge. Like you're talking about millions of barrels and everything like that. Like I don't know if what one of those mines does to it, but hey, still dangerous, man. And I think if no one's taking that insurance, and we are waiting for that.
Still incredibly expensive.
Yeah, we're waiting for that strait, of course, to open up. And as we talk about oil. Yeah, I mean, it looks like the short is still good, right? I mean, this is like, one of those pyramid type situations that you could have talked about when we talked about a little bit about that with OB and whatnot. And there was a couple trades last week. I think it might have been oil that we added to on the way down on pops, right? And if you're going to do a strategy like that, just find areas. That's the 50 period, the 50 period, the 50 period. So, and then once it breaks, understand that there will be times where you'll get wicked there. So you got to sort of discuss and decide to yourselves. Discuss it with yourself, that's what I do. And then figure out where the areas are to get stopped out. So watch out, you are coming back up to the 50 period moving average. We'll see what it wants to do. I'm still stuck here sitting on this NVIDIA trade because we got long, probably a little too early right there when we got excited that looked like the market was breaking. But at the end of the day, it's still all good. And we'll just have to wait to see what that next trade is. And so far, it looks like it's trying to be NVIDIA long for me. And then Neil's got Boyle. So at least we're on energy and we're on some tech names right here into the close. It's only 246.
Apparently we should have been on this UGRO.
Yeah, you were saying that was...
It's so wild. No, we literally had this on the rundown. And you know what? Shout out to the viewers, man, because let's be real. You're the ones that had UGRO on this rundown because it's like the number 2 name and it's constantly getting mentioned in the chat. And then all of a sudden, as we talk about it and throw it up there, it was at $4. It's at $6. Does it deserve to be at $6? With these small cap gappers, who knows? Ultimately, you're here to trade them. Sharif has the line that I love this line. They're here for a good time, not a long time. So you have your fun trading them. It's all about the momentum. The momentum is real. The story was about the IPL. They got some kind of a partnership deal over there with the IPL, which is, again, gigantic league for cricket. And trust me when I tell you, it's absolutely massive. And this stock is going absolutely ham, and the short sellers are getting burned. So this is not something you want to stand in the way of. It's not something you want to fight. I have seen at least 3 times when I pulled it up, it seemingly had these huge spikes into what would have been the halt band and then just doesn't seem to want to actually halt. So it has traveled a significant percentage without any halts. At some point, if it continues this, I would expect you could see a trade halt on this bad boy. But yeah, good luck to anyone trading it so far. I'd say so good. So one of the things you were just mentioning, whoops, where did my trend line go? Oh, I drew it on my black chart. So there's a trend line from VWAP that I only drew for myself to see. I will rectify that problem by doing this and then throwing it up here. Here's your lower highs. And we talk about like wicks out. I got wicked out on one of those. So on that trend, I'm going to keep shorting it into the trend and maybe just give it a little bit more room above the trend line. But just shorting pops and Boyle is going to be the name of the game. We'll see. I mean, it's been trending down the entirety of the day. We have another super chat from Deep Cheeks AI. Okay, why not? Send Iran some Little Caesars. You will have them scrambling. End of the war tonight. Bet. So I take it you don't like Little Caesars.
Wasn't there...
I don't think I've had that Little Caesars.
Oh, yeah, Little Caesars? Yeah, with that little Roman guy there.
But I don't think I've ever eaten it.
I think you have.
I don't know. I genuinely, I'm not. I wouldn't.
Is this one of those like I've never had pie situations thing?
No,
again
it's
here?
not like that.
Okay, okay,
That's just built different when Joe says that.
okay.
It's like middling, Little Caesars. I haven't had it in
Yeah.
years, but it used to be like one of the big pizza places in Winnipeg. But I feel like a lot of Winnipeg is like, we have a lot of local pizzerias. So I grew up more around like our kind of local franchises than a lot of like, I didn't have pizza ever as a kid.
We had
What?
one near our
Never had
high school.
pizza?
3-for-1 pizza with a
Pizza.
local joint. And let's just say, like, 3-for-1 pizza, you know what you're getting. The pizza was okay, but when you're
We're getting 3 of them.
You're a bunch of broke high school kids, and you're just trying to play some. Look,
Trying to play some Monopoly.
well, it was sometimes we were playing Monopoly, but then was also that was like the GoldenEye days too. You get 3-for-1 pizza, get a couple extra controllers, and then that's what we would rock. Thank you, Nick W, for the super chat here. You're bullish on UiPath.
Why is that?
We've done a lot of this last week. A few people bullish on this, and have a core position currently, but you're looking to add. Well, so you're trying to accumulate. Where do you want to accumulate? All we can do is look at the chart. You're the one that's in a stock that's going. So, shout out to you for that. Here, I always start with the higher time frame first. Look at it on the week. Whoops. Whoa, what happened there? Looking at it on the weekly, I will not.
Come on, NVIDIA.
I mean, on the weekly chart, it looks like it's just starting to go. So looking to accumulate, you probably have lots of places.
Who was that? I want to know why. Why is it a core holding? That's all. I don't hate the stock.
Your support's off the 10. So unless it was breaking, I don't know, like to me, you accumulate off of the support level unless it's breaking a major moving average. It's underneath the 50. It's underneath the 200 period on the daily. So I haven't really found any places there to accumulate, but it's close enough to the support level. Everyone has their own risk to reward, but I've never been in a long-term position that I wasn't willing to give 20%. Otherwise, it wouldn't be much of a long-term position for me. But that's just me. And yeah, I'd love to know your thesis on UiPath. I believe it was, I keep saying it, and I'm pretty sure it was Mitch. And next time he comes on, we'll have to ask him about his thoughts on UiPath, because I'm sure it was him that said it last week.
Yeah, it's AI plays. There's a few things
I've never
happening.
Owned these guys. Like that
over
triple
there.
or quad bottom.
So I just want to say, like, again, like very, very news driven, right? Obviously, this market. So NVIDIA just went into the money for us. Like, it went up to 80s or 70. I mean, I didn't offer anything there. Basically went to flat. Let's call it that. 77, 78. I think I saw, for 1 second, it flashed green. So, and then it came right back in, but it was literally 1 second. We had spiked up, then when it came right back in. I don't really like that action there. Like, I'd rather this not be so, and I know, like, whatever, gimme never gets, but it's like, I thought this was sort of just cruising up here because it was NVIDIA, you know, and it was greater than the market. Obviously, I completely understand that if this market falls on its head here, or on its face, I should say, or head, I guess face is part of head, then you will, you know, see this name obviously come back in. But I'd rather it just kind of start to drift higher here and not just hang around and wait for that next news story. So I'm starting to get a little bit like, you know, antsy. Sometimes as a trader, if a trade doesn't, and look, we're up today. It was really good, man. We hit at one point on that oil trade. We're up 3 times our daily goal there, which was good. We've given it back when oil broke through back, and we're still have a good number here. But I don't want to lose too much on this trade, and we may give a lot of this back here. Like, I don't know if we're going to break down below 176 here, but it doesn't look like NVIDIA is doing too much right here. And again, when it doesn't happen right away, you know, there's always different areas where we can play, and it doesn't have to be right here with NVIDIA. Pizza, what's up, Adara?
What's up, Sean, is, I mean, not oil, but certainly some news with oil. Keep an eye here on USO and the market. We have now Israel's Hayom reporting that there is full U.S. and Israeli coordination in place with regards to a potential deal with Iran, but the odds of a deal with Iran actually remain low, and there have been no direct talks yet. So Hayom now reporting that U.S. and Israel are coordinating. They're looking for a deal, but very unlikely that they will be able to get a deal right now with Israel, as no direct talks have yet to, or any direct talks, sorry, have yet to take place. Keep an eye as well here on some of these minerals plays. I'll pull up like TMC. You could also look at CRML here. Likely not too much of a move, but just be aware of some headline on watch here. U.S. Ambassador Puzder saying that U.S. and EU are nearing critical minerals deal to boost Western investment and counter Chinese market dominance. Back to you.
It's like there are talks, there aren't talks. Like,
I don't know how many talks.
We're all over the place here. Just be careful with that UGRO our Urban Grow Inc. The first red candle has been put in since this breakout, so I just want to alert anybody. I'm sure if you're trading this, I'm sure you must be watching and you saw it maybe fail that local high. So if it can't really beat out that next shoulder, could be in for the first pullback that it's seen in quite some time. I thought that if there was going to be any bullishness, that maybe Bitcoin could do something because we're holding that 70 and now 71,000. But it's barcode city there, so not much interest and just not really seeing it move at all. I was going to throw up my like the trade rate.
Yeah, that's good. I mean,
the only thing that stands out, like, because when you see the names that are normal, like it does, if I see the SPY and NVIDIA and Palantir and Tesla, those are the names that you expect to see for the highest trade rate. When I see Netflix on there that actually will catch my interest because I don't expect to see Netflix there. So I would pop that one up, see if it looks interesting. ONDS, they had a piece of news. I believe ONDS made an acquisition this morning. You got Micron in here, AMD, but all names that you would expect to be able to see. So when I see Netflix, hey, Netflix up 2%. You know what should be interesting if we can sustain this move in the market? Remember what happened the last time Netflix tried to get to 100. So once everything settled down with Netflix, I should always start with the higher. Once everything settled down with this Warner Brothers Discovery take, we saw $100. And so if you were buying after that deal got settled, now all of a sudden they're not buying them and it's going to be Paramount Skydance, boom, you got your breakout. You went from 80 to 100, you get your 20%. We have a chance to revisit. We're putting in that higher low. Netflix is looking pretty good. It's just going to have to run through this. So sorry to say, I like Netflix, love Netflix, own Netflix. But we see 95, 96 tomorrow. That's got to be a resistance short. You don't hold for a week without looking at resistance like this and thinking initially short side of the trade. So yeah, I love what's going on with Netflix, but I'll probably come in tomorrow thinking you got to fade this if we see 95, 96, something along those lines. So yeah, I mean, nothing crazy happening. Bitcoin, again, just kind of reloading, boil, and waiting for the next shoe to drop in here. And there is something worth paying attention to at the close. There weren't big imbalances this morning, but do remember, we did have the third Friday and big major index rebalancing at the close on Friday. Sometimes you'll see a little bit of residual with a few random names that might pop up here. So yeah, we'll keep our ear to the ground for that. 3:30, we'll show you guys an early look.
I'm going to give a big shout out to my guy, Brevariel. Shout out to you, Brevariel. This guy is killing it over here on TikTok for us. So thanks for moderating this and telling everybody to hit the like and all that stuff right there. So he's giving some shout outs, but I'm going to shout you out over here, my guy. Thanks for keeping us, going here on TikTok. So everybody that's on TikTok, shout out to Brevariel. I want to thank him for all the hard work that's getting put forth over on that channel. Okay. It almost went again there, NVIDIA. Like we got to 72 there or something on that little move up and then just whacked right back down again. I'm not averaging this in until down here. So if we can get into the 20s, fine. I'm still okay trying to hold out for 176. I mean, I really do. Maybe I'm just being too positive, but I think there could be a run at the end of the day. I mean, look at the futures. Could we dip down? Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm not punching out right now. We do have our low takes if NVIDIA does get a little nasty. We could make a new low on the futures today. I don't think that's not going to happen. I mean, that's all the way down here. That's only, right now, that's only like 150 points away or so. And we've seen the NASDAQ sneeze and have a mistake like that. So we'll wait to see if it comes back into that. I'm obviously not going to wait. I mean, our out on NVIDIA is 176, just hoping that we can hold some of these bids. Look, we came back in, we tested the 50, every time we bounced higher there. So I do think that there's a good chance that we could get going here on a lack of news and maybe some positivity can help us into tomorrow too, right? I mean, remember, tomorrow is a brand new day and who knows what's going to happen overnight, but we are hearing some kind of good talk there. I mean, we went to bed yesterday with the futures down again. I mean, I even woke up. We were down 1%, only to come in and see us up 2.25, right? So I still think there's some upside there to go on NVIDIA. Unfortunately, we're kind of just stuck right here with it moving just a bit sideways. All right, CL, we said what it was, M contracts was good to go there, June. That's done 286,000 contracts so far. J is April. JK might be the one that we're looking at. JK, there it is. K would be May. So let me just have a quick little look here. Yeah, so May. So that's the one we're obviously dealing with right now. So 550,000. So here's the current price that we're dealing with, 87.50. As we've already got the close on NYMEX. So right now you're in after hours over there as the electronic trading continues. But the NYMEX floor has closed at 230. So that's where you get a little bit of a volume spike. But these days, generally oil will be pretty dead after 2:30, but obviously still going as we wait more and more news, and that won't sleep. So USO could be a trade, and there comes Nvidia again up to 72 and change. Oh boy, what do we want to do? Do we want to get out of this or not? Who knows? But right now Nvidia just trying to figure it out. Let me take a little bit off. I hate to do that, but if we get back up to 75, I'm just going to take a little bit off. We can, forget it. Let's just wait. Let's just wait to see if it goes, man. Because if I take a little off and it goes, I'll be like, why did we do that? We waited for an hour. So, but anyways, just getting a little nervous about that position. So if you guys can't tell, thinking about it, that is for sure. Neil's got Boyle, and then one more before I throw over to him as we got something to talk about. Yeah, exactly. Power hour. This would have been the right one. I mean, instead of looking at Nvidia, we definitely should have looked at Palantir. Palantir up 6.5%. If I had taken Nvidia the same time we took Palantir was right here on 215. You're already up about $1. So it looks like we picked the wrong one. Palantir up 6.5% and getting higher right now. But we'll go over to Neil, and hopefully when we get back, this market's a little higher than where we are.
In a world where volatility creates movement and sophisticated traders want that movement to create opportunity, you've got Beta Pro by Globex offering Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged and inverse ETFs, and they're built for sophisticated investors who understand the risks of leverage and the importance of precision. Its triple leveraged bull and 3x bear ETFs tied to the NASDAQ 100 index are designed for daily tactical trades, providing amplified daily exposure and giving traders tools to engage with both upward momentum and market pullbacks. These strategies are currency hedged, seeking to offset US dollar exposure back to the Canadian loonie. For those navigating short-term market moves up or down, Beta Pro offers the flexibility to act with conviction, whatever that looks like for your individual strategy, objectives, and risk profile. So trade tactically and learn more at betapro.ca. Scan that QR code you see right on front of you on screen for more. Before I get into some things, we have another super chat as well. I want to shout out to that. It's only 3 o'clock. There's already a few names in here that are over 1 million shares, and by a few, I mean a lot. So it's not quite Friday, but we're 50 minutes from the imbalance, and there's a bunch of names over 1 million on the early look. One of them, CDE, which is a mining company. It is an upweight on the Russell index. So on the Russell, which is obviously it's not the biggest market in the world, but the Russell 2000, I believe this one is. Yeah, it's a Russell 2000. A buy of 5.8 million early. Sunbee 4.8, Kenvue 4.2. That's from the morning, as you can see. Obi's BW is a 3.8 million sell. It's worth watching. ABEV 1.9 million early look buy. You already have BM&R with a 1.6 million buy. There's a bunch of names already on here. Joby with a sell of 1 million. So I'm expecting we are going to see some decent size imbalances this afternoon. And who knows, but they don't have to come out at 350 as large. But if I see some of those start to grow, we might take some shots. We get that RITM on Friday. Just to give you an idea before we get to that super chat, if you're tuning in for the first time, some of these names on Friday, like this name in particular, the biggest imbalance on Friday was RITM. It was like 40 million shares. And it was down here at about $8.45 when we first reported that number. You could get the long as it was breaking the trend and ended up closing a good 25, 30 cents higher. And that was the biggest imbalance by share size. And it was at the low of the day, so you had an opportunity. That's why we try to give you guys that information, just because it's real. And it doesn't mean it always goes, but sometimes it does. Let's throw up that super chat, because I'm pretty sure I saw it. If we can, Andre, or I'll maybe try to get it myself. If you want, I can get it. Oh, there we go. It's from Ankit. The cues to the downside, April 9th could end higher.
April.
So
cues to the downside for now, and then April 9th.
April 9th could head higher.
April 9th is the date, right, that he had set?
It was such an arbitrary. I don't know. They sort of just pulled that one. I don't know where it came from, this April 9th. Dara?
It's not all that arbitrary, just because of the fact that last year's President Trump post about, today is a good day to buy the market, and then, second best NASDAQ day ever, that was April 9th last year. So people are saying that this is very interesting, that April 9th is the date we're hearing this year for that conflict to potentially end. Again, this is just according to reports. Nothing has been confirmed, but it would kind of align with that 4 to 6 week time frame they gave us initially.
I mean, it's so weird.
It is a Thursday. It's a Thursday.
Okay.
You know how President Trump like picks these random things. I thought that might have been tariff, the day that he held up that placard, which was also, I believe, in April.
Don't be rude.
Liberation Day, that's the day it's called there. So don't be rude, everybody, and always say thank you to Adara.
Thank you very much, Adara.
That's the one.
Yeah, so there you go. So there you go, Trump. You got it right that time. All right.
The market would wait, though.
No, I mean, that's just such a random date. I don't know what is he wrong. Just gonna like pen a letter to them and say like, oh, it's April 9th. Let's be friends. I just don't know if that's what's gonna wind up happening over there. It's not Valentine's Day or anything. All right, so we'll wait for it. I think thanks for the super chat. My opinion there is probably earlier than that. I mean, we got some really good talk today, and I don't know if if we look at the triple Qs here, we can look at the SPY. Maybe that's a little bit better than the Nasdaq itself. I'm always thinking Nasdaq. The market's coming back in right now, and it's more just like Nvidia's coming back in. Everything else kind of just hanging out here. The Nasdaq's not doing a whole heck of a lot. We're probably just going to get stopped out of this Nvidia trade. It looks like breaking through 176. I wanted to give it a little bit more room just in case like all this stuff was about to happen. There's a 5-minute look on. I actually want to look at a daily chart on the SPY. So we were saying a while ago like, how come we're at highs? Like there was a lot of problems going on. Since then, we've kind of corrected a lot back in. And not often do you see the futures, the S&P 500 break through your 200 period moving average. I mean, if you go through it, it's probably only happened a handful of times every year, and that's on like major corrections. As you can see, like this goes all the way back, and we probably have a successful thing until this little dip down here in middle of summer of summer of 23, which is right there. I guess it's October, and even then it looks like we're still going to hold the 200 period. Yeah, pretty good there as well, just like little small dips, right? So the only time that we're seeing anything of danger here is, okay, there it is. That's what we were looking at right here. Summer, I was thinking of 22, my bad. We were well under that. But there it is. Since we've been watching it, it's been sort of a nice climb higher. And the market does like the 200 period moving average. Once we break it, that's where you get that trend change. So right there, this is kind of the problem, is we have broken it right there. And even when we broke it right here, that was March 6th. That day was April 2nd. That Adara had mentioned, which was right into here. And that gave us 3 or 4 down days. And then the 9th happened, and then it was off to the races till we break it again. But ever since that first break right there, March 7th, so we're talking like these are historical, like these matter because, again, like we got to look at, this is only a year ago. So the market does have memory there. We didn't really break it back again, right? And so that's part of the problem here as the way I'm looking at this with the SPY. There's the break. It came back up and held it, and then we tanked. The only time we broke it looks like on a gap higher, and then was off to the races. So we kind of got to hold. Like that what I'm trying to get at here is 660 on the SPY is a level that we kind of got to hold and stay above in order to sort of uncreate this from happening again. Right, where we have like almost like a doji star. We made the highs, and then we came cracking back lower again. And this might be like a whoopsie moment today where, we got going again there. Good try, Trump, and then right back down. But President Trump can't obviously control the markets. Just trying to control the oil space right now. Well, and that seems. Well, not really. I mean, he's been trying. Yeah, he's been trying this whole time. To let people know that this was, a war that was going to be won and be short-lived, right? I mean, if it was going to be a short-lived war, then I'm pretty sure we shouldn't be experiencing this kind of a move down.
But to show you the uncertainty,
so much uncertainty.
Like this morning, when I sat down this morning, I'm not making this up. If you had pulled out the Fed tool and looked at December, you saw a 60%. It was between 50 and 60% chance that rates would be higher at the end of the year. That's down to 12. So that went from between 50 to 60% to 12 in just a matter of hours.
Right.
Which is crazy. We had a chance, if you just go to April, we were at like a 16% chance that there was a rate hike in the next meeting in April, which is crazy. Like no one was thinking that a month and a half ago, and that actually got pulled back, and so that's cut in half as well. So it's just like the volatility and the uncertainty is abound there. I was incredibly shocked incredibly shocked. When I saw that number, like that's probably the one thing when I sat down this morning that probably shocked me the most was, are we really sitting thinking rates are going up? We were pricing in a couple of cuts just a couple of months ago. And when I came in on the train, people are thinking that we're going to have a rate hike by the end of the year, and that's turned around. So I think some of the bullish sentiment's starting to come back. But this actually started on Wednesday with the Fed.
Right.
It really started this whole possibility that rates could be higher by the end of the year. It started with Jerome, and you saw when you were here with us on Wednesday, you saw what the market was doing. It was just trend down, and Powell wasn't really doing anything to make that feel any better. So I don't know that narrative has completely changed, because you would actually have to see, if the strait's not opened up, you can talk all you want. There's some, again,
Talk is cheap.
Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Talk is absolutely cheap. And we're not out of the woods yet. Things could get very hairy if we come back and all of a sudden it's close to that April 9th and nothing has changed. You could see the VIX at 35, 40, 35, 45, 45, 50, 55, 60.
Yeah,
and
you could.
DJ Moore has scored his 25th touchdown for the Buffalo Bills. That's the kind of thing that we could see.
In his fourth year, or how many years before he gets 25? Oh, this year, 25.
I'm a gigantic homer.
Yeah, no, really? Okay.
The dumbest, I'll tell you right now, in both of my leagues, the dumbest thing I've ever seen is in both my leagues, I'm trying to get DJ Moore as a Buffalo Bills wide receiver. I'm a Buffalo Bills homer. He got traded to the Buffalo Bills. And both the guys that I've tried to get him off of me, it's like, you can take advantage of me in fantasy by just trading me the hot Buffalo Bill. You will get a premium. It's free money. It's like an arbitrage trade. If someone's telling you that you can buy ASML in the US and sell it in Amsterdam and make a quick couple of points, you just do it. But these guys won't sell. I'm trying to overpay and they won't even do it. It's like, you guys don't know what's going on. I'm an idiot. I'm a homer. I'll pay your price. Let's go to it.
Got to overpay more.
Just be aware here, USO on watch as we get some comments from Central Command or CENTCOM out in the US. They're saying the US has damaged or destroyed over 140 Iranian vessels and struck over 9,000 targets in what they are calling the Iran war. So just again, CENTCOM or Central Command from the US commenting here on, I guess, the damage that's been done so far in, again, what they're terming the Iran war. Back to you.
Have you seen USO? What is...
Yeah,
this we have not done this. It's so weird. It's
that's
still
why I'm watching these futures.
Still technically in a downtrend, but we're just not moving. And this might be one of those afternoons where there was so much volatility lately, and certainly so much volatility at the close on Friday, that it could just be a chop fest. I'm happy for everyone that's in UGRO. I'll tell you that much, because it gets actually going. I cannot believe this. It could retest some of those highs as we speak. And I was wrong. It still won't halt. All these moves, there hasn't been any crazy move that's really messing you up too big. But it just still has this $6.50 level. Somebody seems to be in control on UGRO, selling 650s. If they bust through that seller, then it's probably game over, I think. But somebody's loading up some shorts. That's how it works with these small cappers, right? These big firms, what they want to do is they know that most of the time you have a stock like this, they can just fade into this and sell. Oh, I'm short at 350 and it went to 4, I sell more at 4 because I'm a big hedge fund with billions of dollars. It goes up to 450, we just sell some more because eventually it's going to do this. Well, that's what they're doing today on day one, hoping that they will be right. And believe me, it's hoping, because every now and then one of these lasts for a while, then they get HKD'd. And you can see it happen, but somebody is probably trying to get in at 650 on their sell position. So remember that price, because maybe if we don't break it today, you come back and look at this thing tomorrow or Wednesday, and it busts through and has buyers and closes above 650 on any reasonable time frame. Then you can see it start to go. But someone's really loading up in here.
Well, this is the thing. NVIDIA, I'm just going to talk about this position because it's the only one I'm in, and then we can go over. I'll start talking about what's maybe on the visualizer and whatnot. But NVIDIA, it's not like it's doing little volume here. It's trying to go. It's 315 right now. I just don't know if it's trying to go lower. I did pick up a little small. My average price was 78. Now it's 74. I didn't really pick up too much there on the 50-period moving average. But I'm trying to get out. It's funny because I don't know if it's just seeing my orders and running away because they're not huge orders. So I don't really understand the problem. But I'm at 65. It went to 64 and stopped. So I'm still there. And then I was also at 68. So I'm just trying to, if we do have one more little run up, I am trying to get out of like 15 or so percent just to ease a little bit of the pain. But I mean, I still want to be in this for the long. I'm just really not convinced anymore that the futures want to do anything. Really barcoding. And if anything right now, you're getting that flagpole up and then you're getting, you know, like a little bit, whoa, these things are hard to use for sure. Right into there. And then if we're going to go the other way, you're trying to build it. Whoa, right into there a little bit. Then the upside. So it looks like you're trying to break right now down below. So I'm obviously sitting here a little nervous hands with this trade on NVIDIA because it does look like it's trying to break a little lower. We can see, let me see what's going on with AMD here. I'm still waiting for O's. So, I mean, if it breaks, I mean, we could actually, maybe we should just adjust that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, if it breaks 176, we're going to get out anyways. AMD, kind of the same kind of thing right now. Did give me an opportunity to get out there if you were trading AMD around 3 o'clock. But then it's just been straight down. So, okay, here we go. Now are we doing something here, futures? There's a little bit of a bump up there again, and it, of course, completely stops. I just saw the futures starting to run there a bit, so maybe we do get out eventually. Remember, we're at 64 and 68 to get a piece out over there if that winds up happening for us as well. But, yeah, everyone's saying, look, I can't put on straddles or anything right now. There's not much I can do. I could go short the market and hedge against this NVIDIA trade, but I don't necessarily want to do that. We were short the TQs right there. We got stopped out when it broke higher, and that's when I started to go long NVIDIA around 230, and not much has been happening since. We're going to need to obviously hold VWAP right now on the TQs, and if that happens, then we should have some more upside surprises here, hopefully, for NVIDIA, but for right now, not holding. A strong dollar, a weak dollar would be good. Maybe we can go over, have a look at that. That's gold right there. Here's a DXY, so yeah, getting stronger. I don't like that. Maybe if we can get a little weaker, that should help in NVIDIA. But you know, that's just like the macro playbook there. I don't know if that's actually what's been happening today. USO and the dollar probably matching in opposite ways.
It's very similar.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that's basically the Boyle chart. It's basically the USO chart.
Yeah, so
it's also the VIX probably looks.
I mean, here's USO. Well, whatever.
It's close.
I shouldn't be calling up. Yeah, it's close enough. There's the move down, and we're trying to get back higher. So oil and the dollar trying to go higher. It's not going to be great for some of these tech names. So yeah, we'll watch out there. Oil and the dollar both trying to go a little northbound there. Yeah, it's not going to be good for. There it is. Look at that. We take a look at that. Trying to take higher right now. So. Yeah, so what's up with that? NVIDIA's going higher, and look at gold. So yeah, everything's actually like textbooking pretty good now, but there's a downside on gold. Gold actually got close to positive maybe there, eh? 410, 415. Yeah, 415 is kind of where we closed at. And remember, this is not, I'm just talking about the open market here. Obviously, gold will trade after hours, but 415, we bounced off of that. That was Friday's close and right into there again. All right, man, NVIDIA is making its moves lower as we speak. So get ready to go here. We didn't pick up an average down there. We were bidding 21s, and how low did we go? Probably 23s would make sense. No, 30s. So we're still going to bid into here, into the 20s. Maybe let's go a little lower as VWAP is, the 200 periods come upside a little bit here for our good friend NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm going to bid a little lower. I don't necessarily want to average in right here. If we're going to drip down, let's get a good price, man. Let's get like, maybe let's get 176. We're still trying to hold it against here, 175.90. So yeah, the market's coming down against me here. I'm not too happy with this position, needless to say. But
well, it's that going down is bringing. I mean, energy's slowly going up, so it's basically tit for tat there. But there is a name going down that I might like. That's that CDE. It's the largest imbalance. Remember, this is an upweight on the Russell 2000 tonight. So early look, 6 million to buy, and it's doing what I want to see. The biggest buy on Friday, you could get it off a support level at 3. It was close to 330. So I'm kind of hoping it drifts all the way down and support here at 17.5 is still a gigantic imbalance to the buy side, and then you can buy it going into that 350. So if it pops in, it's because I'm looking to pick this up on the low, around 17.5, and of course, assuming, and we'll keep track of this, that number doesn't dwindle. As long as it stays at 6 or grows, good. If it gets smaller, bad, and I won't be on the bid. Let's go to Adara. We've got 30 minutes till analysis.
Just keep an eye here on some of these Mag 7 or big tech names, including Apple. Maybe look at Google as well. Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the UK, saying that He will not be hesitating to introduce new CMA targeted powers. So CMA, of course, is this Markets Act that has been mostly targeted or used against a lot of these Mag 7 names, or rather, there's been a lot of talk that it could be used against some of these Mag 7 big tech plays. We know we talk a lot here in the Midday about how the EU and the UK use some of these acts against some of these American tech companies. So with Keir Starmer saying that the UK is not going to hesitate to introduce new CMA targeted powers, it is worth keeping an eye on some of these Mag 7 tech plays. Back to you.
Thank you, as usual, Adara. And speaking of those tech plays, there's a few that, you know what, we haven't really talked too much about some of the positive things that have been going on. Hey, have a look at Apple. What's that line that we're always talking about? It begins with 200 and ends in Iriad. Oh, that's right. It's a 200-period moving average on the daily. Oh, that's Apple. Oh, did Apple bounce cleanly off that today? Oh, that's right. That's where the bid came into Apple, and it's now catching a nice little bid here, up 1.5%. Did it do much with it? No, but the market's not doing a heck of a lot. But this is what we're always talking about. It's these support levels. And then remember SoFi? Oh, yeah, Muddy Waters, the low in Muddy Waters, $16.5. Is that still the low now? Yes, it is. Tomorrow, it didn't happen today. I believe in this tomorrow. It has to happen tomorrow. It doesn't have to happen tomorrow. It's hold the low, and then we can go. That 1742 didn't break all day today. Came in this morning, I was like, yeah, break out that high, let's go. It went right to the top, didn't break. Tomorrow, I'm looking for a breakaway on SoFi. And I have no strong opinion one way or the other about the Muddy Waters report. I just simply have seen time and time again that if the local bottom, after a few days, on a short sell report, is still the first day, then you got to look for some kind of a breakout trade. Because what a short seller does is they take a position somewhere, right? And then they release their report so that they can make money. This is the reason we got in whenever it is that we got in, whenever it is that we got in, whenever it is that we got in. I'm just pointing to some obvious places that they might have. I don't know for sure what Muddy Waters did. Congratulations to them. It worked. Whether they're right or not doesn't really matter for them because they've made their money. But once you start breaking out some of these levels, there's relief rally time here for SoFi. So I'm still looking 1742 breakout. It just has to wait. It didn't do it today. It's a bit disappointing. It was set up really nicely when that was double top. Like at about right in the middle of the day, I'm like, oh, this is going to happen at lunch. Had the order all set up, and then 15 minutes later, the stock was back down 2%. So we're still waiting for that shot for SoFi to break out. Candidly, we should always say this. I own SoFi on my personal account. So I'll be happy if it does go to the upside. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to still take that day trade when it presents itself. Yeah, still 20 minutes here, 30 minutes till imbalances. Just not much happening. Even that UGRO stopped moving, Sean.
That one's going, yeah.
No, it stopped moving.
Oh, that stopped moving.
It's
You're just
still
looking at that
10, 15 minutes ago. It's the same level, and somebody is still selling 650 over and over again. Stock was, when we sat down and did the rundown, it was a $4 stock. It's basically ripping faces off, and then it's running to one, it looks like one level and potentially one seller that just seems to be in control. Cool Brioche says AHMA is moving around. Mm-hmm. That was, what was this? I should remember this one. This is from a couple of weeks ago.
AHMA?
I'm trying to remember. This is
called Ambitions. Enterprise.
Yeah, but this is like congratulations to anyone that caught this one off the bottom. But this is like the example of the stock that I would not want to be long. If there's a definition, just looking at a chart of something I would not be trying to catch bottoms on. If you don't have it at $1, it was at 8. See what happens when these unwind? It's probably halted down a dozen times today. It's bouncing now, but if you haven't paid for locates, it's a tricky one. I don't know that I would want the long in this. That's a different ball game. Like look at this stock, look at the chart. It tells you everything you need to know. It's at fresh lows, completely fell off a cliff. And maybe you always sometimes you get these relief rallies or dead cat bounces. That's what looks like's happening from the $2 level. But I don't know that I'd be hoping for some kind of home run on this. It'd be much more interesting if UGRO would go, because that's still kind of in an upward trend, and it hasn't fallen apart yet. It's just, in my opinion, a bit of a better look.
We did have, if you guys remember this morning, right off the open. I was talking about AeroVironment and saying, like, I thought this was a good dip buy opportunity, and boy, oh boy, has it been that for sure. I mean, it was south of $200. I mean, we were talking about how low it got, 194 on Friday, and I was like, what, 194? I didn't recognize that. But it got to 196, and I don't remember we were talking about it when it was down here, but look at that breaking the VWAP. It broke VWAP a couple times right off the open, but it's really since held this 200 period up to 210. So there that one goes, as we talked about, some wartime strategies for investing, and maybe a drone maker might be something. And then we looked at Swarm as well. Yeah, exactly. Here it is. Here. SRWM. Was that? No, SRWM. Yeah. Is that what it was? No. SRW? No, what was it? You guys have to tell me here. But anyways,
I don't remember.
Swarm. SWRM.
SWMR.
Okay, I mean, I almost got it there. I mean, that was close, man. Yeah, just a couple of fails over there, that's for sure. Hit some more fails on that one. But yeah, this was down 20% when we looked at it earlier today, and it seems like it's had a little bit of a bump up, I guess, into 29.30 or so. That's right. I was calling it Kyle Schwarber, but there's no M there. Nice move there, $29. Again, without doing the proper due diligence and this and that about a stock like this, I think it's in the right space. The problem was, I think its IPO price like $5 or something, came out at 12,
it was 5.
Ripped all the way up, had some after hours squeezing action and whatnot involved with SWMR, and then it just got hit like they always do. And I think at this point, if you want to be an investor in some of these names, I went to AVAV and then we're going over here. I just think you might want to wait until you get back in. We saw a name, like CRCL. It's too bad that I didn't. I was initially sitting on NVIDIA, by the way, at 20s, and I canceled that to wait lower because of the action. And we would have just got filled at 20s, and we would have probably been in the money now, but damn it. Circle did that sort of up and down move that, a lot of us wait for if you're an investor in the name. Like if you miss Circle early, it gets going real good, man. The first month was amazing. You opened up at 60, you go all the way to 300, and then you even come back in and you're like, oh wow, this thing's over. But then no, it has round two, back up to 270, 280 there, and then whoosh, falls all the way down, cuts itself in half easily a couple times, maybe into a third. 300 down to 110, and then the move happens again. A little bit of a rebound back to the 50 period. Then we get lower than its IPO price, right, into the 50s, and then earnings come and shoot all the way back up to the upside. So there it goes, right there, Circle. Now trying to hold out in and around 120, as we talked about the Genius Act and things like that. For Circle and USDC and stable coins and whatnot, but Circle nicely moving upside right there. But I think that could what happened to Swarmer there. If we can come back into that $12 mark, just like we did here on Circle, that's maybe where it gets a little interesting again, down near some of those lows. Okay, NVIDIA's back to those 20s, so it's time to hold it or not there for NVDA.
Sarah?
Keep an eye here on USO and some of these oil names. Iran on state TV saying that the war is continuing until all sanctions against Iran are lifted. And furthermore, Supreme Leader, military advisor, so not the Supreme Leader of Iran, but the military advisor of the Supreme Leader, saying that damages to Iran must also be compensated. Kind of echoing some of these remarks we heard earlier with regards to Iran's conditions for these conflict ending. Back to you.
Okay. Until all sanctions are gone?
That's right.
Well, that's just obviously not happening.
No.
Yeah, all? I mean, okay. Someone asked ChatGPT, when was the last time there were no sanctions on Iran at all? Like, that's just so...
Well, they're never going to give up their...
No, of course.
The nuclear... They're never going to be able to have a nuclear program.
This just goes to show, like, this is why I'm surprised we're not seeing a little more volatility this afternoon, because... This is not going anywhere, and we're still. I feel like we're at this point where we're just like burned out from the headlines, and the market doesn't want to react to them anymore. It could just be that until there's something a little bit more definitive. Adara?
There have been multiple sets of sanctions on Iran starting in November 1979. This is just from the U.S. specifically. Lifted in 1981, reimposed in 1987, then expanded in 1995. Then a third set of sanctions were imposed in 2006. Looks like they've been on to some degree since 2006. So just kind of a brief history on a very long history of tensions between U.S. and Iran, specifically with sanctions, and that's just the U.S. It doesn't even cover other countries.
Okay, well, there we go. Always interesting, of course, when we're talking about Iran and sanctions and Iraq, and we've already sort of been through this. We had Desert Storm, Gulf War, and now it looks like we have something else happening right now. So we can still check on oil. NVIDIA tried to, I mean, I did buy a little bit there at 24s. It's trying to go, but doesn't mean that anything's going to happen with this. So we'll just wait to see what happens with NVIDIA. Hopefully it does get back up to the upside. And on all that talk right now, CL, what did I say, K? Oh man, I'm going to keep on April, May. Yeah, that's the right one. Okay, K. Just got to remember K. Not much going on right here at all. So just a quick little move there. Okay. All right, I'll just keep.
Can we throw the super chat up here from Easy Peasy? Easy Peasy's got one for Oracle. Oh, no, I'll get it. That's fine. If I can find it. Oh, thank you. Your 0.2%, Adara, Oracle, yet. So for everyone that's wondering, why are we asking Adara about Oracle? Because the Oracle of Oracle is Adara here. That's, you know what, to be honest, you could say pun not intended. That one just writes itself. Adara, is it time to buy Oracle yet? Up 3% today.
Okay, well, let me look at the daily chart. I'm going to be real.
I don't hear her.
Sorry about that. I did not realize. I think, wrong little switch there.
You're fine now.
That's all good. Let's talk here about ORCL. Yeah, this daily chart does not scream by to me, and I'm going to be really honest with you. I have said for a long time, and this is not financial advice, this is the product of way too much research that I spent time doing. I think my case with Oracle and with it being a short has been purely fundamental, and I've said that for a really long time. Therefore, there isn't going to be some kind of technical change that's going to really make me excited about this name. I mean, maybe this 176 is maybe the one area where it'd be like, okay, this is decent looking right now. But honestly, I think 210 would probably be the hard line. Okay, there's some resistance there, some support there, then there's been resistance. Maybe 177, definitely 210. That being said, I would still want to see a massive fundamental shift, which I don't have for ORCL right now. They are still poised to not necessarily make that first year, the 2026 year of their massive, massive cloud infrastructure guidance. If they can't make that cloud infrastructure guidance, my short thesis absolutely remains. And again, we're talking well over 100 billion for 2030. I still think that's kind of unfeasible. And I certainly don't think that the whole our main customer is OpenAI, which we may or may not still be doing these deals with. I don't think that situation helps them at all. So I know a lot of people say, oh, Adara hates Oracle. Adara is biased against Oracle. My bias is purely research-based. And I've done the research where I can stand on business when it comes to my position on ORCL, which again is not really technically based. So I do apologize. I'm easy peasy. I don't know if I helped you too much here. Thank you very much for your super chat and for your support for the show. And again, I'm always going to come at this just in the basis of my research. I owe it to you guys to be honest. I honestly don't think ORCL's out of the woods yet.
This is Jack B. Nimble in the chat just says, the day Adara is bullish on Oracle, I'm unsubscribing. Don't do that. Don't do that because sentiments change all the time. Nothing goes down forever. 100%. Well, you know what?
I can change my mind once they give me a reason to, but they haven't yet.
The funny thing
not
is,
allowed.
No, on the day that AMC bounces off $1, I literally say nothing can go down forever. And
well, yeah, I mean, there's lots of stuff. I mean, we have,
can.
Fisker went down forever until it got zero. Nikola, stocks can go to zero, but that won't be Oracle's situation.
Absolutely not.
As they may not be well capitalized, but if these build-outs go, I mean, they're going to be there. So, just a matter of you have to not like sort of what's been happening with the infrastructure and the data centers and all of that, and think that maybe capex is going to run out, and they may have to go raise a little bit more capital. Apparently, that's not the case now, but like we said, we'll keep getting that back and forth with Adara. So I did take a piece out there. I almost got the 50 period as well. I'm sitting up here at 45. We missed it by, again, another penny. This time we didn't miss this though. We didn't miss the 40s. It was almost literally at 40 and 45, and then trying to get a little bit more out here. And then I still want to hold. I just want to take some L's on this early position here because we don't want to lose our day just because NVIDIA decides to do this to us here at the end. It's funny because the futures here, when we're looking at the TQs or we're looking at the NASDAQ, this is the NASDAQ here, we did have a short, which looks like that would have been right if I just sort of had the hold forever strategy there. that's really barcoding right now, looking to maybe potentially get back to the upside. So that's what I'm looking at right here with NVIDIA. There you go. Give me 44, sorry. Sorry, what am I at? 45s, which is where the 50 period is. So there it is. Okay, good. Goes right through. Okay, 50s, here we go. So now we're starting to get going again. I'm still at 60s to try to get out of a piece right now. It's nice to see our net maturing up a little bit, although we are taking L's on this, so that's fine. You know, we don't have to be completely right. Our average price was 68s or something on this. We took an L already at 40s and then 45, so 20 and 25 cent hits so far here on NVIDIA, trying to hold out for an upside play, but there's only 20 minutes, right, until, we got to go to Adair, I believe. There's only 20 minutes or so until these imbalances become public, and I don't know what's going to happen at that point, so I don't think we necessarily want to be digging into NVIDIA. If anything, it's looking lower right now for me, so we're starting to get out a little bit here. I just got out of, sorry to say it, but 20%. Hopefully it goes a little higher and we can get out of the rest. What's up, Adair?
I know I've given you guys a lot of Middle East headlines today, but this one actually quite significant. Wall Street Journal reporting as of a couple minutes ago that thousands of U.S. Marines are slated to arrive in the Middle East on Friday. That's according to two sources that are U.S. officials. Pentagon also reportedly ordering another Marine unit to Central Communications to depart in a few weeks. So it looks like we're going to get some Marines arriving in the Middle East. Furthermore, Wall Street Journal also adding that this arrival of these U.S. Marines will coincide with President Trump's Hormuz deadline. Now, again, that deadline initially was today at 7:44 p.m. Eastern. That's been extended as of 5 days from this morning. So it would be on Friday when these Marines will arrive.
Thank you, as always, Adara. So, look, that's one thing that got said last week, and if that's going to be still in play, it would be nice if there was, if that was going to end up not happening, but we knew this was going to be the case. I don't think it's going to be shocking anything. So you'll see CDE. That's this name here on the locator. Still 6 million. So there has been zero decrease. It hasn't gone up or down, this expected imbalance going into the close. There's only 15 minutes left. But much like that, shoot, now I already forget the name of that stock from
Swarmer.
Friday. No. It was the imbalance on Friday. There was like a RV, whatever. It doesn't matter. There was a big imbalance at the same time going into it, and it went early. But waited for it to break this little downtrend from VWAP. Once it did, going to go long into the volume weighted average price. The idea being to play it into 350, and ideally, it does come out 6 million, 7 million, 8 million. Even bigger would be fantastic, but just to play the long going into that high. You're still, like, oil's not moving, so oil's just going sideways from here. So want to look at something on the locator. And that's the only name that really stood out. Actually, I shouldn't say that, because that BW, Babcock and Wilcox. For some reason, it's...
Is that who the Jays are trading for?
It's a weird one. It does sound like it should be some kind of... It sounds like it should be a law firm, to be honest.
Yeah.
Babcock and Wilcox.
And, especially because there's the and there.
What would be... So it's a sell imbalance. I'd like this better if it was off the highs or at VWAP or something to fade off of. Fade the short back into. So I'd more look for this to be like a reversion play. Like, it comes out as a sell, it drives it down to the low, and then catch a bit of a flip. The difference is they're supposed to be, like, CDE's an upweight on the Russell 2000. BW, I have no idea why. It could just be a random imbalance. But with a random imbalance, I'm usually thinking pair off. And with CDE, we are expecting it to be a bigger one. Gray Matter's saying, why RIP Obi, man? BW's been crushing for him.
Yeah.
Hasn't it? Like, look at this stock.
It's been a good one.
He's got it long in this competition. And I know it's not doing anything today, but shoot, pick any day. It doesn't matter when we made the picks. This is up from any point, I think. When do we make the picks? Somewhere back in here.
Jan 12th.
Oh my goodness! So he's got again $8. The stock is at $15 and still going. So it's been a fantastic one. Like, there's nothing wrong with this stock. Now let's go to Adair.
Drop on Estee Lauder here. Financial Times reporting that Estee Lauder is nearing a deal to combine with Jean-Paul Gaultier owner Puig. So again, reportedly, Estee Lauder going to be combining with Puig, the owner of Jean-Paul Gaultier. Back to you.
Hey, Jean-Paul. All right, just so we're wondering, we'll put a little bit of negative money into our pocket right here, but take away some risk. So we did take some L's there on NVIDIA. Out of now 40% of it, we did get that fill up there at 61 or 2. Now, hopefully, we can get a nice bid going on to NVIDIA, and we can make some profits. And just to let you know, my next offer is at 79 right up into here. If we can, that should be 75, not 79. I don't know why it's at 79. We'll have to change that. But here it comes up. I'm going to put an offer at 79. So here we go, man. Again, thank you everybody for watching. Make sure you do hit that like and that subscribe and keep it going. Someone said, are we on Telegram? Telegram is actually a video. I don't think it's a video thing, isn't it? I thought it was just like a messaging.
That's what I thought.
Little thing over there. But
I didn't know we could.
I would say no, but right now we are everywhere else, man. Any streaming program, go check it out. Type in Trader TV Live, and you should be able to see us there. Thank everybody on.
Tell us, is there streaming
TikTok.
on Telegram? I don't know.
Is GME reports tomorrow morning? Someone said in the chat. I didn't see that.
They also usually report post-market, so I don't necessarily buy that they'd be reporting pre-market. Chewy, which of course another
Chewy is, yeah.
Brian Cohen, they're Wednesday morning before the bell. Infographics to come, guys.
So they are tomorrow, GameStop. Tomorrow, March 25th, after market close, confirmed on Benzinga. So that's what we're looking at. So tomorrow, confirmed tomorrow. It says confirmed
Tuesday.
After March 24th. Aftermarket, on that one. And we can just go over and have a quick little look here. They did turn positive EPS, right? They've been positive EPS for a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quarters in a row looking right now on positive EPS.
Good for them.
And then looking for 37 cents right there as well. So yeah, I think good for them, and good for traders and shareholders of GameStop that have sort of held out hope that, once again, you could moon through there. And
Estee Lauder is getting smoked on this headline.
So the only thing I could think about is there was buy rumors for them, and maybe this is not the right suit.
Yeah, that's the story. Like, I don't really know why the market hates this so much, but again, Estee Lauder reportedly nearing a deal to combine with Puig.
Well, because if there's buyout rumors, you're not like the market was probably not looking for a combination. They were probably looking for, oftentimes they want cash. Like they might have just wanted, when I say they, you know what I mean, like the price action and those invested were looking for there to be some kind of a bid, maybe cash and stock, which if it's just a straight combination, yikes, with terms not to be disclosed, that's not good. And Estee Lauder down 4% and still looking weak. It's still actually dropping off with only 20 minutes to go. You'll want to see some details, like who knows. This could, oftentimes the initial reaction to potential deals and rumors of them can be just way off. So I wouldn't completely write this off, but the initial reaction is the ball doesn't lie here. Estee Lauder headed to the downside. My first thought is always that I hear deal, I'm like expecting to pull up the stock and see it moving the upside. You just get accustomed to seeing that time and time again. CDE just grew to 12 million shares, so it looks like it is getting a little bit bigger. Nothing really else standing out here. ABEV still the same thing. CMG 1.3 million. Pinterest, that wasn't there before. 1.3 to the sell side for Pinterest.
These are all New York names.
They're all New York. You'll get in 8 minutes,
right,
or 8.5 minutes, then you can start to see NASDAQ names. There's no early indication for the NASDAQ. If you think you can see it early, then let us know, because as far as I know,
I'd like to know.
We'd all love to know if you could, because that's where all the biggest stocks are over in the NASDAQ, right? The Mag 7. You'll see them populate in about 8 minutes, but for now, it's just that CDE stock. Hasn't really done a heck of a lot, but it's just the early look for now. Like, my anticipation is if it comes out that big buy, it pops up one time into VWAP and Bob's your uncle. Or, I don't know. Bob's your uncle is such a weird thing.
I know. I'm lucky because I do have an Uncle Bob. But right into here for NVIDIA. Shout out to you, Uncle Bob. Yeah, right into here, 176. Just looking again at sort of the same levels. There, I'm exiting it out. Right here. I mean, you just showed those imbalances. We know how this can run. I still have that offer at 75. If that happens, that happens. I'm just going to keep the stop at 176 now. We are now out of enough of it that it's not going to be like, a complete disaster if it does tank down. But I don't apologize. We've been sitting here talking about this stock for a long time. If it's going to go sideways, it's going to go sideways. I mean, if anything, I've learned something here. I thought looking at that, it being up 2+% into a market that was low, that NVIDIA might have been the one that if the market got going, it could get going as well. But it seems like it's still in the doghouse as we switch over to, more positive names, up 6% with a Palantir, right? And as we look over at some of the names that you guys want us to look at here today as well, we already talked about that UGRO, so that's right there. That's one of the top ones. Tesla, if I go back and look at that, I have a feeling that that's probably Yeah, exactly. So making moves higher there as well. So kind of like no surprise there as we talk a little bit about what's going on with Tesla, Palantir. So some of these other names, maybe not as much SoFi, but definitely NVIDIA, I thought would have had a chance to get going as well. You just said maybe Tesla was going here a little bit in the afternoon.
I didn't mean it was moving.
No, but
it's going up, and it's going up.
No, but I mean, yeah, no, that is pretty much exactly what I meant. I went long at right here, 220, 230 on NVIDIA. So yeah, I mean, a much better look was right here with Tesla. We would have already captured some of these levels and been sitting in a winner instead of just scalping out of a loser right now. Loser is what we have right now on NVIDIA. So yeah, Tesla's still working out 4 or 5 minutes now until we go. Maybe AMD, SMCI. We could check out my guy Marvell, one of my favorite stocks. Doesn't look like it's doing too much now, still up 3%. But yeah, Marvell's a good little look there. I really enjoy trading some Marvell, if you guys don't know that. But yeah, right now that's what we're looking at right there. And trying to find out what's going on with USO and oil, those names kind of just hovering around. Like, I just wish there was a little bit more to talk about. We still got the news in our ear. I'm not really hearing anything popping right now. Gold did get back to almost zero, as we talked about that, and now down 2% and trying to barcode. I still think we need to add some to our gold holdings. I'm very, very light. I hadn't bought any since 260 something, and even then it was like 1% or something of the portfolio. So that touched that level that we love today as well, your 200 period moving average. So Neil had a joke about the 200 period earlier, something that it starts in 200, ends in Iriad. But that is your 200 period. Okay.
If you don't want to buy it there, you don't want to buy the stock. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah, and I think even for gold, right? I mean, I haven't done enough work with it, but I think it's trading enough like a stock this last year for sure. There's NVIDIA. We'll just go bang because we get the level that we wanted to. I mean, I'm not going to be like super happy, with some of the price action here on NVIDIA, but it does go back up, and we do clear out of some more shares there at 176.59. So we do wind up taking 10 cents on a little bit there. I'll tell you, we're not going to be gross. We're not going to be net positive unless this thing prints me at 80, and that's what we got to wait for now. I'm actually into only 30% left of this position, so risk taken away from it right now on NVIDIA.
Yeah, and it looks like there's just no movement on Boyle. I give it up. Like, it shorted back into the prior low, doesn't do anything, does one move down from when we shorted. It just broke that local high. USO, look, there's USO. Like, it's slowly, slightly moving up. Which I'd say is the same thing Boyle's doing. So it's just down to this imbalance name, and nothing has changed. It went from 6 million to 12 million. It's still sitting at 12 million. BW still sell 3.8 million if you're interested in it. Manifest codes now. I like it. Just mentioned.
Same.
I like that name.
Yeah.
Just mentioned Oxy.
Okay.
See, this is what I think. I just saw someone in the chat say, "Has today not felt like the strongest weekday ever?" And not like weekdays in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It's the NASDAQ is up 1.7%. All of it was the initial move. And since then, it's been slowly grinding lower. Then you look at a chart like Oxy, this is more like what I thought we expected the market was going to do today. Where you got, you get a relief rally, but then you buy the dip and you end up back at the highs. That's what you want for a strong day. We're just not getting that secondary push the way that you would have expected with this positive headline. So I agree with that sentiment. I like Oxy. It looks pretty good for sure. Whoa, this thing just went up again. Now it's 17 million, but it's not really going from 6 million to 12 million to 18 million. And it just popped 5 pennies. I get it, VWAP's only at 15 cents away, but that just grew a second time on CDE, the imbalance, and it's just slightly going up, which just makes it all the more reason, I think, to take profit on this going into 350. If those kinds of jumps are only getting it to go slightly up, they might pair this one off in a hurry. And this has been sold off anyways going into these levels, but it's just the imbalance that we're working with, and that's public in 2 minutes. So, if the shock of it going public doesn't get it to go to the upside, then what else will? So again, 2 minutes to go here. Oh, good one. Offbeat just asked, with the news on prediction markets being banned potentially, what are the thoughts on DKNG? You know what? My general thoughts are usually, if the reaction of the market is to sell positive news, I'm not usually a fan of that. So you gapped up, you spent all day long retracing almost the entirety of that move for DraftKings. I haven't checked Flutter, so I don't know what Flutter has done, but DraftKings is it's probably the same thing. I haven't looked, I only looked at DraftKings. But this trend has not abated in DraftKings. So yeah, I like good news. You know what I like even better? I like when you make a low, consolidate, and then break out. So breakout means over 26.5 and give me that 50-period moving average. I'm not trying to, on stocks and sentiment, I'm never trying to be long at the bottom. I'd rather be long off a higher low or ridiculously, like look at if it's an established bottom, like say Intel at 18, 19 bucks, that's one thing. But I'd much rather look for spots to be long when you're breaking out higher. So that's where I feel about DraftKings. Sentiment to me sometimes matters more than anything else. Now less than 1 minute to go till these imbalances.
There we go, 63s. Okay, good. Getting them now. All right, yeah, whoosh. Good move there as we were just getting out of a bunch of shares here on NVIDIA. And of course, again, into what is going to be an exciting close, I would think, for this market with only 10 seconds to go. I am now out of pretty much like 20% left here on NVIDIA. It'll be a losing trade here as we watch out for this name to go back to the upside. But man, I couldn't be honestly like pretty happy getting away from it. We'll still hold some of our day, that's for sure, as it's trying to go back upside with only now 20 seconds until these will populate, and then we'll be able to see what's going on with NVIDIA as the market's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Oh, PAP. I want to see what that one was doing there. Yeah, that was another one of those IPOs from a week or so ago. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. There's PAP 20. What the heck? I actually didn't call this up knowing that it was up 25%, by the way.
Who knew?
Right there. Who knew? What is going on with NVIDIA, by the way, right now? Wow, big move downside. See, this is why you got to get some out. So thankfully, man, we'll throw our hands up in the air, but we won't wave them like we just don't care, because that was quite the move on NVIDIA, needless to say, as you guys can clearly...
I don't see it.
It must be a sell. I mean, I'm not. I'm gonna get stopped out here once this breaks through 170.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
I had to scroll a bit.
Yeah. So
It's a
boo.
sell.
Yeah. So what can you do? You know, you play with heat, and sometimes you get burned a little bit there. So at least our sort of the spidey senses were up a little bit as we realized that NVIDIA was making that pretty epic move down. I told you we only have 20%, so we're not even. Look, we'll take an L on this last piece, and we'll wind up losing on NVIDIA. But at the end of the day, that could have been epically worse. If we had not taken something out. I always think that is the right thing to do. Heading into imbalances, regardless of what winds up happening to this position, I think you always got to take some out.
Those are like coin flips.
Yeah, there's NVIDIA there with a sell. So like look at Amazon, boom, same kind of ways, right? Apple, probably same kind of way, right? So there you go. So, you know, it's like whatever stock you're looking at, you got to be careful.
Tesla dropped $2.
Yeah. So not a great imbalance there for your boy, needless to say. And looks like we are now just pennies away from getting stopped out, breaking through. There it is, breaking through O's again. So see you later right there. Not a great end of the day for me on NVIDIA. So it just comes right back down in. So sorry, that will be the biggest loser that I have today. And just because actually the only stock we're red on. What am I talking about? We're up on the Qs, we're up on USO, and now red on NVIDIA. That's too bad. That comes a buy, and it's completely the other way, and we maybe get positive on it, but an L there holding in for NVIDIA. It's, you know what, honestly, I know I said that already, but at least we're able to get away from that. Thankfully, we didn't have that full boat. So lesson learned every day, trying to get a little smarter around here.
Yeah, and that CDE, it did come out a large imbalance, but unlike RITM on Friday, RITM was much better than this when it was like 20 million to buy. It actually moved. This is barely moving. Like it went from like 1787 to like, 1787 to 1797. It's basically popped like 10 pennies. So I'd say this is pretty disappointing for a Russell 2000 ad and a rather large imbalance. It's 23 million paired, but it's 17 million to buy still, which is 40% of the day's volume. You would think it could pop into VWAP, but it's not going. I did not ask SMCI. I have not seen SMCI on the imbalance locator. I see ONDS as a buy of 1 million shares. What I can do is as quick as I can, maybe if I scroll, if you don't see, for SMCI, it does enough volume that if you don't see it over 1 million, it's probably not that big. Like we're getting 900,000. I could go alphabetically, but suffice to say, it's not that significant. If there is one, it's insignificant on SMCI. That being said, SMCI, for all that bad news, is going to end up closing up 5.5% today on SMCI. So the dead cat bounce hopefully has happened for anyone. I don't root against anybody. I think it's a short till it's not, but we took one shot at it today, and I never hope that stocks go down for people. I think it's a risky name to be in, but at the same time, things have worked out if you went long at that bottom today. That SSR bounce was the better play than the short, realistically, any way you want to cut it. So we'll see. With about 2 minutes to go, unless this CDE jumps up and goes from 16 million to like 20-something million, my guess is you've probably gotten the move already. So I'll just take it off on the next available pop, and then we'll see what happens that last 5 minutes of the session. I am surprised at SMCI today. I'm glad we didn't try shorting it again.
Yeah, I was, oh man, that's too bad because just waiting, like, as NVIDIA could turn around, like, I'm kind of thinking about punching long soon because at 355, you're going to get a flip here most likely. I feel like they'll come in and buy this. The NASDAQ is not, the thing is there's a lot to flip around. Like there's NVIDIA, Apple, right, still going lower, and Amazon. They're all three right here. Big sells in the NASDAQ today, right? Intel was a buy, okay. But anyways, NVIDIA, Apple, Amazon, thinking, okay, I was gonna punch long at 176 if it did break with not too long to go here. It looks like we are trying to do that break right now, but here we go again. Let's wait to see in just 20 seconds. We'll see if we get a flip and then maybe a punch long, but I don't know. That's gonna have to go. And you could see a complete, what I mean by a flip is that sell turns into a buy right here. So right here, this sell turns into a buy, and then it just rallies right through. So I'm gonna try to see if that happens and see if we can get long on a 175, 176.10 break or so. And if it doesn't flip, fine, right there. No, it doesn't. Did it? No, it's still a sell. So I'm gonna actually, okay, well, we got into it. I'm gonna put an offer out and just get out right now of NVIDIA because that flip, we got in and got out right there. So really fast. It didn't flip. So the trigger hit through 176. We get out for flat there at the end. But yeah, it does not look like it wants to flip higher there. If this starts to pair off, you could see it. I was just thinking like, if that goes and it turns into a bid, then yeah, we can get right back upside. And then not a revenge trade, but try to make back what we lost there on that move back higher, but no flip for NVIDIA. If anything, it stayed a sell, so you're getting some downside there. Just quickly, Apple and Amazon both also stayed sells. So when the flip doesn't happen, the pressure continues to the downside. So that's why you saw me right away, in and out, same penny, boom, boom, boom. I think I might have lost 3 or 4 pennies, but in and out there again on NVIDIA. So yeah, well worth the risk, but the flip does not happen. As it's going back to the lows again. And for everybody that had like FOMO, again, look, see, there's that break actually that we actually drew out right there, breakdown. But anyways, anybody that had FOMO that maybe the NASDAQ was gonna be up 2 or 3% today and you missed the bottom, well, you got half back. Right now, it looks like the NASDAQ will close about 1.3%, and the S&P 500, 1.2. So, just kind of another day right here in the Dow and the major markets as, yeah, we start to head now south side to the close.
Yeah, that's the amount one I was looking at. It just paired off half, so I just punched out. So it looks like it's on the way to pairing this one off.
CLK.
It was half, and now it's a little bit more than that. But back up to about 11 million shares. It went from 18 down to about 9, and now back up to 11. So it's starting to get paired, which is what you expect to happen. That's what they do with the imbalances. They're published so that you can actually see where the liquidity might be, and then people can take the other side. That's the idea going along with it. And I think, look, tomorrow SMCI is going to be interesting for me, but I don't want to forget I'm very surprised by what we saw with energy this afternoon. It's hard to get away from all the volatility we had intraday, and then all of a sudden, like USO or XLE and Boyle and everything you were looking at, it didn't really do all that much. Yeah, we've slowly glided a little bit higher, but I just feel like that's a lot of coiling up to lull everybody into a false sense of security that, we don't have to worry about volatility in the energy names. Now, we're not going to go ham. Like, we didn't do much at all. I expect this should still be the first. I still think it's the first place we look tomorrow. Could end up being wrong about that. I know for sure I'm going to pay attention to SoFi, and one name that did not get enough love today, it's almost certainly, it got some love, but not enough, would be Palantir. Because as much as we've been talking about the market not doing much and falling back because all the Mag 7 names were sell imbalances at the end of the day, Palantir popped to make a fresh high of the day here and is now up almost 7%. So that was very different from some of the other big cap tech names that we're watching. Stood out. There was they had news today, and I don't know, for some reason it just did not make the list. We could be testing that 200 period tomorrow here on Palantir, for sure. I don't know why I didn't want it on the list today. I think just thinking it was going to be all about energy.
And I think you're right. Thinking that is just, today we just did not run the gauntlet enough, unfortunately, with Palantir. And it was just one of those things. Like, I chose NVIDIA over it. We made the wrong choice there quite clearly, as we had talked about that over and over again. All right, so just the end of the day here with a little talk on oil, obviously. Lower, right? It looks like right here for oil into the close. A little higher, but down today. That's what we're talking about when we say lower. Down 10% today, but nice little rebound into the close for oil, but still not to VWAP yet, and we will continue to make a mark with this, as Neil just said, for tomorrow. NVIDIA downside. We had some talk there about, I want to see what SWMR? Yes, warmer. Okay, hopefully we don't forget that. What that was going to do in the close, down 28%. So that's getting a little nasty right there as well. And a quick little look on gold and the rest of them into the close, 404, so down 2% as well. Silver could be in for a rough ride as well at some point here. Up, though, today, up 1.6%. All right, man, what a great day it's been. We want to thank everybody for watching us over there on TikTok. And look, it wasn't that bad after all, right? You might have thought this weekend, some trouble could have happened. You come in today up 2%. Feels like right now, what did you say before? It feels like the strong down day?
It's like the strongest weekday ever.
Yeah.
Like we're up a bunch.
Thing is, I really think
we're closing at the lower end of the range though for most of the day, outside of the pre-market, right?
Yeah, I think if you weren't, I got to reset all of this because I have way too many marks on here. But yeah, I think that's right. I mean, because there's the huge move that we had saw at 7 a.m. And basically, since then, it's kind of been,
it's a downtrend.
I would kind of agree with that. I mean, you do give some pretty good offers right here to go short. So that's 24/7. So we'll see if the NASDAQ can get back up to there. But yeah, man, ending. It's never good to end on the lows, but you're getting close, man. That's 24.3 right there. So, oh boy. All right, what about prediction for tomorrow's open? I say red.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't like the feel of this.
I can't say it feels good right
now.
To
me, the trend was down today. I know, outside of one spike up, the trend was down. So if the trend was down, I come in thinking short. I don't know.
I would actually short Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin did okay today, but still did not really have, unless I'm wrong, and it did have a little bit of a move down.
We couldn't break 71, really.
Right, so I think Bitcoin right here, this could be, like Neil was saying there, 71, like into here, could be a problem. Couldn't get going pretty much all day, and I think it had those high takes earlier. Yeah, and just like the futures, didn't close on the low, but somewhere around there. So I don't want to get added because if everyone's going to be like, oh man, we're Bitcoin bulls or bears, but it just doesn't look that healthy right there. IBIT only up 0.6 today, of course, and that's a little hard to watch because it's from Friday. Okay, why don't we close this show out, man?
Yeah, we'll give a big shout out to all of our viewers across every single platform that we have, and we appreciate you. Thank you for all the messages, all the super chats. Big shout out to Joey Options, who's still here chilling out. Big shout out to Sheree. Shout out to Adara, always doing a fantastic. There's Joe. You know what? Joe's not wearing a toque. What? It's not cold in here today, Joe? He forgot his toque. The guy's always wearing a toque indoors, which is a strange look, but Fabian likes to do it.
I feel like he shaved his hair and now it's growing back faster. I might do that same thing over there.
Okay, I can confirm that does not work.
Rogaine over there?
That does not work. I shaved my head. It ain't growing back faster, bro. If anything, I think it's growing back
I gotta figure it out, man. I gotta find the Joe and Sharif secret over there. What's going on in that midday show, man? You gotta share some of that stuff with me over here. All right. Thank you so much to everybody. Adara, glad to have you back. Obviously a busy day for Adara back there.
Happy to be back, guys.
All right, hey, there it is. And should we be back tomorrow? We should all be back tomorrow in good health, hopefully, and good weather. So, all right, 4:02. I'm back at the rink again, man. It all doesn't stop, man. That's the one thing about hockey. It never, ever, ever, ever stops. And then baseball is getting going. I got the whole team snap
Friday's gonna be
thing, man. I did the math. Gia is pretty much going to be on the ice 3 times a week in the summer and on the field 5 times a week.
Are you going to the Scepters opener?
Tempo.
No,
I didn't buy Tempo tickets. We probably. I wish we had actually. We had an opportunity to get in on the ground there, and No, just.
Oh, that's this is a women's basketball team.
At WNBA, we got one there.
Dogs can do it too.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks everybody. All right. Good show.
See you tomorrow.
See ya. Ciao. Thanks, Fabian.
Andre,